Chapter 1. My name is Dockley Lingtian. This is the first time the author has written a novel, so please be gentle with me. If there is anything that is not well written, please point it out. The author will definitely make changes if it does not affect the overall plot. I wish you all a happy reading. Since the author of this book did not write an outline, it may collapse at any time, but the author will persist in writing. Brain storage. On a vast blue sea, a small boat was swaying slowly on the rough sea, as if any wave could overturn the boat. Also sitting on the boat was a man with a slightly mature face, purple hair and purple eyes, wearing a black and purple windbreaker with the word Ling written on the back and a black knife on his waist. It has been 3 days since I came to this world. Where on earth is this place? The man looked at the sea in front of him, helplessly. 3 days ago, he traveled from a planet called Blue Star. As for how he traveled here, that is paid content. When he traveled through time, he obtained a system and unlocked some abilities in the system gift package. One of them is the knife in his hand, and the other is a kind of spiritual ability. First of all, the knife in his hand is called Lightning, which is a special weapon called a sealer. It seals 9 abilities, but if you want to unlock the seal, you must use special items to unlock it. Secondly, his spiritual arts is a special ability that has the ability to attack, defend, bind, heal, and seal. This damn world has nothing but the endless ocean. The man was speechless. He wouldn't be the first one in a time-traveling legion to die of boredom, would he? Just as he was complaining, a huge ship came towards his small boat from a distance. Captain, a small boat is spotted ahead. Small boat? Come over and take a look. A man with messy hair and wearing a coat ordered. Ma'am, is there only one person? Bread. Bring me some cake. Yes, Ling. These 2 people are the future 4 Emperor's Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, and his chef, Baker. The man sitting in the small boat looked up and saw 10 people standing on the boat. They were Captain Rocks, 2 of the future 4 Emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Lin, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, John Wangji, Silver Axe, Bakingdom Stussy, Long Bread, and a completely unfamiliar beauty. Rocks Pirates. Is this the pirate world? Ding, it is detected that the host is about to have his first battle. All body attributes will be increased by 300%, and the duration will be 5 days. Are we going to start fighting? Let me destroy him. The Golden Lion Shiki flew to the front of the boat. Chopping wave, Golden Lion Shiki swung the knife in his hand and slashed out several sword energies to attack the man. Spiritual art defense, water shield, the man whispered. The water on the sea seemed to have life and formed a shield to protect the man. The Golden Lion's sword energy fell on the water shield like a drop of water entering the sea, without causing any ripples. Spiritual art attack blue, sea 100 spears. After using water escape to defend against the Golden Lion's attack, long spears condensed from the seawater and attacked the Golden Lion. What an interesting little devil. Lion Synchroritani. The Golden Lion continued to swing the sword in his hand, emitting sword energy to destroy the spear of the sea. As expected of the great pirate Golden Lion, I can't hurt him with this ordinary ability. It seems I have to use some other means. P.S. Double quotes represent the dialogue between characters, while single quotes represent the character's psychological activities. Goel Ning, release me. The man stood up and said softly. Boom. A huge amount of energy burst out from the man. This was the ability to unlock the first layer of the seal of the sealer, which could increase speed by 80%, strength by 50%, sword skills by 30%, and special abilities by 10%. And this is the state that is superimposed again after the system has increased it by 300%. At the same time, the man's left foot was covered with purple armor. Let me see what you can do. The power of the Lion Imperial Palace Scroll. A giant lion's head came towards the man. Boom. The lion head completely destroyed the boat, and the man seemed to have been sunk to the bottom of the sea by the Golden Lion's skills. Is it just this extent? Ichideo style, sword flash. A sword light slashed out from behind the Golden Lion, but the Golden Lion, who possessed the observation haki, had already noticed it and dodged it with a flash. What a fast speed. Whitebeard watched the battle and thought, that kid is so fast. And that man was able to take on so many moves from Lord Golden Lion. Observation haki. Then try this move. Its word style, 1 sword 1,000 slashes, sun and moon wheel. A dense array of flying slashes slashed towards the Golden Lion Shiki. Such a dense array of flying slashes. The Golden Lion couldn't help but be surprised when he saw so many flying slashes. Even he might not be able to dodge all of them. Lion Sinkuratani. The Golden Lion also had to swing his double swords and perform a flying slash to offset the man's flying slash. Countless flying slashes exploded in the air. The two people's flying slashes were exactly the same. Even the attack speed was exactly the same. That guy's attack speed is exactly the same as that of Lord Golden Lion, and judging by the guy's appearance, it's probably only around 15 or 6. Ah, boy, do you want to be my subordinate? I refuse. After all, you don't look that great. Ah, little devil, do you know who I am? How dare you reject me? Seeing that the man looked down on him, the Golden Lion decided to show this little brat some of his real skills. That's enough, Shiki. Bring that brat down here. At this time, Rox said. But although Golden Lion was very unhappy with Rox's orders, he could not beat Rox and could only obey. When the man heard what Rox said, he put away his knife and jumped onto Rox's boat. Boy, you are amazing. What's your name? Rox spoke while sitting in his special seat, his aura attacking the man, and the man felt that even breathing was a little difficult. Is this Rox? I don't have the strength to resist him at all. Lingtian. My name is Dockley D. Lingtian. D. Interesting, kid. Lingtian, get on my ship and sail on the sea as part of the Rox pirates. Rox stood up from his exclusive throne and invited Lingtian. Okay, I'll get on your boat then. Anyway, Lingtian can't beat Rox now, so it's better for him to stay on his ship. He will be defeated by Garp and Roger in the future, so he can just get off the ship then. Wah-ha-ha. I am the captain of the Rox pirates, Rox D. Jibek. Rox suddenly laughed and introduced himself. Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion who had just fought with Lingtian also introduced himself, although there was no need for him to introduce himself. After all, they were on Rox's ship and even the captain introduced himself, so as crew members they had to give the captain some face. Although they all boarded Rox's ship because they cannot defeat him, in this world the strong are respected, so they can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. Edward Newgate, a huge man with long blonde hair and a crescent-shaped beard, spoke. This person is the future 4 emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Charlotte Lingling. A beautiful woman also spoke up that it must be said that Charlotte Lingling was very beautiful when she was young. I really don't know how the future aunt would become like that. Jean. Wang Ji. Silveraxe. Flame Flower. Another beautiful woman whom Lingtian had never seen before spoke. Fireflower, who is it? Is there such a person in the Rox Pirates? Lingtian nodded as a greeting. After all, in the Rox Pirates, either you have the ability to become a member, or you don't have the ability to become cannon fodder. After Lingtian got on the boat, Rox arranged a room for Lingtian and continued sailing. Listening to the conversation between Rox and the others, Lingtian knew that Rox and the others were going to a place called Winter Island, where the thing Rox wanted to take was located. As for what it was, neither Lingtian nor even Edward Newgate knew. Lingtian didn't care and just returned to his room. Chapter 2, How to Unlock the Next Ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for joining the Rox Pirates. Now you can find out how to unlock abilities. Please open the attribute panel to check for yourself. Properties panel. Host, Dockley D. Lingtian. Ability, Sealing Device, Lightning. The first seal, Guining, unlocked. Second seal, Under the Moon, requires a devil fruit to unlock. The third seal, Savagery. Unlock the previous seal to see how to unlock it. Fencing. Complete works of 1 sword style, LV1. 50 sword skill points are required to unlock the next level. Complete collection of 2 swords, not unlocked, need to have a second supreme sword or a weapon higher than a supreme sword to unlock. Spiritual skill, LV1. 50 spiritual points are required to unlock the next level. 3 colors domineering. Armament hockey, not unlocked, requires 20 spirit points to unlock. Observation hockey, not unlocked, requires 20 spirit points to unlock. Conqueror's hockey, not unlocked, requires 30 spirit points to unlock. Sword skill points, 5 sword skill points can be obtained by swinging the sword times a day. Spirit points, 2 spirit points for each hour of training. Note, the time spent swinging the sword is also counted as training time. Seeing this, Lingtian went out and started swinging his sword. 1, 2, 3, 567, 568, 569, Goo la 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 la. Boy, I'm training. Yeah, after all, we're on the same ship with monsters like you, Newgate, so we have to become stronger. Golala boy, there's no need to underestimate yourself at your age. Even I may not have the ability you have. Maybe, but in this world, no one cares whether you are a child or not. Boy, what is your dream? Why do you want to become so powerful? Newgate sat on the deck and watched Lingtian swinging his sword and couldn't help but speak. Dream? I don't know, becoming stronger is just for survival. Lingtian waved the knife and recalled the scene in the original owner's memory where pirates burned, killed, and looted on the island, and couldn't help but speak. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Rox was so powerful, Lingtian would never have joined Rox's pirate group. After all, the Rox pirates were not good people. Burning, killing, and looting were led by the Rox pirates. In this era, the pirates were basically led by the Rox pirates. Newgate, what is your dream? Me? I just want my family. Family, huh? As expected, Newgate is still the Whitebeard who fights for his family. Oh, 3 days later. Lingtian trained 10 hours a day and gained 60 spirit points and 15 sword skills. Lingtian used 40 spirit points to unlock the armament hockey and observation hockey, and today Lingtian only spent an hour swinging the sword and gained 5 sword skill points and 2 spirit points. Because the Rox pirates have arrived at the Winter Island, and not only them, but even the Navy has arrived at the Winter Island. On the Navy's warships are Vice Admiral Garp, Lieutenant Admiral Sengoku, Lieutenant Admiral Zephyr, and other Vice Admirals. Zhonghua, why isn't that old brat Kong here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Rox shouted at Zhonghua from the bow of the ship. Rox, we don't need our Marshal Kong to take action against you. I will defeat you. Garp shouted at Rox before Sengoku could even speak. At this time, Garp was still young and full of vigor, and he was fearless. Garp, you think you can kill me with just a little brat like you? You guys are overestimating your abilities. Little ones, grab them all. Without waiting for Sengoku and the others to reply, Rox gave the order. Shiki relied on the power of the float fruit and rushed forward first. Chopping. Shiki swung his slashing sword directly at Sengoku, but Lieutenant General jumped out and blocked his slashing sword. Golden Lion, your opponent is me. The Lieutenant General used the moon step to fight the Golden Lion, and it was difficult to separate. As for Rox, he was dealt with by Garp and Sengoku. Newgate was blocked by Zephyr. Linlin was held back by 2 Vice Admirals, and the others were also held back by their respective navy. Finger gun. A lieutenant colonel attacked Lingtian using the Navy's 6 styles. Spiritual art, attack hurricane. A small tornado deflected the finger gun and attacked the colonel. Iron block. The colonel shouted and squatted in horse stance without moving. The hurricane had no effect on the colonel. After all, it was only a level 1 spiritual technique, which was useless to a colonel of the Marine headquarters. But at this moment, Lingtian quickly got behind the colonel. Its word style, flowing light. Lingtian held a knife with a pitch-black blade and slashed at the colonel with several sword skills that looked like flowing light. Puff. A few streaks of light instantly cut the colonel into pieces. Facing the slash cover with armament color, the colonel did not put up any resistance at all. Boy, take this punch from me. When Garp saw that Lingtian actually killed a colonel in a short time, he became furious instantly. He handed Rox to Zhonghua and directly attacked Lingtian with a punch. Warring States period. Gui Ning release. Its word style, secret technique, Ichiryu-kiri Senryu. Seeing Garp attacking, Lingtian immediately used the secret of Itsuki style, trying to buy himself time to dodge Garp's attack. However, the attack cover with armament hockey could not even break through Garp's physical defense. After all, Lingtian's armament hockey and sword skills were only at LV1. Seeing that his attack didn't stop Garp for even a second, Lingtian used his sword to block Garp's attack. When? Garp's fist hit the lightning, and Garp took a few steps back, while Lingtian directly hit the wall of the warship. What a hard sword. It couldn't even break my fist. Boom. Lingtian broke through the wall that was pressing down on him, and suddenly saw a devil fruit rolling to his feet. Lingtian picked up the devil fruit at his feet. Ding, a devil fruit is detected on a host. Use the devil fruit to unlock the second seal of the sealer, Under the Moon. Unlock. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the second level of the sealer, Under the Moon. Boy, what are you mumbling about there? What do you think? Let me see the strength of the Vice Admiral of the Navy. Under the moon solution. Boom. Lingtian's feet were covered with purple armor. The second seal of lightning, under the moon, increases speed by 100%, strength by 50%, sword skills by 30%, special abilities by 10%, and unlocks the ability, Shadow Under the Moon. Usse Huaying can create 100 physical clones. The clones can attack enemies, but enemies cannot attack the clones. What a strange boy. Punch me again. Garp saw Lingtian's transformation, and his fist was covered with pitch-black armament color domineering. Steel bone breaking airstrike. An air cannon fired towards Lingtian. Itoryu Willow Slash. Lingtian dodged Garp's attack as if teleporting, and continued to slash at Garp, whipping him like a willow branch. However, even such intensive attacks could not break Garp's defense. Annoying flies. Cyborg Jedi. Garp punched Lingtian's sword. Although Lingtian was very fast, Garp's observation haki was also top-notch. He instantly predicted Lingtian's next move. Although Lingtian's observation haki was not as strong as Garp's, it could still block Garp's attack to some extent. After all, Lingtian's special ability has increased by 20%. However, although Lingtian blocked Garp's attack, he was not feeling well either. Even though Garp's attack hit the lightning, most of the attack was absorbed by the lightning, but a small part of the impact still hit Lingtian directly. Ahem, you are indeed a Vice Admiral of the Navy. You are really amazing. Lingtian half knelt on the deck and coughed. With only 2 small impact punches, Lingtian felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. As expected of Garp, who will be called the hero of the Navy. Garp, why haven't you solved it for so long? At this time, Sengoku jumped to Garp's side and spoke. Lingtian saw Zhanghua coming over and looked around, only to discover that Rox had disappeared. Sengoku, why are you here? Where is Rox? Garp asked when he saw Sengoku coming over, although he was still in a fighting stance. Rox ran to Winter Island. I was afraid of an ambush, so I came here first to help you deal with this guy and track down Rox together. Zhanghua also explained. By the way, why does it take you so long to deal with even a little kid? This guy is no ordinary kid. He is very fast, and his sword is very strong. He was unharmed even after 2 of my punches. I'm afraid it must be a very strong sword. Garp also explained to Sengoku. In that case, let's kill him together. With such talent at such a young age, he will definitely become a threat to our Navy in the future. What? You two want to kill me here? You are dreaming. Lingtian laughed. Shadows under the moon. Lingtian shouted softly, and 100 clones surrounded Garp and Zhanghua. Is this a devil fruit user? Zhanghua muttered as he looked at the 100 clones. The 100 clones used all kinds of sword skills to attack Sengoku and Garp without any nonsense. Lingtian's goal was to delay the 2 of them. As long as he could delay them until Rox came back, he would be safe. He believed that with the strength he had revealed now, and his age, Rox would definitely not ignore it. He was gambling that Rox would keep him safe. 100 clones attacked Garp and Sengoku with all kinds of sword skills, but it was to no avail. Garp had a strong physique to begin with, and he was fine even if he was slashed in the chest without any defense, not to mention when he was concentrating. As for Sengoku, the defense of the animal type human fruit, mythical beast great Buddha form is also extremely amazing, comparable to that of Garp without activating armament haki. Steel bone crushing fist. When Garp saw a clone attacking him, he immediately attacked the clone because he was keenly aware of the clone's murderous intent. But when Garp attacked the clone, he passed through it, and the clone's attack did not hit Garp. This guy's ability is really weird. Just like a demon, they can hit us, but we can't hit them. Moreover, this guy's speed and sword skills should not be underestimated. Chapter 3 Kaido goes on board. Damn it, why hasn't Rox come back yet? Lingtian couldn't help but curse in his heart. His clones were completely powered by his physical strength. Although his physical strength was not bad, it was a bit too much for him to use 100 clones at once. Lingtian estimated that he could only hold off Garp and Sengoku for about 10 minutes at most, by which time he would be completely unable to move due to exhaustion. Zhanghua and Garp were completely helpless under the attack of Lingtian's 100 clones. After all, they couldn't hit Lingtian's clones at all, and could only defend passively. Just like that, 10 minutes passed. It's over. Lingtian had a thought in his mind, and now 10 minutes had passed, and all his clones disappeared in an instant. Whoosh! Lingtian held the sword in his right hand and inserted it into the deck, half squatting and breathing heavily. Now he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Boy, it seems that your ability is only limited to 15 minutes. Die, kid. Garp clenched his fists and flew towards Lingtian. It's over. Kapu, forget it. Although Newgate was fighting with Zeta, he was also paying attention to the situation on Lingtian's side. When he saw that Lingtian actually blocked Garp and Sengoku alone, he couldn't help but be shocked. But then Lingtian was seen half-crouching on the deck exhausted. Seeing this, Newgate concentrated the power of the Tremor fruit on the Kusakimi-ri, and with one sword, he shook Zephyr away, and then jumped in front of Lingtian, covered with armament color, blocked Garp's attack and shook Garp away. Thanks, Newgate. Golala, kid, just stay aside and I'll take care of this. Newgate, are you too arrogant? Do you want to deal with the three of us alone? Zephyr also jumped to the side of Sengoku and Garp and spoke. Golala, let's give it a try. As he spoke, Newgate gathered the energy of the Tremor fruit into Kusukumokiri, swung it forward, and the space in front of him cracked like glass. In an instant, the surrounding waves began to roll. Newgate, you are crazy as a devil fruit user. You will also sink into the sea. Zifa was surprised when he saw this scene. Golala, I won't play with you anymore. Newgate picked up Lingtian and laughed. Wait, kid, what's your name? Cap couldn't help but shout when he saw Newgate was about to leave. Lingtian, my name is Dockley D. Lingtian. Lingtian spoke in Newgate's arms. Lingtian, I will remember you. Newgate picked up Lingtian and jumped back to Rock's boat, shouting at the Golden Lion. Ski. I see. When Ski saw Newgate use the Tremor fruit, he was ready. Although neither of them was willing to submit to the other, they still had some tacit understanding after being on the same ship for so long. Viper. With a low roar, Rock's ship floated up, and those who had fought with the Navy before returned to the ship when Newgate used the Tremor fruit. As for those who did not return to the ship, they were just a group of cannon fodder. Wah-ha-ha. At this moment, Rox also jumped up carrying a little devil. This time, Ski had already flown the boat to a height of more than 50 meters. Rox actually jumped up with one jump, and he was carrying a person. Yoshi, Shiki, let's get out of here. Rox jumped onto the boat and spoke to Shiki. I see. At this time, Lingtian had been placed by Newgate against the wall of the deck. He told Newgate that he was just exhausted, so he didn't need to go back to the room to lie down. Lingtian also saw clearly the person that Rox brought back from the Winter Island. He turned out to be Kaido, one of the 4 emperors in the future. However, Kaido at this time had not eaten the fish fruit, so there was nothing special about him except that he was a bit burly. Navy sighed. Did Rox and the others escape? A burly man with spike-shaped white hair and wearing a Navy Marshal's coat spoke up. This man is the current Navy Marshal, Kongang. Yes, after Rox ran into Winter Island, Garp and I were stopped by a little devil. Zhonghua felt a headache when he thought of Lingtian. Kid, if that little devil hadn't used his strange abilities, I could have killed him with just one punch. Garp said as he picked his nose. Garp, you bastard. Zhonghua got angry when he heard Garp say this, but it was not because Garp was angry and ran to deal with Lingtian and Rox could not run away. For Sengoku, there will definitely be casualties when the Navy fights pirates, so it is normal for a few colonels to die. After all, they are fighting against the Rox pirates. Let alone a colonel, even a vice admiral will be normal to Sengoku. Even Sengoku himself had already prepared himself to die in battle. Okay, warring states. Kong interrupted Zhonggua's words. The next thing we need to do is to stop Rox. I'm afraid Rox's goal is the Valley of Gods. God's Valley. Could it be that guy wants to attack the celestial dragons? When Sengoku heard the words God's Valley, he immediately thought of the celestial dragons. I'm afraid so. After all, Rox is from the D clan. Zhonghua pondered for a while and suddenly remembered, oh, that kid seems to be from the D clan too. Oh, you mean the kid who stopped you and Garp is also from the D clan? Yes, his name is Dockley D. Lingtian. Garp also echoed. Then let's issue a bounty for that brat. Let's start with 1 million berries for the first bounty, since they are the crew members of that man. Steelbone Sora thought for a while and said to Warring States, I see. The next day, on board Rox. Hello, Lingtian. When Lingtian was swinging his sword, he heard Newgate calling him. Lingtian turned his head and saw Newgate holding something in his hand and waving at Lingtian, motioning Lingtian to come over. What's up, Newgate? Lingtian walked over and asked puzzledly. Look. Newgate handed the newspaper in his hand to Lingtian. Lingtian looked at the newspaper and read softly. Captain of the Rocks Pirates. Rocks D. Jibek. Bounty 55 billion berries. Rocks Pirates crew member. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Bounty 28 billion berries. Rocks Pirates crew member. Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin. Bounty 26 billion berries. Rocks Pirates crew member. Golden Lion Shiki. Bounty 26 billion berries. Rocky Pirates crew member. John. Bounty 19 billion berries. Rocks Pirates crew member. Wang Ji. Bounty 18 billion berries. Rocks Pirates crew member. Silver Axe. Bounty 16 billion berries. Rocks Pirates crew member. Flame Flower. Bounty 15 billion berries. Congratulations, Newgate, your bounty has increased again. In this world, the strength of pirates is measured by the size of their bounties, but this is not always the case. Some pirates have high bounties simply because they have committed many evil deeds. Galala, look at this one, kid. Newgate pointed to a reversed bounty order and said. Lingtian returned a wanted poster to him without knowing why. When he saw the words on it, he instantly became excited. It was written on it, Rocks Pirates crew member, Speed Sword Ghost Dockley D. Lingtian, bounty 1 million berries. This is my bounty. Lingtian laughed while holding the bounty order. After all, having a bounty order means that Lingtian's strength has been recognized by the Navy. Galala, it seems the Navy has also seen your abilities. Although there is still a big gap between you and Newgate, it is still a good start. After chatting for a while, Lingtian continued to train. After all, this was the only way for him to become stronger. Of course, he could use devil fruits, but devil fruits were not so easy to obtain. Although there are a lot of devil fruits in the original work, he doesn't have any devil fruits now, so he can only train. Your name is Lingtian, right? Kaido walked over and looked at Lingtian, who was training, and spoke. Who are you? The boy the captain brought back yesterday. Lingtian looked at Kaido and spoke. Although Lingtian knew Kaido's name, Rocks did not mention Kaido's name when he came back, so it would be better for him to pretend that he didn't know. After all, the water in the Rocks pirate group is very complicated, and it is not something he can control. My name is Kaido. I want to fight you. Kaido picked up a mace made of unknown material and placed it on his shoulder, looking full of fighting spirit. What? Teacher Kai wants to fight me, then I will be like Luffy, 1 stick of Ruo, 2 sticks of Tyrant, 3 sticks of Awakening. When Lingtian was thinking about it, he looked at Kaido and suddenly remembered that they were now on Rock's ship. Let alone Ryuo and Hashan, it was still unknown whether Kaido could have the armament color now. Kaido, do you know the Haki of armament? Lingtian asked Kaido with a little curiosity. What is armament color? Kaido was confused. What the hell was that? What was armament color? He had never heard of it before. As expected, Kaido doesn't know how to use armament Haki right now. You will see. Lingtian stretched out his right hand for Kaido to look at, and then a layer of pitch-black, armed color domineering wrapped around Lingtian's right hand. This is armament Haki. What's the use of this? Kaido was still puzzled when he looked at Lingtian's right hand, which seemed to be covered with a layer of black paint. Alas, Mr. Kai has seen too little now. Just like a child who has just started out and knows nothing about the world. You hit my right hand with your mace. Lingtian did not explain anything about this, but let Kaido see it with his own eyes. Are you sure? Kaido looked at Lingtian with a bit of disbelief and asked, Kaido now is not the 4 emperors in the future. He is still very simple now. He just wants to fight with Lingtian to prove to the people on the boat that he is not bad. He does not want to hurt Lingtian. Just come on, it's okay. Lingtian couldn't help laughing when he saw Kaido looking reluctant to attack. I never thought that Kaido, the future king of beasts who is known as the Emperor of the Sea, would have such a side to him. Chapter 4, Guiding Kaido. Then I'm coming. Kaido raised his mace and asked. Come on, Lingtian said. Kaido didn't think about it after seeing this, that at worst, he would just hurt Lingtian and take care of him for the rest of his life. Kaido raised his mace and smashed it towards Lingtian's right hand with all his strength. Boom! There was only a loud bang and Lingtian's right hand was intact, but Kaido was sent flying backwards because of the impact. Others heard the sound and looked over. Why did the new guy fight with Lingtian? How could that boy be Lingtian's opponent? That's right, Lingtian is a man who is equally matched with Lord Shirji. How can a boy who just went to sea be Lingtian's opponent? Because when they saw Lingtian was sitting in a small boat, so most people assumed that it was not Lingtian's first time to go out to sea, and Kaido was brought back by their captain Rocks, so everyone just thought that Kaido was someone who had just gone out to sea. When Shichi heard their conversation, he almost wanted to fly over and grab the crew member by the collar to tell them, "I'm just giving in to that kid. If I get serious, that kid is nothing." At that time, Shichi thought that it would be a bit embarrassing to do so he could only turn his head away silently. So hard. Kaido got up and shook his numb hands. "Now you know the function of armament hockey, right?" Lingtian said to Kaido with a smile. "Armament hockey can strengthen your defense, and it can also cover your weapons to increase your attack power." "That's awesome. Brother Lingtian, can you teach me?" Kaido said to Lingtian excitedly. "Big brother? Teacher Kai actually called me big brother. Are you kidding me?" "Yes, I can teach you armament hockey." Lingtian thought about it and agreed happily in fact, it was not that he wanted to agree, but the system suddenly gave him a task. Ding, the system issues a task. Guide Kaido to master the 3 colors of hockey. Each time you master a type of hockey, you will receive 200 sword skill points and 200 spear points. A full 600 sword skill points. This is the reward you can get after 120 days of training. Kaido couldn't help but get excited when he heard Lingtian was willing to teach him. "TSK, you don't even have the arrogance. I really don't know why the captain let you on board." Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but complain when he heard the conversation between Lingtian and Kaido. "Gulala, after all, he's just a kid who just went out to sea, so it's normal that he won't be domineering." Newgate took a sip of his wine and laughed heartily. "Oh." In this way, Lingtian has been guiding Kaido to practice hockey these days. It must be said that Teacher Kai has a very high talent for Hakkai. In just 3 days, Kaido has initially mastered the armament hockey. Although I haven't been able to cover my entire arm with armament hockey yet, I should be able to do it in a few days. "Captain, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead," shouted a crew member at the lookout. "Wah, guys, go shoot them all." At Rox's command, the miscellaneous soldiers of the Rox pirates rushed forward. As for the likes of the Golden Lion, they had no intention of going up to rob. After all, it was just an ordinary pirate ship, not a pirate group like the Roger Pirates. They had no interest in it at all. "It seems like there are some good people here. Kaido, do you want to try out the results of your training these days?" Lingtian looked at the pirate ship opposite and released his observation domineering and couldn't help but speak to Kaido. Lingtian used his observation hockey to discover that there was a guy on the opposite side whose strength was similar to Kaido's current strength. Although such a guy is not enough to attract the attention of people like Golden Lion, he is just right for Kaido now. "Okay, let them see the results of my training these days." Kaido picked up the mace and jumped to the pirate ship opposite. Lingtian also jumped over when he saw Kaido's appearance. Although the guy opposite was similar to Kaido, it was hard to say whether Kaido now would be as reckless as Jack in the future. After all, Kaido now was young and energetic and had never experienced jail time. Lingtian jumped onto the pirate ship opposite and saw Kaido confronting a man in samurai attire with a knife on his waist. "My name is Yankside Mingshi, and I am the captain of the sword pirates." The man introduced himself. "Whoever you are, take my stick." Kaido didn't even say a word to Mingshi and just jumped over and hit him with a stick. Unfortunately, as Mingshi was a swordsman, his speed must be quite fast, and he dodged Kaido's attack with just a jump back. "Ichisatsu, draw the sword." Mingshi drew his sword and swung it at Kaido, only to see a flash of sword light hit Kaido and knocked him back several steps. Sure enough, Kaido's speed is a flaw now. Lingtian couldn't help but think as he watched their fight that Kaido now no longer possessed the top-level observation hockey like before, and was no longer able to predict things in advance. Hateful. Kaido launched continuous attacks on Mingshi. Kaido knows that speed is his weakness, but physical strength is his strength. As long as he can exhaust the opponent's physical strength, he will be the winner. But the imagination is beautiful, but the execution is not so good. Mingshi is not a fool. He can think of what Kaido can think of. After that, Mingshi just dodged every attack from Kaido. This guy is very strong, and there's another guy next to him who's watching closely. I can't run away. That it seems like I can only fight to the death? Mingshi thought as he dodged Kaido's attack. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. You are really looking for death. Kaido was furious when he saw that the opponent was distracted, and he attacked Mingshi with all his strength. Although it didn't hit Mingshi, this powerful blow directly broke the sword pirate's pirate ship in half. What a terrifying power. Mingshi couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. Although he could cut the pirate ship in half with a full strength attack, this was only possible because of the sword skills he had practiced hard day and night, while Kaido obviously did it only with his own physical strength. The Toryu Tiger Leap. Mingshi pushed Kaido back with one sword, and at the same time put some distance between himself and Kaido. I know I can't escape this time, but before that, please show me my strongest sword skills that I have been training for a long time. As Mingxi spoke, purple mist emerged from his body, and then the purple mist returned to the knife in Mingxi's hand. This is the life energy of that swordsman. The Golden Lion could tell at a glance that Mingxi's purple energy was the atomized form of his life energy. Not only Golden Lion, but also other people who did not participate in the battle but were watching it could see it. Of course, Lingtian was not included. After all, Lingtian's current eyesight was not enough to see through life energy. Its word, style, secret technique, sword body. A huge slash came towards Kaido. Facing this slash, Kaido's intuition told him that he would die if he took it, but it was impossible for him to dodge this slash with his speed. Kaido could only hold the mace in his hand against his chest, trying to reduce the power of the blow in this way. Spiritual art, defense, optical drive. Although Lingtian didn't know what the purple mist was, he could feel the power of this slash. He naturally wouldn't just ignore it. After all, he is Kaido's elder brother now. Countless rays of light turned into 3 light shields blocking Kaido. Click, click, click. 3 crackling sounds were heard, and Lingtian's light shield was instantly destroyed. This was because this move originally required charging, but Lingtian used it instantly. It was only a LV1 spiritual technique, so it was naturally vulnerable. Lingtian naturally knew that he could not block this move, and his purpose was to reduce the power of this blow. Click. Boom. Gudo. Kaido's mace was instantly shattered into pieces by the slash, and Kaido himself was knocked into the sea by this move. Spiritual art, assisted wind. Gentle breezes brought Kaido out of the sea, and there was a huge sword scar on Kaido's chest, extending from his shoulder to his waist. Even with such a large sword mark, it only knocked Kaido unconscious. This made Lingtian sigh that he was worthy of being the strongest creature on land, sea, and air in the future, and his physical body was indeed strong. My strongest attack can only knock him out. I lose. Mingxi looked at the unconscious Kaido and shook his head with a bitter smile. Then all we saw was Mingxi's skin aging instantly, and finally his skin turned to ashes, leaving only a pile of bones, a knife, and a devil fruit. Lingtian picked up the knife and the devil fruit. Ding, a devil fruit is detected on the host ID, but you want to use the devil fruit to unlock the next seal of lightning. Ding, the host's devil fruit is detected to be animal type, fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, triggering the selection task. Task 300, absorb the devil fruit of the animal system, fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, and change the plot of One Piece. Reward, 300 sword skill points, spirit points. Task 300, according to the original plot, give Kaido the animal type fish fruit, mythical beast type, blue dragon devil fruit. Reward, 300 sword skill points, spirit points, and open the lucky draw store. I choose to. When Lingtian saw this scene, he made a choice without thinking. Although the rewards for the 2 choices were similar, the second one also came with the opening of a lottery shop. Besides, as Kaido was his younger brother, it was reasonable for him to give the devil fruit to Kaido. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the choice. Reward, 300 sword skill points, 300 spirit points. Ding, the lottery store has been opened. Please check it yourself. Warm tips, please do as you choose. If the host absorbs the devil fruit, the system will reclaim all of the host's abilities. Lingtian didn't feel anything when he saw the system's prompt. After all, as long as he did what he chose, there would be no problem. After reading the system's prompts, Lingtian used spiritual techniques to bring Kaido back to the Rock's pirate ship, and then sent Kaido back to Lingtian's bed and bandaged him. Because Kaido is just an ordinary crew member now, Kaido's room is the same as other ordinary pirates. After all, the space on the ship is so small, except for some powerful crew members who can get an independent room, others have dozens of people in one room. Lingtian naturally had his own independent room. In order for Kaido to recover better, Lingtian brought Kaido to his room. Chapter 5 Lottery Shop. Lingtian looked at the 320 sword skill points and 322 spirit points on his attribute panel, added 150 sword skill points to the complete collection of its Tsurugi, added 150 spirit points to spiritual arts, 40 to armament haki, 40 to observation haki, and 90 to unlock domineering haki 1 to improve domineering haki. Properties panel. Host, Dockley D. Lingtian. Ability, sealing device, lightning. The first seal, Guining, unlocked. The second seal, Under the Moon, unlocked. The third seal, Savagery. requires a devil fruit to unlock. The fourth seal, Basya, unlock the previous level to view the unlocking method. Fencing. Complete works of one sword style, LV3, 200 sword skill points are required to unlock the next level. Complete collection of 2 swords, not unlocked, need to have a second supreme sword or a weapon higher than the supreme sword to unlock. Spiritual skill, LV3, 200 spiritual points are required to unlock the next level. 3 colors domineering. Armament hockey, LV2, requires 80 spirit points to unlock the next level. Observation hockey, LV2, requires 80 spirit points to unlock the next level. Overlord hockey, LV2, 120 spirit points are required to unlock the next level. Sword skill points, 170. 5 sword skill points can be obtained by swinging the sword times a day. Spirit points, 2 spirit points for each hour of training. Note, the time spent swinging the sword is also counted as training time. Lottery shop. Number of draws available, 1 draw per day. The draw pool is divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and purple gold from low to high. Probability is bronze, 63.9%, silver, 20%, gold, 10%, platinum, 5%, diamond, 1%, purple gold, 0.1%. The gold will be drawn once in 10 consecutive draws. A platinum will be drawn once in 50 consecutive draws, a diamond will be drawn once in 100 consecutive draws, and a purple gold will be drawn once in 1,000 consecutive draws. Lingtian looked at the instructions for the number of draws and clicked on the draw shop. Lottery shop. Bronze. Some ordinary items, which are meaningless for improving your strength, in addition to drawing lots. You can also use 10 spirit points to purchase them. Silver. A miscellaneous collection of items. They may be useful for improving your strength. Let's see how your luck is. Gold. An item that increases your strength by 100%. How much it increases your strength depends on your luck. Platinum. An item that increases strength 100%. The item drawn will increase the user's strength to the level of a future Shichibukai, or at least to the level of a future buggy. Diamond. An item that increases strength by 100%. The item drawn will increase the user's strength to the level of the 4 emperors in the future. Purple gold. An item that increases strength 100%. The item drawn can enable the user to reach the limit of strength in this world. Punching the 5 elders and kicking him is no problem. Fuck. Lingtian shouted, and everyone on the Rocks pirate ship heard it. What's wrong with that kid? Why is he shouting so loudly all of a sudden? Newgate was so frightened when he heard Lingtian shout fuck that he almost dropped the rum in his hand. Lingtian didn't know all this, that he only knew that as long as he survived for 3 years, he would be able to punch the 5 elders and kick him. Ding, it is detected that the host has a chance to draw a lottery. Dio, you want to draw a lottery, since the host can get at least gold level items in the first draw. Lottery. Lingtian thought about it and decided to draw the lottery once, at least this time there was a gold level guarantee, which was not too bad in terms of both reason and emotion. If he could draw platinum or diamond, he would make a fortune. A roulette wheel appeared in front of Lingtian. This roulette wheel had 4 areas. Gold occupied 4/10 of the roulette wheel, platinum occupied 3/10 of the roulette wheel, diamond occupied 2/10 of the roulette wheel, and purple gold occupied only 1/10 of the roulette wheel. The pointer on the roulette wheel started to spin rapidly, and then slowly stopped. Lingtian's heart began to beat rapidly when he saw the pointer was about to stop at the purple gold. Can I punch the 5 elders and kick him today? Just as Lingtian was thinking this, the pointer turned between purple gold, and Lingtian clearly saw that the proportion of the pointer on gold was a little bit more than that on purple gold. Just a little bit. Do not. Lingtian screamed in despair. Pong. With a bang, a freshly opened bottle of rum outside the deck fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Newgate couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this scene. He had just opened a bottle of rum when he heard Lingtian shouting, and the rum fell to the ground. In Lingtian's room, the roulette wheel emitted a golden light, and a huge mace appeared in front of Lingtian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Thunder Mace. Lingtian's mouth twitched as he looked at the mace that appeared in front of him. Does the system know that Kaido's mace is broken? Lingtian looked at the mace in front of him and checked its properties. Thunder Mace, a mace made of special metal that has the ability to induce lightning. The hardness of this mace is the hardest in the world of pirates, and it will not be damaged no matter what kind of damage it receives. Lingtian looked at the hardness of the mace and suddenly wanted to use lightning to try to see if he could cut the mace. After all, both of them were products of the system. However, this idea was suppressed by Lingtian as soon as he had it. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters, the Rock's pirate ship is now heading towards God's Valley. Go notify Garp, who is near God's Valley, and ask him to stop Rocks. We must not let Rocks harm the pregnant celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. Kong Wukong said to Zhang Guo while looking at the report in his hand. The Valley of Gods is where the celestial dragons get pregnant. Although Marihoa is safer, there are too many slaves there, and many slaves died in Marihoa. Many celestial dragons believe that getting pregnant in Marihoa will affect the babies in their bodies, so they build a place in the Valley of Gods for celestial dragons to get pregnant. I understand, Marshal Kong. I will inform Garp right away. Sengoku also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he replied to Cyborg Sora and went to inform Garp. On Garp's side, he was chasing Roger. Looking at the Roger pirates approaching, Garp laughed. Ah, Roger, just surrender. I will never let you escape. Vice Admiral Garp, your call. A Marine said while holding a Den Den Mushi. This Den Den Mushi is a special Den Den Mushi that is in contact with Sengoku. Generally, Sengoku will only use this Den Den Mushi under special circumstances. Garp took a look at the Den Den Mushi and picked it up. What's wrong, Sengoku? Garp only hoped that Sengoku was hitting this Den Den Mushi because he couldn't get through to his Vice Admiral's exclusive Den Den Mushi. After all, he didn't want anything big and troublesome to happen. But unfortunately, Garp was wrong. This time, Sengoku was fighting the Den Den Mushi because he was in big trouble. Garp, now I have an important task for you to do. Den Den Mushi, who had transformed into a Sengoku-style figure, spoke. What's up? Garp picked his nose and walked with all his heart. Be serious, Garp. This matter is very serious. Sengoku heard Garp's careful shouting. Listen carefully, Garp. The Rock's pirates are sailing towards the Valley of the Gods. The Marshal speculates that Rock's target is the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. So the Marshal asked you, who is closest to the Valley of God, to stop Rocks. You must stop Rocks by any means necessary. If possible, you can cooperate with the Roger pirate. I believe the Roger pirates will not sit idly by. Sengoku gave Garp advice as he explained the mission to him. TSK, you actually asked me to protect those rubbish of the celestial dragons. When Garp heard that Sengoku actually asked him to protect the celestial dragons, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Garp, I know you don't want to protect the celestial dragons, but you have to go this time. You should know what the consequences will be if the celestial dragons are killed in the Valley of the Gods. I see. After saying that, Garp hung up the Den Den Mushi. Garp also knew the seriousness of the matter. If Rocks were allowed to kill the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods, people in this world would follow Rock's example, and then those countries that were oppressed by the celestial dragons would rise up and attack him. I'm afraid that by then, as long as the celestial dragons leave Marihoa, they will be killed immediately. Although the celestial dragons are usually protected by CP, there is no guarantee that some powerful people will attack the celestial dragons. Full speed ahead, we're heading to Roger's pirate ship. Garp gave the order. Garp knew that he could not stop Rocks by himself, so he planned to cooperate with Roger. After all, Sengoku said that he could cooperate with Roger. Captain, Garp's ship has accelerated. Should we speed up? Jabba, one of the two arms of Roger's pirate group, saw Garp's warship suddenly accelerate and spoke. Haha, no need for that. If Garp wants to start a war, let them see the strength of our Roger pirates. Roger walked to the stern and looked at the accelerating warship and laughed. Young men, prepare for battle. When the crew members of Roger's pirate group heard Roger's words, they all took fighting positions. Ah, Roger, there's no need to be so hostile to me. Cap laughed as the warship approached Roger's Oro Jackson. Don't be ridiculous, Garp. I'm a pirate. Do you think I should greet you, the Navy, with a smile? Roger laughed and put his left foot on the railing at the stern of the Oro Jackson and spoke. Don't worry, Roger, I'm not here to fight you this time. Garp took a bite of Sinbei and spoke. Are you kidding me, Garp? When the Navy and pirates meet, you tell me it's not a battle. Roger spoke up when he heard Garp's words. Garp did not speak, but asked his deputy Bogart to explain to Roger that Rocks was sailing towards the Valley of the Gods, and explain the consequences if Rocks enter the Valley of the Gods. After listening to Bogart's words, Roger thought for a while and decided to cooperate with Garp. Although he is a pirate, he does not want riots to happen in the world. As for the other crew members of Roger's pirates, they had no objection. They would go wherever the captain went. They were the famous Roger pirates. My friends, change your course and head for the Valley of the Gods. Oh. In this way, Garp and Roger sailed towards the Valley of the Gods together. Chapter 6 Target, Valley of the Gods. What's wrong, kid? Why didn't you go to training today? Golden Lion couldn't help but ask as he looked at Lingtian, who was in a daze on the deck. Normally, Lingtian would be training at this time, but today he did not go to training, but sat on the deck looking at the sea. What? It's Shiki. Lingtian looked at the person who came, wondering what he was thinking, and did not answer Shurji's question. What's wrong with you today? Shichi said to himself while sitting next to Lingtian with a bottle of rum. It may be a bit uneasy these days. You know that too, Shiki? Lingtian said with some curiosity. In the morning, Lingtian learned from Newgate that their route this time was the Valley of the Gods of the Celestial Dragons. Lingtian, who is familiar with the original work, naturally knows what the consequences will be if the Rocks Pirates go to the Valley of the Gods. In the original work, the Rocks Pirates were disbanded in the Valley of the Gods, and Rocks was killed by Garp and Roger in the Valley of the Gods. Through what he has learned over the past few days, Lingtian knows that the members of the Rocks Pirates are not united, and they only have to stay on this ship because of Rocks' strength. When he first watched the anime, he was puzzled. The Rocks Pirates had 3 of the future 4 emperors and the great pirate Golden Lion. There was no way they should have been defeated by Garp and Roger. Now he understood. It turned out that the people in the Rocks Pirates didn't want to help Rocks at all. They were afraid that if Rocks showed signs of failure, the people in the Rocks Pirates would leave immediately. Yes, the rum on board is almost gone, and our goal on this voyage is to not be able to replenish supplies. Shichi took a sip of rum and spoke with some complaints. After hearing what Shurji said, Lingtian didn't know what to say. Lingtian ignored Shurji and walked towards the exclusive room for cadres. In the original work, the reason why Kaido could leave the Valley of the Gods as a newcomer was because of the existence of Charlotte Lin Lin. But now because of the appearance of Lingtian, Kaido has no contact with Charlotte Lin Lin, so this time Charlotte Lin Lin will definitely not take Kaido with her. He had to think about how to take Kaido away when the time came. With his current strength, he might not even be able to leave the Valley of the Gods. The reason why he was able to stop the joint efforts of Garp and Sengoku last time was because Garp and Sengoku did not know his abilities, and because of the presence of Newgate and others nearby, Garp and Sengoku did not use their full strength. If Sengoku and Garp used their full strength, he would probably fall down in less than a minute. While Lingtian was thinking, he had already walked to the door of a room reserved for cadres. There was a crescent-shaped beard painted on the door. That's right, this room is Newgate's room. He wants to find Newgate to see if he can let Newgate take him and Kaido away when the time comes. Dong dong dong. Lingtian knocked on the door of Newgate's room. Come in. Newgate spoke in the room. Lingtian heard Newgate's voice and opened the door and walked in. Gulala, it turns out to be Lingtian. Newgate took a sip of rum and said to Lingtian, "What do you want to see me for?" Newgate, "I want you to do me a favor," Lingtian said straight to the point. Gulala, Lingtian boy, just tell me. I will definitely help you as long as it is something I can do, Newgate said generously. Newgate, what do you think the captain's purpose for going to the Valley of the Gods this time is? Lingtian did not tell Newgate what he needed his help with, but instead asked this question. Didn't the captain say that we were going to the Valley of the Gods because there was a powerful devil fruit there? Newgate replied, just because of a devil fruit. The captain is going to the Celestial Dragon's territory? Lingtian sat next to Newgate and said, Newgate, what do you think will happen if the captain harms the Celestial Dragon's navy or even the world government? Newgate took a sip of his rum and said nothing. If the captain hurts or even kills the Celestial Dragon navy, even the world government will send people to kill Rocks, and all of us in the Rocks Pirates who know about this. Lingtian continued to speak to Newgate. Well, Newgate put down his rum and said, it seems you know it too. Lingtian was stunned when he heard Newgate's words. What's the meaning? As you said, Captain, his purpose for going to the Valley of the Gods is the Celestial Dragons. I'm afraid his purpose is to kill the Celestial Dragons and then disrupt the world. That's why I told you the destination of our ship this morning, Newgate said seriously. I'm afraid the Navy and the world government have already sent people to station in the Valley of the Gods. Although Newgate thinks so, in fact, there are only a few CPs and Garp and Roger who are rushing to God Valley. The reason for this is that the Celestial Dragons are too arrogant. Even though the Navy already knows that the route of the Rocks Pirates is God Valley and told them, the Celestial Dragons still believe that Rocks dare not attack them. So they did not accept the reinforcements sent by the world government. As for Garp, in the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, the Navy was just a dog of theirs, someone who could be called upon and dismissed at will. So what are you going to do, Newgate? Lingtian wanted to hear Newgate's plan and see how he would do it. Let's see what the situation is. If the captain can't beat them, we'll leave immediately. If the captain can deal with them, we'll have no choice but to stay. No matter what Newgate said, he knew very well that it was wishful thinking for Rox to deal with the world government with his ability, unless they gave Rox their full support. But such a thing would not happen. Newgate knew very well that no one in the Rox pirates would risk their life for Rox, and as soon as Rox was defeated, they would all flee for their lives. Then if the captain is really defeated, can you please take Kaido away? Lingtian stated the purpose of his coming here. Kaido, is that the kid you coached? When Newgate heard Lingtian's words, he remembered the domineering kid coached by Lingtian. That's right. What about you? Newgate asked curiously. I will find a way to leave by myself, but if I take Kaido with me, I am afraid I won't be able to estimate him. After all, I don't have the same power as you guys, Newgate. Lingtian explained to Newgate. Really? Don't worry, kid, I agree to your request, Newgate said after taking a sip of rum. Seeing that Newgate agreed, Lingtian talked about some plans with Newgate and then left. As for why Lingtian didn't let Newgate take him away with him, it was of course because of the task issued by the system. Ding, the system issues a mission, the fall of the hero. Follow the Rox pirates to the Valley of the Gods and witness the fall of Rox. Ding, the system issues a mission, Tian Go Fong Fong. Leave the Valley of Gods with your own strength. Because of these two missions, Lingtian had to follow the Rox pirates to the Valley of the Gods. If it weren't for these two missions, Lingtian would have wanted to get off the ship halfway. Lingtian waited for Kaido to wake up and told him about the Valley of the Gods, and told him that if anything happened at that time, Newgate would take him away. Lingtian has been teaching Kaido hockey these days. I don't know if it was because of the last battle or because Teacher Kai is too talented, but Kaido learned armament hockey in just 2 days. After that, Kaido seemed to be cheating. One day, he learned the observation hockey, and the next day he burst out with Conqueror hockey. Lingtian could only sigh. He was indeed worthy of being called Teacher Kai. Just like that, on the 5th day, the ship of the Rox pirates had arrived near the Valley of the Gods. Kaido, eat this. Early in the morning of the 5th day, Lingtian called Kaido over and took out a devil fruit and gave it to Kaido. This devil fruit is the animal-type fish fruit, mythical beast-type, blue dragon form that Lingtian obtained last time. This is a devil fruit. Kaido looked at the devil fruit in Lingtian's hand and said quickly, "This thing is too precious. I can't use it. You should eat it, big brother." Kaido, had you forgotten what I told you before about what will happen next? Lingtian said to Kaido seriously, "You can only survive the next battle if you have strong strength." This. Kaido was still a little hesitant when looking at the devil fruit in Lingtian's hand. "Here, if you still recognize me as your big brother, then eat this devil fruit." Lingtian saw that Kaido was still hesitating and directly stuffed the fish fruit into Kaido's hand and said angrily, Okay. Kaido took the fish fruit and ate it. He also knew that only with great strength could he survive the next battle, so Lingtian told him that Newgate would be responsible for taking him away, but if he died while leaving, Newgate would be helpless. When Kaido ate the fish fruit, his body became a little bigger. "Hurry up and get familiar with this devil fruit." Lingtian said something to Kaido and walked outside, because an island appeared in front of their pirate group, and Lingtian also knew that they had arrived at the Valley of the Gods. Previously, Lingtian guided Kaido in practicing hockey and obtained 600 sword skill points and 600 spirit points. He spent 600 to upgrade the complete set of its word style to LV5, and spent 480 spirit points to upgrade the armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror hockey to LV3, and the spiritual technique to LV4. The highest level of sword skills and spiritual arts is LV10, and the highest level of domineering is LV5, which means that his current domineering has reached the level of an ordinary brigadier general, and his sword skills have also reached the level of a lieutenant general. Of course, the vice admirals here naturally do not include Garp, but Garp's strength should be considered above the admirals, but still a little short of the 5 elders. That as for him, the top ceiling combat power in the pirate world, his strength is even worse. Lingtian even felt that even if the current Rox pirates were united, they would not be a match for him alone. As for how Lingtian knew, nonsense, of course it's just a guess. Lingtian has never seen Yim, so how could he know Yim's combat power? Chapter 7 Lingtian vs. Rayleigh. When the Rox pirates' pirate ship arrived at God Valley, Garp's Navy warships and Roger's pirate group had already arrived at God Valley early. Ha, Garp, are you going to stop us? Rox stood at the bow and looked at Garp and laughed. Rox, you want to attack the celestial dragons. This is something the world government will never allow. I will stop your plot right here. Garp also said to Rox. Come on guys, I want to see how you can stop me. Rox waved his hand and all the other pirates rushed out, but the other cadres did not follow. Rox saw that the cadres did not take action and did not care. As long as he defeated Garp, he could conquer the other cadres. He had long known that other cadres did not truly follow him, but he did not care. As long as he had enough strength, they would naturally submit to him. Thinking of this, Rox jumped in front of Garp. Why, the Navy wants to cooperate with pirates? Rox saw Roger next to Garp and taunted. Any means is worth it as long as I can defeat you. Garp didn't care as long as he could defeat Rox. He didn't mind cooperating with Roger. He also knew that Roger was not the kind of pirate who burned, killed, and looted, so he was not averse to cooperating with Roger. Rox was fighting, while Lingtian and his team were staring at each other with pirate leaders like Rayleigh and naval generals like Bogart. How about a fight? Golden Lion Shiki was eager to try, holding his two swords. Ma'am, Shichi, if you want to fight, go by yourself. I don't want to go with you, Charlotte Lingling said with a smile after taking a bite of cake. Tisk, that's boring. Seeing that no one else was taking action, Ski went back to the cabin and got out a bottle of rum to drink. Newgate and his men didn't want to fight with Rayleigh and his men. Rox couldn't beat Garp and Roger. They could run away immediately. Seeing that Newgate and the others had no intention of taking action, Lingtian did not take action either. What he wanted was to just wait until Rox was defeated by Garp and Roger, and then leave with the main force. In this way, he could perfectly complete the system's task. Ding, the system has issued a mission: challenge the strong. Compete with Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Complete the mission to receive 1,000 sword skill points and 1,000 spirit points. Tips: this task is optional. System: you actually test me with this kind of temptation. Who can resist such temptation? This is 1,000 sword skill points and 1,000 spirit points. It would take him a long time to achieve these through normal sword swinging and training. System: you want to get my reward for free? I will control you. Thinking of this, Lingtian drew the knife from his waist and jumped off the pirate ship. I heard that Roger Pirate's vice captain's swordsmanship is amazing. I would like to ask for your advice today. Why did Lingtian go out? Newgate was a little confused when he saw Lingtian jumping off the pirate ship, but he didn't think much of it. After all, Lingtian asked him to protect Kaido. Newgate was thinking that Lingtian might have some ideas of his own. Lingtian pointed the knife at Rayleigh and spoke. Rayleigh, the kid over there said he wants to ask you for advice, Jabba said to Rayleigh with a smile. Little boy, if that's the case, then I'll teach you a lesson. Rayleigh jumped off the pirate ship and drew his sword. Rox Pirates, Bounty 1,000,000 berries, Speed Sword Ghost, Dockley D. Lingtian. The sword in Lingtian's hand was covered with a pitch-black armed color, and he introduced himself with domineering aura. Roger Pirates, Bounty 10 billion berries, Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh also introduced himself but did not add armament hockey to his sword. Lingtian understood upon seeing this that Rayleigh was looking down on him. Lingtian also knew that his mere 1,000,000 berries might just be a bigger cannon fodder in Rayleigh's eyes. Its word style, Spinning Dragon. Lingtian swung his sword forward, and a black dragon rushed towards Rayleigh. Jiang. Rayleigh blocked Lingtian's attack with a flying slash. Under the moon solution. Upon seeing this, Lingtian directly unlocked the second seal of lightning, and Lingtian's feet were immediately covered with purple armor. The second seal of lightning increases speed by 100%, strength by 50%, sword skills by 30%, and special abilities by 10%. This allowed Lingtian's speed to reach a level that was enough to keep up with Rayleigh's. Seeing the aura emanating from Lingtian, Rayleigh couldn't help but become a little serious. He felt a hint of threat from Lingtian. Ryu's sword return. Lingtian himself moved at high speed, slashing at Rayleigh with all kinds of attacks. But Rayleigh just moved his body slightly to avoid Lingtian's attack. This was the result of the use of advanced observation hockey. One sword style, Devil Locking Sword. Lingtian roared when he saw that Rayleigh dodged his attack by just moving slightly. Dark red chains tied up Rayleigh and countless flying swords stabbed at Rayleigh. What a weird ability, boy. Are you a devil fruit user? Rayleigh looked at the dark red chains that bound him and spoke. Who knows? Lingtian shouted back, watching the countless flying swords stabbing towards Rayleigh. Boom! An invisible energy shattered the flying sword that was stabbing at Rayleigh, and the chains that bound Rayleigh. Lingtian felt this energy and instantly understood that it was the domineering aura of the king. As expected of the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, he even uses this one-in-a-million conqueror's haki. Lingtian praised Rayleigh, and then a similar energy burst out from Lingtian's body. Rayleigh was also shocked. He couldn't imagine that a member of the Rock's Pirates, whom he had never heard of, actually had the temperament of a king. I didn't expect this kid to have the domineering aura too. Cap's deputy Bogart was also a little shocked. I didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply. Golden Lion couldn't help but be slightly shocked after taking a sip of rum. Galala, Lingtian really gave us a big surprise. Newgate looked at Lingtian and laughed. Everyone present had their own changes. Boy, you've been fighting for so long. It's my turn now. Rayleigh clenched the knife in his hand, swung it down with the blessing of armed color, and a huge black slash attacked Lingtian. Spiritual skills, assistance, sword skills, blessing. This move can increase sword skills by 50%. The knife in Lingtian's hand also became darker. This was a result of Lingtian using all his strength to activate the armament haki. Seeing this, Lingtian used all his strength to activate the ability that could amplify his sword skills. One sword style, Starry Sky. Countless sword lights gathered into a huge slash, which collided with Rayleigh's slash and produced a powerful impact that spread around. Boom! The two slashes canceled each other out, leaving a huge crater in between. P.S. Because the author felt that the protagonist's combat power was too weak when fighting against Golden Lion, Garp, and Sengoku in the previous part, he made some modifications. The modifications were made in the first chapter when a protagonist fought against Golden Lion. 8. Chapter 8, The Giant Knife. Boy, it seems that your swordsmanship is pretty good. Rayleigh couldn't help but praise Lingtian as he looked at the deep pit in front of him. Lingtian saw that the sword skills he had put all his strength into could only offset a random attack from Rayleigh with the armament haki. Rayleigh, next is my strongest move. If you can take it, you win. Lingtian looked at Rayleigh with serious eyes and said, Oh, then let me see your strongest move. Rayleigh became interested instantly when he saw Lingtian say this. Lingtian put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard. Its word style, final secret, flowing light. This is the strongest secret of Itoryu. There are 3 sets of secrets in the complete collection of Itoryu, and this one is the strongest one. Lingtian drew out the knife from his waist. Although it looked very fast, it felt very slow to everyone. Boom! I saw a vortex appear in the sky, and a huge knife emerged from the vortex. Rayleigh said in shock as he looked at the huge knife. Not only Rayleigh, but everyone around was shocked. That huge knife was even bigger than the entire Valley of Gods. With this blow, not only Rayleigh, but everyone in the Valley of Gods will die here. Lingtian boy. Newgate shouted at Lingtian. Lingtian naturally knew what the consequences would be if this sword came down, but this was the first time he used this move, so he could only try his best to control the huge knife from falling. Everyone joins in. Newgate noticed Lingtian's condition and immediately spoke to the other cadres of the Rock's Pirates. Newgate saw Lingtian's condition, and naturally everyone else saw it too, so no one objected. Not only the people from the Rock's Pirates, but also the Roger Pirates and the Navy, anyone with a little bit of strength took action. Then all kinds of attacks were directed towards the huge sword. Click. But even so many attacks only made a crack in the huge knife. After all, this is the strongest attack in the entire sword style given by the system. Although it has not yet exerted its strongest power, it is only the attack power that is not good, and the defense power has begun to max out. Boom! A bolt of lightning burst out from a distance and instantly shattered the huge knife. Mariho, 5 Elder Stars. Was it Lord Emu who took action just now? One of the 5 elders holding a sword looked in the direction of him and spoke. It seems so. That direction is the Valley of Gods. Another of the 5 elders with a mustache looked in the direction of the Valley of the Gods and replied, Did something happen in the Valley of the Gods? The curly-haired 5 elders also murmured, Valley of the Gods. What was that move just now? Shichi looked at the place where the lightning came from and swallowed his saliva. The others ignored Shichi, and Newgate jumped directly off the pirate ship and came to Lingtian. Lingtian used up all his strength in using this move. Now the man was kneeling on the ground. If it weren't for the lightning in his hand, Lingtian would have fallen down long ago. Lingtian, are you okay? Newgate supported Lingtian and spoke. It's okay. I just ran out of energy. Lingtian did not tell Newgate about his specific situation. In fact, in addition to exhausting his physical strength, he also consumed a lot of vitality. Lingtian estimated that if he used it 3 or 4 more times, he would die from exhaustion of vitality. Boy, I lost, Rayleigh said as he looked at Lingtian, who was supported by Newgate. Admitted it. Lingtian smiled slightly. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 1,000 sword skill points and 1,000 spirit points. When Lingtian heard the system's voice, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At least my vitality was not wasted. Properties panel. Properties panel. Host, Dockley D. Lingtian. Ability, Sealing Device, Lightning. The first seal, Goel unlocked. The second seal, Under the Moon, unlocked. The third seal, Savagery, requires a devil fruit to unlock. The fourth seal, Basya, unlocked the previous level to view the unlocking method. Fencing. Complete works of one sword style, LV5, 800 sword skill points are required to unlock the next level. Complete collection of 2 swords, not unlocked, need to have a second supreme sword or a weapon higher than the supreme sword to unlock. Spiritual skill, LV4, 400 spiritual points are required to unlock the next level. 3 colors domineering. Armament hockey, LV3, requires 160 spirit points to unlock the next level. Observation hockey, LV3, requires 160 spirit points to unlock the next level. Overlord hockey, LV3, 240 spirit points are required to unlock the next level. Sword skill points, 1170. 5 sword skill points can be obtained by swinging the sword times a day. Spirit points, 1122, 2 spirit points for each hour of training. Note, the time spent swinging the sword is also counted as training time. Lottery shop. Number of draws available 5, 1 draw per day. The draw pool is divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and purple gold from low to high. Probability is bronze, 100%, silver, 50%, gold, 10%, platinum, 5%, diamond, 1%, purple gold, 0.1%. A gold will be drawn once in 10 consecutive draws. A platinum will be drawn once in 50 consecutive draws. A diamond will be drawn once in 100 consecutive draws. And a purple gold will be drawn once in 1,000 consecutive draws. Lingtian looked at the attribute panel and thought for a while before directly spending 800 sword skill points to upgrade the 1 sword flow to LV6. 640160 LV4240 LV4. Feeling the changes in his body, Lingtian felt that he could now kill Rayleigh in seconds. Rayleigh, you're cheating. You're amazing. Although he thought so, Lingtian did not look for a fight with Rayleigh. Lingtian was helped back to the pirate ship by Newgate, and Rayleigh also jumped back to the pirate ship. As for Bogart ordering a marine to record the fight between Lingtian and Rayleigh, he had a hunch that Lingtian would never become a pirate that endangered the sea in the future. Although he thought so, Bogart did not go to capture Lingtian. First of all, the cadres of the Rocks pirates were here, so he might not be able to capture Lingtian, and Rayleigh and the others would definitely not help him. Secondly, the main target now was Rocks. Brother, are you okay? Kaido said with a worried look on his face when he saw Newgate helping Lingtian come back. It's okay. Lingtian saw Kaido's worry and smiled at him. Just as the battle on Lingtian's side ended, the battle on Rock's side was almost over. Rocks, Garp and Roger were all covered in blood. However, Lingtian, who now possessed the LV4 observation hockey, could clearly feel that Rock's breath was low, while Garp and Roger's breath were extremely strong. There are people with good strength around, so they can naturally feel Rox's condition. I'm leaving first. Shiki was the first to speak when he felt Rox's presence. After saying that, he flew away, and when he left, he took away a small pirate ship. Rayleigh and the others saw this but didn't care about Ski. They wanted to prevent the Navy from going back on their word after their captain fought with Rox. Mama, I'm leaving first. Zeus, Charlotte Lingling, also left riding on a dark cloud. Let's go too, Newgate said to Lingtian. Newgate, you and Kaido go first. Lingtian said to Newgate. Nonsense, how could you possibly escape from them with your current health? Newgate said angrily. Yes, brother, come with us, Kaido also persuaded. With Lingtian's current physical condition, it is impossible for him to escape from Garp, Roger, and others. It's okay, Newgate, have you forgotten what you promised me? Lingtian said to Newgate based on the previous agreement. Kaido, when Newgate takes you away, go and establish your own pirate group. When your pirate group becomes famous, I will come to find you. Lingtian also comforted Kaido. Brother Kaido also knew Lingtian's character and nodded. When my pirate group becomes famous, you must come to me. Well, we have an agreement. Lingtian took out a golden bracelet and handed it to Kaido. This is the locator that Lingtian won in a lottery. As long as Kaido carries this locator, Lingtian can find him no matter where he is. But now Newgate still wanted to take Lingtian away with him. It's okay, I'll leave Newgate Kaido in your hands. Seeing Lingtian like this, Newgate didn't say anything. He took Kaido and jumped onto a pirate ship and left. The only person who did not leave like Lingtian was John. He was the first one to follow Rocks, so he planned to stay here until the end to see if there was a chance to take Rocks away. Boy, are you going to leave with Newgate and the others? Rayleigh couldn't help but speak when he saw Lingtian staying. The battle between the three strongest men on the sea is rare in a century. How can I miss such a scene? Lingtian said to Rayleigh with a big laugh. In fact, it was because Rocks was not dead yet, so he had to stay in order to complete the system's task. Rayleigh laughed loudly after hearing Lingtian's words. Do you have the guts to come on board our boat and have a drink? Rayleigh shouted at Lingtian. Why not? Lingtian said this and jumped onto the Jackson. In the original work, Roger's personality is similar to Luffy's, so he is not afraid of Rayleigh and the others attacking him at all. While he is on the Jackson, Roger and the others may even protect him and leave the Valley of the Gods. You're such a courageous boy. Rayleigh threw a bottle of rum to Lingtian and laughed. Lingtian took the bottle of rum and took a sip. Rayleigh, I think you should have been to the island known as the Final Island, Lingtian said to Rayleigh. Yes, we have been to Shuixiangsing Island, but it is not the final island, Rayleigh replied. Indeed, Shuixiangsing Island is not the final island. If you want to go to the final island, you must first collect 4 pieces of red historical text. We know, but we don't have archaeologists who can read the original historical text, so even if we collected the original historical text, it would be useless. One day, you will find a person who will take you to the final island, Raftel. How do you know the final island is called Raftaloo? It's a secret. Chapter 9, Red-Haired Shanks. Tisk, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Rayleigh looked at Lingtian and suddenly felt like stabbing him. Do you know that keeping people in suspense is annoying? Either you don't say anything, or you tell me everything. However, Rayleigh thought of Lingtian's body and had no intention of taking action. After all, if Lingtian used that huge knife again, they might really die here. It's not that I don't want to tell Rayleigh, but if I tell you, you might not be able to reach Raftel. Lingtian made up an excuse at random. He originally just wanted to act cool in front of Rayleigh. When Lingtian and Rayleigh were talking, Rocks had already been defeated by Garp and Roger. Rocks was seen fainted in front of Garp and Roger. It looks like it's over. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said with a smile, as expected of Roger, Garp, what should we do with Rocks? Roger gasped as he looked at the unconscious Rocks. He knew that Rocks would definitely be handed over to the world government for handling, not because they were pirates and could not handle Rocks, but because when he was fighting with Rocks just now, he discovered that someone was secretly attacking Rocks. So Roger understood that there must be a strong man from the world government around. Leave it to me, Rocks. Before Garp could reply to Roger, he heard a voice. There was a man standing where the voice came from. He was wearing black clothes and black pants, and a mask on his face that exuded a sacred aura. When Roger saw that man appear, he knew that he was the one who had secretly attacked Rocks before. You are. Garp was a little surprised to see the person coming, but also felt that it made sense. You know him, Roger said after hearing what Cap said. Roger, hand Rocks over to him. Garp did not respond to Roger, but said this as a senior Navy official. He certainly knew who the visitor was. I see. Roger put Ace back into his scabbard and said something before heading towards the Jackson. He has been dealing with Garp for many years, so he knew that if Garp wanted to say something, he would have told him long ago. And if Garp didn't tell him, there was only one possibility, that is, the person who came was too strong. He is so powerful that even if he and Garp join forces, they can't defeat him. The mysterious man killed Rocks and took his body away. The entire Valley of the Gods has become devastated by the battle between Garp and his men, and it is expected that the entire Valley of the Gods will sink to the bottom of the sea in a few days. The celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods also suffered casualties due to the aftermath of their battle. Gentlemen, let's have a party. Roger laughed as he returned to the Jackson. Oh, how about it, Garp? Do you want to join us for the party? Roger invited Cap to join the party. No, Roger, I still have to report the situation here to Zhonghua. Besides, I'm a Navy. How can I hold a banquet on a pirate ship? Forget it this time. I will definitely arrest you next time. Although Garp is usually very capable, he never takes important matters lightly. Really? See you next time, then. Roger smiled, showing his crescent-shaped teeth. What? As soon as Garp returned to the warship, he left the Valley of the Gods directly. As for those celestial dragons, Garp said, I am just a lieutenant general and don't have that much power. Boy, aren't you afraid of getting on my ship alone? Roger said to Lingtian as he watched Garp leave. I don't think the famous Roger pirates would attack me when I'm injured. Lingtian picked up the wine beside him and took a sip and replied, you're quite interesting. How about getting on my boat? Roger replied to Lingtian. No, Roger, I don't belong on your ship, and I don't want to ride on a ship with someone who has only been here for a few years. Although Lingtian thinks Roger is pretty good, his goal is to see the scenery of the entire pirate world, while Roger's goal is to reach the final island, Raftel, so Lingtian is destined not to board Roger's ship. Do you know my physical condition? Roger laughed and said nonchalantly he had long felt that his body was failing, and he just wanted to complete his goal of sailing around the Grand Line before he died. What, Roger, you? When Rayleigh and the others heard the conversation between Roger and Lingtian, they couldn't help but worry about Roger. Hey, why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Rayleigh grabbed Roger's shoulders and said seriously. Rayleigh, we are pirates. Isn't it normal to have a few injuries on our bodies? Roger said in a heartless manner. You bastard, Rayleigh sighed helplessly. You have to listen to me this time. We have to find a ship doctor. Okay. Roger did not refute Rayleigh's words. After all, he knew that Rayleigh was doing this for his own good. But let's start the party first. In this way, Lingtian ate and drank for free on Roger's pirate group. Soon it was evening. Captain, look at this. A crew member of Roger's pirate group ran over holding something. Bulmelin, what are you holding in your hands? Jabba said with a smile as he looked at Bulmelin, who was running over. When Lingtian heard this, he turned his head and looked over. When Bulmelin ran closer, Lingtian could see clearly that it was a baby in Bulmelin's arms. This is Shanks. When Lingtian saw the baby, he instantly understood that in the original work, Shanks was picked up by Roger in the Valley of the Gods. Captain, it's a baby. What should we do? Jabba also saw the baby in Bulmelin's hands and said to Roger, It might be a celestial dragon's child, Rayleigh said after seeing it. The child is innocent, no matter who his parents are. Roger looked at the baby in Bulmelin's arms and pondered. Yoshi, how about letting this child be our crew member? We will raise this child. Roger made the decision immediately. After all, even though they were pirates, they couldn't just leave a baby alone. That's right, no matter who his parents are, the child is innocent. Rayleigh also agreed with Roger's decision. The other crew members had no objections. Since they were chosen by Roger as crew members, their personalities couldn't be too bad. That is to say, Roger, you guys are going to adopt this child. Lingtian couldn't help but tease when he heard what Roger and the others said. After all, you can't just leave a child alone, Roger laughed. Lingtian held a banquet on Roger's pirate ship until midnight. The other crew members got drunk, and even Roger and Rayleigh got drunk. Lingtian was the only one on the entire ship who had not yet gotten drunk. As for why Lingtian was not drunk, it was because apart from drinking the bottle of wine from Rayleigh, all he drank was milk. And why didn't Roger and the others say anything when Lingtian drank milk? That's because the outer packaging of Lingtian's milk is exactly the same as that of rum. Even the milk is transparent. Lingtian bought this milk in the bronze lottery of the system's lottery store. Using 20 spirit points. 1 box can be obtained for every 10 spirit points. Lingtian bought it for 2 days. To this, Lingtian just wanted to say, I want to sit at the children's table. Alas, it has been almost a month since I came into this world. Lingtian sat on the observation deck of the pirate ship and looked at the moon in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Early the next morning. Hey, kid, you got up so early. Rayleigh saw Lingtian sitting on the railing early in the morning. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. Lingtian complained in his heart. Rayleigh, when are you planning to leave? Lingtian did not answer Layleigh's words, but asked this question. This has to wait for Roger to make a decision. Rayleigh did not give Lingtian an accurate answer. Fine. Lingtian wanted Roger and the others to take him to an island called Redoria. Lingtian received the selection task issued by the system last night. Ding, the system issues a task, the beginning of the world. Go to Redoria Island and wait for the plot to begin. After completing the task, the system will upgrade all the host's abilities to the maximum level. And the host's age on Redoria will not age with the passage of time. When Lingtian saw the task, he immediately agreed. After all, the reward this time was full power maximum level, and his age would not change with the passage of time. Lingtian waited until Roger got up, and then discussed with Roger to ask him to take him to Redoria Island. When Roger heard Lingtian's request, he agreed without hesitation. After all, they didn't know where the final island, Raftel, was. Roger and his crew set sail at around noon, and their destination was Redoria. After several days of sailing, Lingtian and his companions finally arrived in Redoria. When Lingtian arrived in Redoria, he was dumbfounded. This was actually a primitive island without even a town. Rayleigh and Roger had heard Lingtian go to Redoria before, but they did not tell Lingtian about the situation in Redoria. Because they only knew that Redoria was an uninhabited island, they thought Lingtian came here for something and then left on their ship after he was done. Lingtian was a little dumbfounded when he saw the island, but was nothing compared to his full-level abilities. Thank you for bringing me here. That we will meet again if we are lucky enough. Lingtian said something to Roger and jumped off the pirate ship. Rayleigh and the others were also dumbfounded. Could it be that this kid wanted to settle down on this island? Hey, kid, you don't want to live on this island, do you? Roger shouted to Lingtian. Any questions? Lingtian was also a little confused when he heard Roger's words. Boy, are you sure? This is a primitive island. Rayleigh also shouted to Lingtian. I know that I plan to live in seclusion for a few years. Lingtian made up a random excuse. Okay, kid, don't get eaten by the beasts on this island, Roger teased. Don't worry. It's better to worry about your own health than worrying about me. After Lingtian finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and jumped back to the Jackson. What's up, kid? You don't plan to live in seclusion anymore? Roger said with a smile when he saw Lingtian jump back. I have something to tell you. There is a skilled doctor at the entrance to the Grand Line. With him around, you should be able to live a few more years. Lingtian just jumped back to the Jackson because he suddenly thought of Crocus. Ship's doctor, I see. Chapter 10, Whitebeard versus Roger. In the 1483rd year of the Hyuan calendar, Lingtian settled down in Redoria. On the first day, Lingtian built a wooden house that could be lived in. For drinks, Lingtian can buy a distiller and a water purifier in the lottery shop. As for food, there are so many creatures on the island that Lingtian has no worries at all. The day after Lingtian arrived in Redoria, a newspaper bird flew over Redoria, and Lingtian bought a newspaper. The headline of the newspaper read, Edward Newgate forms Whitebeard Pirates. Attached to it is a picture of Newgate holding Kirigane with a man with pineapple-like hair next to him. Lingtian recognized at a glance that it was the future Phoenix Marco. A month later, Lingtian planted some food on Redoria. After all, there were only so many animals on the island, and he would need to live here for a long time. These animals were not enough for him to eat. Lingtian had a newspaper in his hand with the title New Crew Members in Roger's Pirate Group and a picture of an old man with a flower on his head. In the year 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Whitebeard Pirates added a powerful new crew member named Kazuki Odin. In the year 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar, a great war broke out at sea between the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates. In the end, a huge rainstorm made the Roger Pirates win. This war was called the Battle of Edworth. Hyuan calendar, year 1495. Now a corner on Redoria Island has been transformed by Lingtian into a perfect environment. Today, Lingtian felt that a pirate ship had landed on the island from the north and south of Redoria. An hour ago, north of Redoria. Dad, there is an island ahead. Should we go to the island to rest? A man with a pineapple hairstyle said to a tall man with a crescent shape. Galala, in that case, let's go to the island to rest. Newgate walked to the bow and said, Sons, drive the boat over. Oh. Soon Whitebeard's Moby Dick arrived on Redoria. And to the south of Redoria. Roger, this time we must ask that guy where we can find an archaeologist who can translate historical texts. Rayleigh looked at the island ahead and said to Roger that Roger now only had 3 years left to live, and they must reach Raftel within these 3 years. Rayleigh, there's no need to rush about this kind of thing. If God has destined us to find Raftel, then we will definitely find it. Roger laughed and said that he actually wanted to go to Ravdru, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find the archaeologist. His words not only comforted Rayleigh, but also comforted himself. Soon, the Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates also arrived to the south of Redoria. Dad, we found the Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates in the south of the island. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates who went out to scout the island ran back and shouted, "Hi." As soon as the pirate finished speaking, a samurai ran towards the south of the island. "Hey, Odin." Marco saw Odin running out and shouted, "The guy opposite is Roger, who has the same name as his father, and he just ran out like this?" When Odin ran out, Whitebeard waved his hand and ran out too. When the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates saw Dad's gesture, they also rushed out. And here is Roger. Captain Whitebeard and his men seem to be in the north of the island, and there seems to be a samurai running towards us. The Roger Pirates also discovered Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Whitebeard. Maybe this is the last time I see you, Whitebeard, the legendary samurai. As for Odin, he pulled out the two swords from his waist as he ran. Breath of the Beast. When Rayleigh and Jabba saw Odin running over, they also took out their weapons and prepared to fight with Odin. "I can't let you get hurt." Roger saw the warriors on the opposite side and ignored Rayleigh and Jabba and just ran past them. "Actually, I just want to fight." Rayleigh complained about Roger's words about not letting them get hurt. Jabba nodded beside him. Odin and Roger were getting closer and closer. "Hello, Samurai." "God avoids." Roger greeted Odin, and then used a divine dodge to knock Odin away. Just when Odin was knocked away, Whitebeard jumped out from behind and used the Conqueror's Haki to directly cover Kasukumo Kiri. Seeing this, Roger also used his Conqueror's Haki to wrap around Ace in his hand. Whitebeard descended from the sky and slashed at Roger with Kusugakumo in hand, while Roger also swung Ace at Whitebeard with an uppercut. However, the two weapons did not collide with each other, but were separated by an unknown energy, and a huge black spot appeared in the middle of the two weapons. This is the energy field created by the collision of domineering aura. After the collision, Whitebeard and Roger each took a few steps back. "You look good, Roger. It's been many years since we last met Newgate. Leave your belongings behind X2. Hands on." Marco yelled. "Grab it," Jabba said, raising his axe. Then the two pirate groups rushed over and started fighting. However, a huge force pressed the people from both sides to the ground, and even Newgate and Roger could only move with difficulty. "I say, Roger Newgate, you two are not going to tear down the island I live on, are you?" A man with purple hair and purple eyes, wearing a black and purple windbreaker with the word Ling written on the back of the windbreaker, and a black knife on his waist, stood on a tree and spoke. "Lingtian, boy." When Whitebeard saw Lingtian, he was shocked and asked, "What's going on? How come this kid has become so strong after just a few years?" It wasn't just Whitebeard who had this idea, Roger too. When they sent Lingtian to this island, this kid could only barely fight Rayleigh. How come he became so powerful in just a few years? Lingtian smiled and removed the pressure he had put on them. In this way, Lingtian stopped the two pirate groups from fighting on this island for 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, Lingtian didn't want to do that, but what if Roger and Newgate suddenly got angry and destroyed the island? This is the only way for him to stand on top of the world. Lingtian jumped down from the tree. "Long time no see, everyone." "Brat, how did you become so strong?" Newgate said, touching Lingtian's head. "Hey, Newgate, I'm no longer the new guy I was before, and there are so many people here. Can you please give me some face?" Lingtian complained that he was a newcomer in the Rocks Pirates. So was Newgate, who had always been taking care of him. Although he didn't know why Newgate took care of him, he was still very happy. And Newgate also touched his head every day. Before, everyone knew that he was a newcomer, so it didn't matter whether Newgate touched him or not. However, he had just shown his character as a strong man, but it was ruined by a pat on the head from Newgate. Chapter 11, Inviting Odin. Who is this guy? Marco looked at Lingtian, Whitebeard, and Roger chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but ask the other crew members. The other crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were speechless. How could we possibly know if you don't even know? But soon Whitebeard and Lingtian came over. "Let me introduce myself." He was a crew member on the same ship as me. "His name is—" Newgate scratched his head and asked Lingtian, "By the way, what's your full name, Lingtian?" Lingtian only told him his full name when he got on board the ship, but that was a few years ago. Lingtian Docker D. Lingtian, Lingtian said helplessly. Yes, his name is Doctor D. Lingtian, Newgate said to Marco. The bounty on this guy is now 10 billion berries. Because the previous battle between Lingtian and Rayleigh was recorded by Bogart, the Navy increased his bounty to 10 billion berries. Newgate thought and suddenly reacted. Speaking of which, Lingtian, you are exactly the same as you were then. How come you haven't changed at all? I don't know either. Lingtian said casually. He couldn't say that he had a system. Oh. After chatting for a while, Newgate, Roger, Lingtian, and the others started a banquet. I asked for the ingredients and wine for the banquet. Newgate and Roger actually went to his house and took out all the food and wine he had saved over the years. Lingtian couldn't help but twitch his lips as he watched Marco and Vista carrying out boxes of their food and wine. But Lingtian didn't say anything. This wine tastes really good. That's right, that's right. Newgate and Roger took a sip of Lingtian's wine and spoke. Of course, this is the wine I brewed myself, and I've only had this little bit in the past few years. Lingtian said proudly. Stop talking nonsense, little brat. Tell me how you became so strong. Newgate punched Lingtian directly on the head. Wow, is this the iron fist of love? Well, Newgate, instead of listening to me, you should ask me what you were doing here. Lingtian changed the subject. Nothing, our ship is just resting here, Newgate said truthfully. Really? So it's just a coincidence. Lingtian took a sip of rum milk and said, Then why did you come here, Roger? Me? We came here because I want to ask you if you know the whereabouts of the archaeologist. Roger took a sip of wine and said that he only had 3 years to live. I didn't have it originally, but when Newgate came, I had a solution. Lingtian smiled and glanced at Newgate. What do you mean, kid? Are you saying we have an archaeologist on board? Because Newgate's goal was not to reach Raftel, he did not have any historical texts on him, which also led to him not knowing that Odin could read historical texts. Huh? It's not like there are archaeologists on your ship, Newgate. Lingtian paused and said, If I'm not mistaken, the samurai who just fought with Roger should be a samurai from Wano country. Yes, Odin is indeed a samurai from Wano country, but what is the connection? Whitebeard was puzzled. He didn't know what the relationship between Odin and historical texts was. Didn't Odin tell you, Newgate? Say what? That historical texts were written by their ancestors in Wano country. Lingtian said with a relaxed look. What X2? Whitebeard and Roger were shocked. After all, historical texts have existed in this world for a long time. Everyone in the pirate world knows about the existence of historical texts, but they don't know how they come to exist. Roger, can you take Odin with you to Raftel? Lingtian smiled and then walked away silently, because he had already anticipated what would happen next. By the way, Roger said excitedly, Newgate, please lend me Odin for 3 years. Don't be ridiculous, Roger. Whitebeard wielded the Kusakumo sword and slashed at Roger. Roger had anticipated the situation and instantly drew out Ace's anti-sword. Odin, they are my family. A huge tremor erupted from Newgate and Roger's place. Marco and Rayleigh, who were having a banquet nearby, sensed the presence and stood up immediately. When they saw Lingtian walking slowly towards them, they couldn't help but wonder what was going on over there. Hey, Lingtian, what on earth happened over there? Rayleigh was the first to speak. Marco also looked at Lingtian anxiously. It was obvious that he was also worried about Whitebeard's safety. Although they all knew that Whitebeard was very powerful, they still couldn't help but worry. Why don't you just go and see for yourself? Lingtian did not answer Layleigh's question, but asked them to go and see for themselves. When Marco heard Lingtian's words, he immediately transformed into a phoenix and flew towards Whitebeard. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates also ran over. Rayleigh also ran over with the Roger pirates. Stop talking nonsense, Roger. I will not hand Odin over to you. Whitebeard slashed at Roger with his sword again and again. Newgate, just 3 years, and I promise to return Odin to you after 3 years. Roger replied while blocking Whitebeard's attack. After all, he only had 3 years to live. Hey, by Xiaoji, what happened? Odin shouted at Whitebeard. Hearing Odin's voice, Whitebeard also stopped. Hey, Odin, get on my boat. Roger spoke before Whitebeard even opened his mouth. Roger, I told you, Odin is my family. I will never hand Odin over to you. Whitebeard couldn't help but get angry when he saw Roger digging up his family in front of him. What on earth happened, by Xiaoji? Odin asked with some curiosity. Whitebeard didn't say anything, but looked at Roger. Roger took out a piece of paper and said to Odin, Odin, can you understand the words on this? Odin took the paper from Roger and looked at it. Isn't this the writing of our Kazuki clan? Really? Odin, come to my ship and go to Raftel with me. Roger invited again. But I'm already on by Xiaoji's ship. Odin glanced at Whitebeard and said to Roger, by Xiaoji, I also want to go to Raftalu to have a look. He had a hunch that perhaps this was his mission at sea. What? Odin, do you know what you were talking about? When Whitebeard heard Odin say the same thing, he couldn't help but get furious. I know by Xiaoji, but I have a hunch. This is my mission to go to sea. I also want to go to Raftel and see why my ancestors left these words behind. Odin explained to Whitebeard. That's right, Newgate, 3 years. Just lend me Odin for 3 years. Roger held up 3 fingers and spoke. Humph. Whitebeard didn't say anything, but sat on the ground and turned his head away. Chapter 12. Supreme Sword 12. Goodbye, Newgate. After Odin boarded Roger's ship, Roger immediately set off on the Oro Jackson. If Roger only had 3 years to live, it would be better to set off quickly. Hey, Dad, Roger and the others left a lot of food. Marco said as he looked at the food Roger left behind to thank Newgate for allowing Odin to join Roger's pirate group. Nanny. When Newgate heard what Marco said, he turned around and saw a huge amount of food on the ground. You idiots, hurry up and send the food back. What if Odin has nothing to eat? Whitebeard said angrily, then immediately called on Whitebeard's crew to bring food back to the Moby Dick and sailed in the direction where Roger and his crew had departed. This guy Newgate left without even saying goodbye to me. Lingtian complained as he watched the Moby Dick depart. Aboard Moby Dick. Dad, look at this. Vista came up to Whitebeard holding a box and said, This is. Whitebeard opened the box and found some wine inside, with a note inside the wine. Newgate, this is my special wine that I've only made this box in all these years. I will give it to you to try. Please drink less. This box of wine is Matai that Lingtian bought from the lottery store. Lingtian bought it with his last 10 spirit points. Because Lingtian's abilities were at the maximum level in Redoria, Lingtian had not trained in these years, so naturally he had no income from spiritual points. Smelly boy. Newgate looked at the note and cursed with a smile. Dad, this is the wine that Brother Lingtian gave us. Marco picked up a bottle of Matai and said excitedly, the boxes of wine that Lingtian had used for the banquet in Redoria were already very delicious, and now this box given to them would be even better. Stop talking nonsense. This is a gift from Lingtian to your father and me. Whitebeard snatched the wine from Marco's hand, put it back in the box and spoke. Dad, you are too stingy, that we usually pay for the drinks when we go out. What's wrong with giving us 1 bottle? Marco complained that Whitebeard always took advantage of them when they went out drinking. Although Marco knew that Whitebeard was going to give his money to an island, it did not affect his complaints about this matter. Okay, these 3 bottles you guys share. When Whitebeard heard Marco say this, he felt that something was not right, so he took out 3 bottles from the box and gave them to Marco and the others to share. Oh. Marco and the others couldn't help but get excited when they saw their usually stingy father take out 3 bottles of wine to share with them. They immediately took out dozens of cups and shared them out. Since the Whitebeard pirates were not as big as they would be in the future, 3 bottles of wine were enough for everyone to have a small drink. This wine is really good. It's worthy of being Brother Lingtian's wine. Yes. Next time I pass by Redoria, I will ask Brother Lingtian for more. Yeah. Oh, Lingtian, you're thinking too much. This is the last box. Redoria. Since Roger and Newgate left, Lingtian has returned to his normal life. In the year 1496 of the circular sea calendar, the whole world was shocked as the Roger pirates arrived at the final island, Raftel, and completed a circumnavigation of the Grand Line. The captain of Roger's pirate group is known as Pirate King all over the world. In January 1497 of the sea calendar, another big news shocked the world. The Roger pirates, the only group in the world to reach Raftel and complete a circumnavigation of the Grand Line, were disbanded. In June 1497 of the Hyuan calendar, Roger came to Redoria alone. What's wrong? It's an honor for the Pirate King to come to my island. Lingtian sensed it before Roger's boat arrived at Redoria, so Lingtian was waiting for Roger on the shore early. He was also a little curious about why Roger came to his place. What Pirate King? He's just a dying man. Roger drove the boat to the coast of Redoria and laughed. Lingtian didn't say anything after hearing what Roger said. Instead, he took Roger back to his cabin and took out 2 bottles of wine for Roger. So, why did you come to me? Lingtian sat down opposite Roger and asked. I've been to Raftel and seen what's on it, Roger said to Lingtian. How about it? Do you want me to tell you? No, Roger, you know I'm not interested in that. Lingtian said that he was not interested in anything about Raftel. His dream was to see all the scenery in the pirate world. Because he was a stay-at-home in his previous life and hardly ever went out, Lingtian set this dream after he came to the pirate world and obtained the system. Yeah. Roger was not surprised to hear Lingtian's words, because Lingtian had refused when he invited him to board the ship. By the way, boy, why do you look exactly the same as you did in the Valley of Gods? Roger looked at Lingtian's face and said, Don't tell me you don't know. I'm not the kind of person that Newgate is. The reason why Newgate believed Lingtian's words that he didn't know was because if Lingtian didn't want to say it, he wouldn't ask. Well, I actually had an immortality surgery done by someone with the ability of the Opnomi. Lingtian suddenly remembered the setting of the surgery fruit in his previous life and spoke to Roger. That's it, no wonder. As a great pirate, Roger had naturally heard of the immortality surgery of the operation fruit. By the way, this is for you, kid. Roger pulled Ace out from his waist and threw it to Lingtian. Is this your sword? Why are you giving it to me? Lingtian took Ace from Roger and asked in confusion. I have approached Newgate before, but that guy Newgate rejected my ace, so I can only leave it to you. Roger took a sip of wine and continued. Ace is a good sword. Shouldn't follow a dying man like me. Since Newgate refused, I can only give it to you. Don't let Ace down. Don't let my sword down. Roger took another sip of his wine. Are you going to turn yourself into the Navy? Lingtian looked at Ace in his hand and spoke to Roger. I'm already a dying man anyway, so I might as well use my life to create a new era. You know what, we're going to Raftel too early, but I don't have time anymore. Roger took a sip of wine, a look of reluctance in his eyes. Really? You should have something else to tell me, right? Lingtian looked at Roger and said, in the original work, Roger gave his wife Portgas D. Luku to Garp's care, which eventually led to Luka's death to protect Ace. No, I don't have anything to tell you. Roger pondered for a moment and said. In this way, Roger stayed at Lingtian's place for one day and then left. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Sword Ace and unlocking the full collection of 2 swords. Ding, the complete set of dual swords has been upgraded to the maximum level. Chapter 13, The Eve of Roger's Execution. In August of the Hyuan calendar 1497, another piece of news that shocked the world came from the Navy headquarters. The pirate king Goel D Roger was captured by the Navy and will be executed in Roger's hometown of Rogertown in October. P.S. At that time, in order to conceal the affairs of the D family, the world government changed Roger's name on the bounty order from Goel D Roger to Gold Roger or Gold Roger. In September 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, because Golden Lion Shiki did not believe that Roger would be easily arrested by the Navy, he attacked Marineford. Since Shige the Golden Lion was no match for Sengoku, who would become a marshal, and Garp, who would become a naval hero, Shige the Golden Lion was defeated and imprisoned in the Impel Down prison. Lingtian looked at the newspaper in his hand and thought about it before deciding to go to Rogue Town to watch Roger's execution and the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. Then Lingtian created a physical clone and rowed a small boat towards Rogue Town. In order to complete the system's mission, Lingtian's real body must stay in Redoria, but Lingtian's physical clone can leave. Coincidentally, Lingtian just happened to draw a physical clone yesterday. Advanced City Prison. Garp arrived at Impel Down on a warship. Vice Admiral Garp, Magellan said respectfully as he walked out of Impel Down. He had already received news that Garp was coming to Impel Down, so he greeted him at the gate early in the morning. Well, I'm going to go see Roger. You don't need to follow me. Cap did not allow Magellan and other Navy officers to follow him, nor did he allow his deputy Bogart to follow him. Advanced City 6th floor. Why did you turn yourself in, Roger? Garp stood in front of Roger and spoke. Garp, I don't have much time left, so I want to ask you for a favor. Roger didn't answer, but asked Cap. What? On Battle Isla Island, my wife Portgas D. Luju, and my unborn child. After I die, the world government will search for my bloodline at all costs. I hope you can protect him. Roger looked at Garp across from him and explained. Don't be ridiculous, Roger. I'm a Navy man. Garp said angrily. Garp, our friendship was forged through battle after battle. I believe you will agree to my last request. After saying that, Roger sat back in prison. He believed that Cap would agree to him. Carp didn't say anything and just left. October 1497, 10 Hyuan calendar. Today is the day before Roger is executed in Rogue Town. After a month of sailing, Lingtian finally arrived at Rogue Town. There is still one day before Roger is executed, so Lingtian plans to go to the tavern to take a look. Lingtian opened the door of a pub at random and walked in. Lingtian walked into the pub and found that there were many acquaintances there. Red-haired Shanks, a former member of Roger's pirate group, and later one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Shanks is still a child now. Although Shanks is a child, his strength now is probably stronger than when he first boarded Rock's ship. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division, Phoenix Marco. Buggy the Clown, a former member of Roger's pirates, later one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and one of the 4 emperors of the sea. When Lingtian came in, they did not notice Lingtian. After all, there were so many people coming in and out of the tavern every day. It was impossible for them to just take a look at someone who came in. What's more, Marco, Shanks, and others are now famous pirates in the New World. Can I sit here? Lingtian walked to Marco's desk and spoke. Brother Lingtian. Marco heard the voice and looked up to see Lingtian excitedly. Long time no see, Marco. Long time no see, Brother Lingtian. Is Newgate all right? Lingtian sat down and asked Marco. Dad is fine, but ever since Brother Lingtian gave Dad the box of wine, he always complained that the wine on the ship was not tasty. Marco said helplessly. Really? I thought Newgate would stop drinking. Lingtian said as he recalled that when Lingtian was training in the Rock's Pirates, Newgate was always there drinking and watching him train. Brother Lingtian. Just as Lingtian was thinking, Shanks stood up from his seat and said to Lingtian, What is it, Shanks? Lingtian looked at Shanks, who suddenly called him in confusion. Because Shanks and Lingtian had already known each other at the banquet in Redoria, and Shanks saw that he could suppress Roger and Newgate and insisted on calling him uncle. As a result, Lingtian naturally let Shanks taste his iron fist of love. I'm only 29 years old. Why call me uncle? Of course, this was Lingtian's age at the time. Now Lingtian is 31 years old. After Lingtian's iron fist of love, Shanks started calling him Big Brother. Then Marco also called Lingtian Big Brother after seeing this. Brother Lingtian, is the sword on your waist, Ace? Shanks stared at Ace on Lingtian's waist and spoke. Oh yes, this is what Roger gave me. Lingtian said indifferently. Lingtian didn't care, but the pirates in the tavern were shocked. Not only the other pirates, but even Marco was shocked. Ace, that is the sword of the Pirate King, Ace, one of the 12 supreme swords. However, the old saying is true. Where there is wealth, there must be courage. Hey, kid, hand over the Pirate King's sword. A group of pirates who didn't know Lingtian stood up and spoke. This is the sword of the Pirate King, and as long as you get the sword, you will definitely become famous on the sea in the future, not to mention becoming the new generation Pirate King. It should not be a problem for you to become like Whitebeard. Oh, you want to steal my sword? Lingtian didn't even look at them, but spoke lightly. Cut the nonsense. As they said this, they were about to attack Lingtian. When Lingtian saw them attacking, he was about to kill them, but before Lingtian could make a move, Marco blasted them out with the door using a phoenix fire. You guys think you can attack Brother Lingtian? You don't know whether you live or die. Marco walked up to the group of pirates and spoke. You are the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division, Phoenix Marco. Some pirates recognized Marco and shouted, Get out of here. You bastards are not worthy of taking Roger's sword. As expected of the captain of the first squadron on the Newgate ship, he is really amazing. Lingtian came out of the tavern and said, Hey. Marco scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly when he heard Lingtian's compliment. Lingtian looked at the silly grinning Marco and thought about Marco's future achievements. After thinking for a while, he took out a capsule from the system space and gave it to Marco. Eat this. Lingtian said to Marco. This is. Marco asked with some doubt. Don't talk nonsense. Eat it. Can increase your strength. Lingtian explained to Marco. Marco swallowed the capsule as soon as he heard Lingtian's words. This capsule was obtained by Lingtian in a lottery. IT can allow the person who eats it to gain the ability of IC. That IT can be regarded as an ice fruit without side effects, but it cannot turn Marco into an element. Chapter 14 Lingtian's Promise. After Marco swallowed the capsule, he felt changes in his body, but he didn't know what the changes were. Brother Lingtian, what's the use of this? Marco felt the changes in his body and asked Lingtian curiously. Not only Marco was curious, but Shanks and Buggy, who were familiar with Lingtian, also came over. This capsule should allow you to eat the same effect as the frozen fruit, but it won't give you the ability to transform into an element. Lingtian explained to Marco. With your current abilities, you should be able to use the power of freezing, but if you want to fully develop the power of freezing, you have to rely on yourself. Really? Marco was a little excited when he heard Lingtian's words. Click. Marco pointed his hand at the ground, and immediately all the buildings around the tavern were frozen. Roguetown Naval Division. Lieutenant General Garp, the buildings on X Street are frozen by ice. A Marine reported to Garp, who was stationed in Roguetown. Ice. Could it be that Kazan has come? When Garp heard the Marine's report, he thought of Kazan, who had been following him all day. Kazan was the frozen man who had eaten the ice fruit. I see that. I'll go take a look. Although Garp had some doubts, he still wanted to take a look in person. After all, tomorrow was the day Roger would be executed, and no mistakes could be made at such a critical time. X Street Tavern. Hey Marco, when you use your abilities, at least try to control yourself. Lingtian looked at his feet that were frozen by Marco, Shanks whose half body was frozen by Marco, and Buggy whose whole body was frozen, and hit Marco on the head with an iron fist of love. It hurts, brother Lingtian, I didn't mean it. Marco covered his head and said a little aggrievedly, he didn't know this ability was so powerful. Stop talking nonsense and get rid of this quickly. Lingtian raised his fist again and said to Marco. Marco saw Lingtian's fist and immediately gathered the surrounding ice. It's so cold, sneeze. After Marco unfrozen him, Buggy covered his body. Not only Buggy, but also other civilians around him covered their bodies. Some people with weaker constitutions even fainted directly. Really? Lingtian looked at the situation around him and punched Marco on the head with another iron fist of love. Spiritual arts, healing, group recovery. Lingtian directly used spiritual magic to heal the civilians around him. Hey, Marco, at least look at me. IT would be unreasonable if you don't give me a few 100 million berries this time. After being treated by Lingtian, Buggy immediately flew into a rage, pointed at Marco, and demanded that Marco compensate him with several 100 million berries. As expected of Buggy, he would never miss any opportunity to make money. When Marco heard what Buggy said, he turned his head away and pretended not to hear what Buggy said. Hey, Marco, don't think you can turn your head away and avoid losing money, my dear Barry. Believe it or not, I will go directly to Whitebeard to ask for it. When Buggy saw Marco turn his head away, his anger, which had just subsided, immediately rose again. Okay, Bucky. Shanks stopped Buggy, who was about to rush forward. Shanks, I haven't said anything about you yet. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be a power user. It's because of you that I lost the treasure. Buggy saw that Shanks actually stopped him from leaving and growled at Shanks. Yes, sorry. Shanks apologized nonchalantly. Okay, Buggy. After Lingtian treated the civilians around him, he touched Buggy's head and smiled. Brother Lingtian, my treasure. Buggy saw Lingtian also stopped him from leaving and said aggrievedly, Yes, I heard you. How about this, when you come to Redoria, I'll give you a bunch of treasures, okay? Lingtian spoke to Buggy gently. In the original novel, Lingtian quite liked Buggy. After all, he was the lucky and domineering Buggy, and now he was his younger brother. Really, brother Lingtian? When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, he immediately threw Shanks away, who was hugging him, and ran to Lingtian and said, My goodness. Lingtian looked at Shanks, who was thrown away by Buggy, and couldn't help but sigh at the miser's desire for money. In the original work, the miser Nami beat up the protagonist Luffy countless times. Really? I will give you the treasure as long as you go to Redoria by then. Brother Lingtian is the best. Buggy broke into pieces, and the other parts of his body flew into the sky, leaving only his feet on the ground. I say, what are you guys doing here? Just at this time, Cap came here. Hey, long time no see, Garp. Lingtian was not surprised to see Garp coming. After all, Marco made such a big fuss. The Navy must have known about it. Garp also recognized Lingtian, but immediately he saw Ace on Lingtian's waist. Boy, what's the sword on your waist? This is the relic that Roger entrusted to me. Lingtian touched the ace down around his waist. Roger, I'm not dead yet. Roger actually gave you that sword. Garp narrowed his eyes. What's the matter? Are you going to rob the relics that Roger entrusted to me? Lingtian put his hands on Ace and Lightning. Once Garp made a move, he would have no choice but to draw his sword. Because he has not yet completed the system's mission, Lingtian only has the world's top ability in Redoria, and his ability level in other places is only what he originally had. No, I don't want to steal that sword. After all, no sword is as powerful as my fist. Garp looked at his right hand and spoke. Then why are you here? I'm just reminding you not to mess around here. Ha ha, I get it. It was just an accident. Lingtian laughed. It's good to know. Garp warned Lingtian and the others and left. To be honest, he really wanted to arrest Lingtian and the others here, but tomorrow was the day Roger would be executed, and it was better to have less trouble at this time. After Lingtian saw Garp leave, he also left with Marco and the others. Vice Admiral Garp, who was that just now? A Marine said to Garp. It must be said that this Marine is a brave man. He actually dared to ask Garp. If Garp's temper was like a Kainu in the future, this Marine would be reincarnated. Fortunately, the Marine also knew Garp's character well enough to ask this question. Well, he's just a pirate. Compared to Roger and the others, they are nothing. Garp answered, picking his nose. Obviously, he didn't know that Lingtian suppressed Whitebeard and Roger alone. Otherwise, he might have killed Lingtian here. Although the Lingtian here is just a physical clone. Chapter 15 Roger's Execution. October 1497, 10, Haiyuan calendar. Today is the day of Roger's execution. The Navy escorted Roger to the bottom of the execution platform, and then Roger walked up to the execution platform alone. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone was witnessing the end of One Piece. Whoa. Shanks and Buggy immediately sobbed after seeing Roger. Seeing this, Lingtian placed his hands on Shanks and Buggy's heads. Shanks, Buggy, just watch. Your captain will use his life to do something great, something that will impact the world in the future. After hearing Lingtian's words, Shanks and Buggy also looked up at Roger on the execution platform. When Roger reached the scaffold, he sat down. Okay, let's get started, Roger said with a crescent-shaped smile. He laughed. He actually laughed. Roger didn't know how much shock his smile brought to someone who was still a little kid. Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide the treasure you found? A pirate who wanted to get Roger's treasure shouted to Roger, who was about to be executed. Is it really in the Grand Line? You got it, didn't you? The legendary Great Treasure. You bastard, shut up. The executioner Marine on the execution platform shouted at the man. I didn't expect that a pirate would ask this question here. The town of Rogue is now ruled by the Navy hero Garp, so even if they knew about it, they couldn't escape. With this mentality, the Navy officer just scolded him and did not execute Roger immediately, which indirectly led to a big mistake. That unique great treasure. The pirate did not stop when he heard the executioner's scolding. One Piece. Ha! Hearing the pirate's words, Roger on the execution platform laughed. Lingtian was also watching from below as Roger laughed and said to Shanks and Buggy, Look, Shanks, Buggy, this is a historic moment. Your captain will use his life to open a new era. After hearing Lingtian's words, Shanks and Buggy looked intently at Roger on the execution platform. Shanks and Buggy didn't know what was on the final island, Raftel, because Buggy happened to be sick when they arrived at Raftel, and Shanks stayed to take care of Buggy. This also resulted in Shanks and Buggy being the only two people in Roger's pirate group who didn't know what Raftel had. Want my treasure? No talking aloud. The executioners of the Navy were a little panicked when they heard Roger speak, but they were still brave enough not to execute Roger immediately. I can give you everything if you want it. Go find it. I put all my treasures there. Execution. At this moment, one of the executioners finally realized something was wrong and immediately called on another executioner to start the execution. As the two long swords pierced into Roger's body, it also represented the death of Pirate King Roger. However, the people watching Roger's execution were not sad about his death, but cheered. The executing Navy officer glanced at the people watching Roger's execution below the stage, then glanced at Roger's body, and finally realized that he was in trouble. It's over, Shanks, Buggy, you guys go first. Lingtian said to Shanks and Buggy. Hey, brother Lingtian, where are you? Shanks was a little curious when he heard Lingtian actually ask them to go first. Although Shanks was still young, he knew that based on what Captain Roger said, the Navy would definitely not let the pirates in Roger Town go. Bump! A fist of love hit Shanks on the head. Children, don't meddle in adult matters. Go away quickly. I want to take Roger's body back. After all, I took his ace. It's impossible to let Roger be dealt with by the Navy even after his death. Although the original work did not mention what happened to Roger's body, given the character of the world government, it was also responsible for dissecting Roger's stone. Lingtian didn't want Roger's body to fall into the hands of the world government. Brother Lingtian, I see. When Shanks heard Lingtian was going to take back the captain's body, he immediately took Buggy away. Buggy also heard Lingtian's words, so he didn't resist Shanks. Navy, your execution is over, right? Lingtian walked towards the execution platform step by step. Gecko Mariah, who has not been hit by Kaido yet. Doflamingo, the former celestial dragon, now wears a pink coat. Hawkeye Mihawk, who has not yet become the world's greatest swordsman. Crocodile, wearing a black coat, had not yet been taught a lesson by Newgate. Monkey D. Dragon is about to leave the Navy to form the Revolutionary Army, but he doesn't have the supreme slipper mark on his face yet. The pirates who would become famous in the future could not help but become curious when they saw Lingtian come out and say such words to the Navy. What does that kid want to do? Carp was puzzled as he watched Lingtian walk out step by step from the dark. Now that the execution is over, I want to take Roger's body away. Lingtian spoke while standing right below the execution platform. Wow, that guy actually wants the Pirate King's body. I've never heard of this guy before, but he's so arrogant, the Navy will definitely arrest him. Maybe you went crazy after hearing what the Pirate King said. Oh, the other pirates who were watching were talking to each other, and they all thought that Lingtian had gone crazy after hearing what Roger said. What are you talking about, kid? How can I give the Pirate King's body to you? The executioner Navy shouted at Lingtian. Boom. The Navy officer on the execution platform fainted as soon as he finished speaking. FFFFFFFFFFFF, Conqueror's Hockey, another person who has the qualifications to become the king. Doflamingo, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and laughed. Other pirates who had some knowledge were also shocked. The domineering aura of a king picked out of thousands. This kid actually has the aura to become a king. Boy, did you want to ask me before you take Roger's body? Carp jumped from the darkness onto the execution platform and faced Lingtian Dao. After seeing Garp, Long, who was in the audience, also left silently. Recently, he always felt a dull pain on his face whenever he saw Garp. If Lingtian knew what Long was thinking, he would definitely say, your father wants to give you a better tattoo. Garp, Roger has been killed by you. I just want to take back Roger's body. I asked that too much? Lingtian pulled out Ace and Lightning and pointed Ace at Cap. That sword, could it be the sword of the Pirate King, Ace, one of the greatest swords? Hawkeye Mihawk looked at the sword in Lingtian's hand. He, who possessed the supreme sword, recognized Ace in Lingtian's hand at a glance. A powerful swordsman, I must challenge him if I have a chance. Although Lingtian has not made a move yet, how could Lingtian be weak when he has Ace? Without strong power, you are not qualified to hold Ace. Chapter 16 Ownership of Roger's Body. Kid, stop talking nonsense. I can't give you Roger's body. Then I can only rob it. When Lingtian heard what Garp said, he jumped towards Garp with two swords in hand. Stop being so arrogant, kid. Garp directly covered his hands with armed color domineering and punched Lingtian back. Boom. Lingtian was knocked to the ground by Garp's punch. Tisk, I'm still a little uncomfortable with my body suddenly becoming weaker. Because when he was in Redoria, all of Lingtian's abilities were at the maximum level, but his clone was not. Boy, with your limited strength, you dare to think of snatching Roger's body? Carp laughed when he saw that he knocked Lingtian down with one punch. Dual sword style secret technique, double dragon flash. Lingtian covered Ace and Lightning with armament hockey. Even when Lingtian arrived at Redoria, his armament hockey was already at the maximum level. Just in case, Lingtian still planned to use the secret of the dual sword style. Feeling the armed color domineering in Lingtian's hand, Garp became solemn. Steel Bone Star Crushing Fist. Boom. Lingtian's knife and Garp's fist collided, and Garp was knocked out by Lingtian in an instant. Although Lingtian's sword skills are not as good as Garp's boxing skills, Lingtian's armament color is much higher than Garp's. Even Yim had to take 2 hits before he could escape from Lingtian's full-level armament color. Vice Admiral Garp was actually knocked down by that kid. A Marine said in shock as he watched Garp flying backwards. Cough, cough. Garp pushed away the building that was pressing on him and coughed twice. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so strong after just 10 years. Just when Lingtian wanted to hear what Garp had to say, a huge golden Buddha appeared behind Lingtian. Big Buddha shockwave. Oops. Lingtian hurriedly covered his back with armament haki to block Zhangguo's attack. Boom. The Buddha's shockwave had no effect on Lingtian, who was covered in armed color. It's Admiral Sengoku, Ron. Countless pirates immediately ran in all directions when they saw Sengoku. Even Hawkeye Mihawk left immediately. He's not the same person who will become one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the future. He can still be arrested by the Navy now, not to mention that he is now known as the Navy Hunter. I didn't expect that a great marshal of the Warring States period would do something like a sneak attack. After the shockwave ended, Ling Tiankai turned around and spoke to Zhangguo. Although he turned around, his entire body was covered with armament haki in order to guard against any other sneak attacks from Old Six. Humph, of course, I will use whatever means necessary to deal with you pirates. Sengoku didn't think there was anything wrong with his sneak attack. After all, the person he was facing had been in the Rocks Pirates. Sengoku, do you think that we pirates are evil, and you, the Navy, your world government, represent justice in this world? Of course, our Navy is the justice of this world. Sengoku, who had just become the Admiral of the Navy, firmly believed this. Because before Sengoku became the Admiral of the Navy, there was the Great Pirate Rocks, and as an Admiral of the Navy at that time, he must have been chasing rocks every day. So compared to the crimes committed by the Celestial Dragons, Sengoku saw more crimes committed by pirates. Really? Then we'll wait and see. Lingtian believes that after Sengoku experiences the Great Pirate Era, he will understand that compared to pirates, the Celestial Dragons have a greater impact on the world. It is precisely because of the homelessness of the Celestial Dragons and those who cannot tolerate the brutal rule of the Celestial Dragons and their king that they go out to sea to become pirates. Those who have been hungry and cold since childhood, and those who have little power will want more rights after they become pirates and have enough food and warm clothes and have rights. How can we enjoy more rights? Of course, the attack was on the civilians, so that they would be terrified and obedient, and thus enjoy the same rights as kings. Stop talking nonsense, Zhangguo. I'm going to take Roger's body away today. If you try to stop me, I'll chop you up too. Lingtian pointed at Zhangguo Dao with Ace. Although he spoke in a domineering manner, his face, which was covered in the color of armed forces, looked strange. Yes, I can let you take Roger's body away. Zhangguo thought for a while and agreed to let Lingtian take away Roger's body. Oh, so easy to talk to. Lingtian was stunned for a while and said that he really didn't expect that the Warring States would really hand over Roger's body to him. But I have a request. Zhangguo suddenly changed the subject. Tell me the story. 10 years. For 10 years, you cannot appear on the SEA no matter where you hide. You cannot appear on the sea for 10 years. Zhangguo said to Lingtian. Lingtian's current strength is so terrifying that even Garp was knocked out by one blow from Lingtian, so he has to buy 10 years for the Navy. The new generation of Navy has not yet grown up, so he has to buy 10 years for the new generation of Navy. He believed that Lingtian would be old in 10 years, and by then a new generation of their Navy would have grown up. In such a situation of one rising and the other falling, Lingtian in 10 years would not be able to rely on evidence at all. It's a pity that Zhangguo didn't expect that Lingtian would not age in these years due to the passage of time. Okay, I promise you I won't appear on this sea for 10 years. Lingtian agreed to Zhangguo's request without thinking, since he had to stay in Redoria for a few years anyway. When Zhangguo heard Lingtian's words, he looked at Garp, indicating that Garp should leave Roger's body. When Garp saw the look in Sengoku's eyes, he silently left the execution platform. Then I'll take Roger's body with me. Lingtian came to Roger's body and put Roger into the system space. Zhangguo did not stop Lingtian from taking Roger's body away. He believed that Lingtian would not go back on his word. So Ghana. Lingtian left after saying this. Sengoku and Garp returned to Marineford on a Navy ship, issuing a bounty order, increasing the bounty on Speed Sword Ghost, Dockley D. Lingtian to 53 billion berries. When Sengoku returned to Marineford, he gave instructions to a Marine. Yes, the Marine replied. Lingtian sighed. Lingtian found Shanks and Buggy, who had left early. Brother Lingtian, the captain's body. Shanks spoke when he saw Lingtian coming back. It's here. Lingtian took Roger's body out of the system space. Captain X2. Shanks and Buggy lay on Roger's body and cried. Lingtian did not interrupt them, but watched the scene silently. Shanks and Buggy cried for a while, and then said to Lingtian, "Brother Lingtian, what should we do with the captain's body?" "Yes. I want to bring Roger's body back to Red. At least Roger's body is safer in Redoria than anywhere else." Lingtian explained to Shanks and Buggy that he actually wanted to see if he could win a resurrection item in the system's lottery shop. After saying that, Lingtian put Roger's body back into the system space. "Bucky, don't forget our agreement," Lingtian said to Bucky. After saying this, Lingtian's body turned into a puff of smoke. This is the result of Lingtian taking back his physical clone. Chapter 17, Golden Mountain. On October 1497, 10 of the Hyuan calendar, Lingtian put away his physical clone and returned to Redoria. "It's like this again. How come I didn't get any out of all these?" Lingtian complained while looking at the lottery shop in front of him. In order to revive Roger, Lingtian used up all the lottery opportunities he had saved up over the years, but he didn't win any items for revival, and all he got were some random things. However, there are still many things that can improve your strength, such as the Grace of the Sun improved version, and the 7 Deadly Sins and Otis's ability, Full Counterattack improved version. What excited Lingtian the most was that he drew the Fountain of Life in the Fairy Forest. This is a good thing that IT can make people immortal. Unless it is a skill like sealing, they will not die no matter what kind of damage they receive. When Lingtian drew this thing, he drank it immediately. As for the other 2 things, Grace of the Sun, improved version among the 7 deadly sins, the grace granted by the Supreme God will gain more powerful power as the sun rises, and the strongest power will be released when the sun reaches noon. The system has improved it so that the body will not become petite even at night, and will not become muscular even at noon, but only when one uses one's abilities. Lingtian doesn't plan to use this thing for the time being. He plans to see if there is a suitable person later, and then give it to that person. Full Counter, improved version, rebounds all offensive elements directed at you at several times the power. This ability may not be too powerful in the 7 deadly sins, but in One Piece, it is almost a perverted ability. Think about it, if Ace in the original work had full counterattack, then he could have counterattacked Akainu's punch. Lingtian also drew other abilities, but Lingtian did not check the other abilities now. Author, I haven't thought about it yet. The next day, Lingtian learned from the newspaper bird that his bounty had been raised to 53 billion berries. In the year 1498 of the Hyuan calendar, Buggy finally arrived in Redoria after several months. "Hey, brother Lingtian." Lingtian felt it when Buggy's ship arrived in the Redoria Sea, so Lingtian was waiting for Buggy here early. "Hey, Bucky. Brother Lingtian, brother Lingtian. Where's the treasure? Where's the treasure you promised to give me?" As soon as Buggy arrived on the island, he surrounded Lingtian down. Boom. Lingtian punched Bucky on the head. "Bucky, that's too much noise." As soon as this guy got onto the island, he immediately surrounded him and shouted. Lingtian really didn't expect that Buggy would be so crazy about the treasure. After being punched by Lingtian, Bucky also became quiet. "Come with me," Lingtian said to Buggy, and then took Buggy to where he placed the gold he won from the lottery. Anyway, this gold is of no use to Lingtian, so he just gives it to Buggy. Okay. When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, he immediately separated his legs and flew in the direction Lingtian was going. Foot. Lingtian also saw Buggy separate his legs, and then he picked up both of Buggy's legs and ran towards Redoria at a faster speed. "Follow me, Buggy. If you lose me, you won't be able to find the treasure." Lingtian turned his head and said to Buggy in front, "Nanny." When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, he felt unwell all over, and immediately sped up and flew towards Lingtian. My treasure, my treasure." Buggy kept talking in his mind. Soon Lingtian ran to where he put the gold. "Not bad, Bucky." Lingtian looked back and saw that Buggy was not behind. I can only say that he is a worthy miser. His obsession with treasure is not comparable to that of ordinary people. "Who, brother Lingtian, where's my treasure?" Buggy flew to Lingtian's side and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Lingtian looked at Bucky lying on the ground and said something strange. "Didn't you fly here? Why are you still tired?" Bucky also reacted after hearing Lingtian's words. "Yes, I flew here. Why am I tired?" Then Buggy and Lingtian started staring at each other. Let's not talk about this, brother Lingtian. Where is my treasure? Bucky was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was here to look for treasure. There. Lingtian walked to a big pit and pointed inside. Bucky flew over when he heard Lingtian's words. This is Golden Mountain. Bucky screamed in shock when he saw the gold jewelry that almost filled the pit. Brother Lingtian, are you going to give me all of these? Bucky said to Lingtian tentatively, fearing that Lingtian might go back on his word and not give it to him. These are all yours. Lingtian said nonchalantly that besides these, he also had many more in his system space. These were all drawn by Lingtian in the past few years. They were all at bronze level. Lingtian was very upset. Even those at silver level could sometimes draw gold. What? Pat. When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, he fainted from excitement. Lingtian's eyes twitched when he saw Bucky fainted. It's just some gold. Why is it necessary to be so excited? Looking at Bucky, who had fainted, Lingtian carried him back to the bed in his wooden hut. Night. Lingtian was grilling some fish outside the wooden house, and he also specially made a pot of fish soup next to it. What pig's feet and where did the pot come from? I can only say that you guys underestimated how dark Lingtian's face was. Forehead. Just as Lingtian was grilling fish, Bucky's voice came from the wooden house. When Lingtian heard Bucky's voice, he put out the fire, picked up the cooked fish soup, and walked into the wooden house. Where is my treasure? Am I dreaming? No. Lingtian heard Bucky shouting before he even entered the cabin. Bucky, you're so noisy. Lingtian walked to the door and said to Bucky, brother Lingtian, am I still dreaming? As he said that, Buggy pinched his face with his hands. It doesn't hurt. I'm really dreaming. Boom. Lingtian hit Buggy's head with his iron fist of love. You're pinching your own face. Lingtian became angrier the more he thought about it, and then he hit Buggy's head with 2 more iron fists of love. Okay, drink this fish soup. After the fight, Lingtian placed the fish soup on the table next to him and said, I know. But, brother Lingtian, could you please use less strength next time? Bucky touched the 2 big bumps on his head. Stop talking nonsense. Who told you to pinch my face suddenly? Drink this fish soup quickly, and then I will give you something else tomorrow morning. After saying that, Lingtian walked outside. When Bucky heard Lingtian say that he would give him something tomorrow, he immediately became excited. It hurts. The excited Bucky's head immediately hit the wall, hitting the 2 big bumps that Lingtian had hit him with. I'm really uneasy. Lingtian sighed as he listened to Bucky yelling in the cabin. Chapter 18 Grace the Sun. Brother Lingtian, what did you say you would give me? The next morning, Lingtian had not gotten up yet and it was still dark, so Bucky ran over to ask Lingtian. In fact, he didn't want the other thing that Lingtian mentioned. Bucky wanted Lingtian to take him to the Golden Mountain again to get his treasure. Because it was Lingtian who led the way yesterday, and Buggy flew so fast that he didn't pay attention to the road at all, so now Buggy has no idea how to get there. Boom. A fist of love hits Bucky on the head. Bucky, it's not even daybreak yet, but I can't sleep when I think about brother Lingtian saying he wants to give me something. Bucky held his head and said aggrievedly. Bucky was so excited that he couldn't sleep when he thought about the Golden Mountain. You're thinking about the treasures, right? Lingtian saw through Buggy's thoughts at a glance and complained. Hey. Bucky touched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Okay, don't think about your gold first, just follow me. Lingtian did not tell where the gold was, but took Buggy to the coast of Redoria. What are you doing here, brother Lingtian? Bucky looked at the sea. Bucky, do you want to become stronger? Lingtian glanced at Bucky and asked, Become stronger? No, I just want gold. Buggy immediately objected. How can becoming stronger be as important as gold? Lingtian was speechless after hearing what Buggy said. He could only say that he was worthy of being Buggy. So, Buggy, do you think you can protect your treasure in this ocean with your current strength? Lingtian pointed at the sea. This one. Bucky thought for a while. I don't think so. Buggy is very clear about his own strength. Not to mention protecting his treasure in this ocean, even some powerful pirates can defeat him. So, Buggy, do you want to get stronger? Do you want to have the same strength as Roger? Lingtian seduced Bucky step by step. Lingtian, why do I feel like one of those charlatans in martial arts movies? Who cares? He just wants to make Buggy stronger. After all, when I leave Redoria, I will be invincible in the world, but being invincible is very lonely. Therefore, Lingtian planned to train some more obedient younger brothers, just in case he was unable to change some things during the 10 years in Redoria. I want to have the same power as the captain, Bucky said firmly after hearing Lingtian's words. Very good, this is for you. Lingtian took out a ball of light and placed it in front of Buggy. This is. Buggy looked at the golden ball of light in confusion. Absorb him, and you will have power to rival Roger. I see. After hearing Lingtian's words, Buggy absorbed the ball of light in front of him. Forehead. What? As Buggy absorbed the light ball, his body caught fire and a circle of fire gradually appeared around him. Lingtian knew that this was the result of Buggy absorbing power that did not belong to this world. The will of this world wanted to expel this power, but this power was forcibly integrated into Buggy's body. Lingtian knew that even the will of this world could not expel this power. After all, this was a grace bestowed by the Supreme God. Not to mention how much stronger the world of the Seven Deadly Sins is than the world of pirates, the rules controlled by the Supreme God alone are not comparable to those of the world of pirates. Among the Seven Deadly Sins, the Demon King cursed Meliodas with eternal life, so the Supreme God who is opposed to the Demon King can also give people eternal life. Therefore, the sun, a blessing bestowed by the Supreme God, cannot be driven away by the will of the pirate world. What? The circle of fire around Buggy covered Buggy and turned into a huge pillar of fire rising into the sky. Navy headquarters. Oh no, Marshal Zhangguo the sky. A second sun appeared in the sky. A marine woke up the sleeping Sengoku. Just as Zhangguo was about to get angry, he heard the marine's words and immediately ran outside. How terrifying! There is a second sun in the sky, Kazura Borsellino said while cutting his nails. What on earth happened? Shinji Kazan looked at the other sun solemnly and said that he actually felt the breath of death in that sun. Marie, Joya. Quick, ask CP0 to check it out. The 5 elders who first saw the second sun gave the order. Moby Dick. Dad, the sun. There is a second sun in the sky. Marco also looked at the second sun that appeared in the sky and said to Whitebeard, that direction is the direction of Lingtian. Could it be that Lingtian did it? Newgate looked at the second sun path in the direction of Redoria. Young ones, let's go to Redoria and take a look. Newgate gave the order immediately. Redoria. My goodness, Buggy absorbed the gray sun, and a second sun appeared in the sky. Lingtian looked at the sun in the sky in shock. Although he knew that the sun, the grace of the Supreme God, was very powerful, he did not expect it to be so powerful. Okay. Lingtian's observation hockey sensed that many people were coming towards Redoria. A group of people wearing white shirts and pants and white masks on their faces were driving a boat towards Redoria. Seeing this scene, Lingtian's mouth twitched. Aren't you CP0 an intelligence organization? Shouldn't we wear black? And you guys just drive your warships here so brazenly. Do you think I'm blind? When the warship approached Redoria, a group of CP0s ran towards Redoria using the moon step. Lingtian looked at CP0 running towards him and pulled out the 2 knives from his waist. I'm sorry. I promised Zhangguo that I would not appear on the sea for 10 years, so in order for me not to break the contract, please stay here. 1 sea, 1 sword, 1 world. Merge all the seas and swords into a great world. Purge the world of evil. Kill all evil. Use the sword in your hand to transform into a posture of judgment. Use the sword in your hand to determine the good and evil in your heart. Dual sword style, secret technique, sword world judgment. Boom. Click. The entire Redoria Sea, along with CP0's warships, was divided into 4 parts from the sky to the bottom of the sea. Even the seabed was cut into 4 abysses. What a terrifying slash. A CP0 who was still alive couldn't help but speak as he looked at the huge slash from the seabed to the sky. Get it? Looking at the CP0 who had all been buried at the bottom of the sea, Lingtian said with satisfaction, Marie, Joya. 5.5 elders sent out a check on the CP0 of the second sun. They have all lost contact. A CP0 who was in charge of the investigation said to the 5 elders in front of him, You're useless. The world government has spent so much resources training you, but you can't even do such a small thing. The god of law. Topman Voucheri cursed. Go ask the Navy to check it out. The god of environment, St. Marcus Maz, spoke. Yes. When the CP0 heard what the god of environment said, he immediately went to inform the Navy. Chapter 19 Lost Air. After a full hour, Bucky finally absorbed the grace of the sun. How's it going, Bucky? Lingtian sat aside and looked at Bucky. How should I put it? Brother Lingtian has improved a little bit. Bucky was a little puzzled. He clearly had great power just now, but after the fusion was completed, he only felt that his body's strength increased a little bit. Well, that's normal. Lingtian spoke after hearing Bucky say that he only improved a little bit. After all, Grace's sun will slowly improve with the appearance of the sun. It was only morning, and the sun was only half out, so the improvement that Grace's sun brought to Bucky was not very obvious. Bucky, come here. Lingtian waved at Bucky. When Bucky heard Lingtian's words, he trotted to Lingtian's side. Bucky, listen to me. The power I just gave you is a grace from the Supreme God. Son. Lingtian explained to Bucky. What is the Supreme God? Bucky asked curiously after hearing Lingtian's words. Lingtian was also speechless when he heard what Bucky said. Why is your focus so strange? Shouldn't you be curious about your abilities? The Supreme God is the leader of the angels. Although Lingtian was speechless about Bucky's strange focus, he still explained it to him. Angels. Are there really angels in this world? Bucky said in surprise that he knew that there was a Sky Island in this world. According to some rumors, angels lived on the Sky Island. But Bucky, who had been to Sky Island, of course knew that there were no angels on Sky Island. Boom. Stop talking nonsense and listen to me carefully. Lingtian saw that Buggy's attention had shifted to other strange places again, so he directly hit Buggy on the head with his Iron Fist of Love. By the way, he's been using the Iron Fist of Love to hit Buggy and the others lately. It hurts, I know. Listen carefully, Bucky. The Supreme God's grace, sun, is an ability that increases your strength with the appearance of the sun. When it's noon, you will be able to unleash your strongest power, but this time is only 1 minute. For 1 minute at noon, you have the most powerful force in the world. Lingtian explained the ability of Grace's sun to Buggy. In the original work, the scanner at noon couldn't even defeat Meliodas, who had entered annihilation mode. What is Meliodas in annihilation mode? He is in existence below the Demon King, and even the Demon King is a little afraid of him. In the world of pirates, it is definitely top-level strength. The sun. Then, what about at night? When Buggy heard Lingtian say that the power of grace and sun can only be unleashed when the sun appears, he couldn't help but become curious. I said, okay. Damn, Bucky is focusing on the right thing this time. Cough, cough. In order to hide his embarrassment, Lingtian coughed and then explained to Bucky what happened in the evening. If it is night, you will not be able to use the power of Grace Sunday. You can only use the power of your original split fruit. Nanny, how can I say I am still a weakling at night? Bucky said with a look of despair that he originally thought he could be like Captain Roger, but he didn't expect that he could only be like Captain Roger in the morning. Oh, I forgot to tell you. When it's past noon, your abilities will gradually weaken, and by nightfall, they will be completely unusable. After hearing Lingtian's words, Bucky fell to the ground completely. He was wondering whether he should be arrogant during the day and hide at night, or just stay hidden like before. Get up, Bucky. From now on, I will help you adapt to the power of Grace Sunday. To be on the safe side, Lingtian still planned to train Buggy. After all, Buggy had just gained his abilities, and there was no telling what kind of disaster he might cause in the future. After hearing Lingtian's words, Bucky also stood up. He also knew that he had just acquired the ability and needed to slowly adapt to it. Yoshi, then come on. As soon as Buggy stood up, he activated the power of Grace's sun, and then the muscles on Buggy's body grew visibly bigger. Oh, that's amazing, Brother Lingtian, look. My muscles got bigger. Bucky saw the changes in himself and excitedly ran to Lingtian to show off his muscles. Look, my muscles, such big muscles that I'm awesome, right? Look, Brother Lingtian. Please call me Captain Buggy from now on. I'm already invincible. I don't care about the Navy or pirates. As long as I, Captain Buggy, meet them, I will kill them all. Boom. Stop talking so much, Bucky, it's so noisy. Lingtian saw that Buggy used the power of Grace's sun to make his muscles bigger, and Buggy, who was like a fool, couldn't bear it anymore. Just hit him with an Iron Fist of Love. Really, brother Lingtian really doesn't know how to appreciate. Buggy was hit by Lingtian with the iron fist of love, and then he squatted on the ground holding a branch and drawing circles on the ground. Okay, Bucky, take this. Lingtian said as he threw a notebook to Bucky. This was written down when Lingtian drew Grace's son, based on the ability he had seen Iskaner use in his previous life. What's basically written here are Iskaner's moves. What's this? Bucky took the notebook and started reading. The Sun Without Mercy. Holy Sword Iskaner. Holy Lance Iskaner. The One. Available only at noon. The One Ultimate. When it reaches noon, it burns life and uses an ability that exceeds the limit of grace and the sun. For the next few days, Buggy will stay in Redoria to practice the power of Grace Sun. There was nothing wrong with the next few days, but on the first day of practice, Lingtian didn't pay attention to the time. As a result, at noon, the power of the Grace and Sun in Buggy's body went out of control and directly set Lingtian, who was watching Buggy's training, on fire. Then, everyone now sees Lingtian with a bald head that looks like a night pearl, watching Bucky train. Ahawk, my lush purple hair. When he saw his purple hair being burned by Buggy's uncontrolled ability, Lingtian directly pulled out Ace and Lightning and slashed at Buggy. Naturally, Buggy, who possessed the Fracture Fruit, was fine after being chopped by Lingtian for a while. This was also thanks to the fact that Lingtian did not cover himself with the armament hockey. 20. Chapter 20 Whitebeard's Arrival. Brother Lingtian, can I take a break? Bucky spoke to Lingtian while holding a stone that was several times bigger than himself. He has been lifting the stone for almost 3 hours, and his hands are now numb. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking, I'll let you lift for another 5 hours. Lingtian immediately became angry when he heard Buggy's plea for mercy. There are 2 reasons why Lingtian did this. The first is because in the original work, Grace's son consumes magic power, but Buggy does not have magic power, so it consumes Buggy's physical strength instead. Moreover, Lingtian discovered that as Buggy's physical strength improved, he could also slightly use the power of Grace's son at night. At first, Buggy was completely unable to use the power of Grace's sun after the sun went down, but later, because Buggy burned Lingtian's hair, Lingtian punished Buggy with training, and after that, Buggy was able to use the power of Grace's sun within 10 minutes of the sun going down. Lingtian thought about it and understood. The ability of Grace's sun is to consume magic power. Among the 7 deadly sins, Iskaner can only rely on the sun to possess magic power during the day. But there are exceptions. For example, in the original work, Iskaner directly relies on the sun in his heart to obtain magic power at night, so the ability of Grace's sun cannot be used necessarily when there is sun. It's just because it becomes stronger when it has the sun. As for the second reason, it was of course because of Lingtian's hair. Damn it, it's your fault for not being able to control yourself and burning my hair. Huh? Why are Newgate and the others here? Lingtian sensed that Newgate's Moby Dick had entered the waters of Redoria. Okay, Bucky, let's stop training for now. We have guests coming. Lingtian said to Buggy, and then ran towards the coast where the Moby Dick was going to land. When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, he threw the stone aside and muttered, "Isn't it just burning your hair?" While muttering to himself, Buggy flew in the direction Lingtian ran. That's right, it's flying, and it's not the kind that requires separating the legs. If you look closely, you can see that Bucky is wearing a ring with 2 feathers on his left index finger. This is the wind ring given to him by Lingtian.it, is the equivalent exchange module in my world and can allow people to fly. On the coast of Redoria, the Whitebeard pirates Moby Dick landed on the shore. Before the Whitebeard pirates crew members even got off the ship, Lingtian jumped directly onto the Moby Dick. I say, Newgate, what are you doing here again? Lingtian directly asked Newgate why he came to Redoria. I'm here because, just as Newgate was about to answer Lingtian's question, he saw Lingtian's head that looked like a night pearl. Galala, where's your hair, Lingtian? Not only Newgate, but also Marco and Vista saw the night pearl on Lingtian's head. Ah, brother Lingtian, are you planning on becoming a monk? Ah. With the opening of Newgate, they laughed without hesitation. Shoo. Boom. Listening to the laughter around him, Lingtian teleported and made everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, except Whitebeard himself, taste Lingtian's iron fist of love. Then everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, except Whitebeard, covered their heads. Smile, smile again for me. Lingtian pulled out the 2 knives from his waist as he spoke. Damn it, I just taught Buggy a lesson, and I finally forgot that he has no hair and you guys are laughing." Seeing Lingtian pulling out both knives from his waist, Marco and the others immediately covered their mouths with their hands. After all, they knew that their father could not beat Lingtian. Although they knew that Lingtian would not kill them, punishment was inevitable. Lingtian saw Marco and the others covering their mouths and nodded with satisfaction, then put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard. "Brother Lingtian, wait for me," Bucky shouted from behind. "Red Nose, why are you here?" Marco asked when he saw Buggy looking confused. "Marco, who are you calling Red Nose?" When Buggy heard Marco calling him red-nosed, he immediately grabbed Marco's collar and said angrily, Sorry. Marco looked at Buggy and apologized nonchalantly while pulling at his collar. "What's that expression on your face, Marco?" "It's the same as Shanks's." Okay, Buggy, don't use your ability again. If you burn Newgate's ship, you'll be on your own." Lingtian looked at Buggy and reminded him when he was about to use the power of Grace's son. When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, he instantly became convinced, even though Lingtian had told him that by noon he would have the world's top strength. But facing Whitebeard Buggy, who is now known as the strongest man in the world, he still feels a little bit obedient. "Newgate, what exactly are you doing here in Redoria?" When Lingtian saw that Bucky had come to his senses, he asked Newgate the same question as before. "What are you doing?" "It's because a second sun appeared in the sky before. I saw it was coming from this direction, so I guess it was you who did it," Newgate said. "If I say I don't know, would you believe me?" Lingtian said mischievously. Boom. "Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly." Newgate directly hit Lingtian on the head with his iron fist of love. Puff X2. After experiencing Lingtian's iron fist of love, Buggy and Marco immediately covered their mouths and laughed. When Lingtian saw that Buggy and Marco were actually laughing at him, he glared at them. When Buggy and Marco saw Lingtian's eyes, they immediately put on normal expressions. "Yes, it is like this. I was indeed the one who created the second sun. The reason why the second sun appeared before was because Buggy absorbed the power I gave him," Lingtian simply explained to Newgate. After hearing Lingtian's words, Newgate understood. Marco had shown him his freezing ability when he came back from Rogue Town. Marco also explained to them that this was the ability Lingtian gave him. "Is there anything else?" "Galala, there's nothing else to do. However, Lingtian, do you still have the wine from before? Give me a few boxes." Newgate said that finding the reason for the appearance of the second sun was only secondary, and finding Lingtian's wine was the main reason for Newgate to come to Redoria. Lingtian really didn't expect that Newgate was actually thinking about his wine. "Didn't I tell you before? That's the last box." Lingtian spoke to Newgate, saying that even though he had won a few boxes in the previous lottery, he was planning to keep them for future use to build good relationships. Although it doesn't matter if he doesn't need to build good relationships given his abilities, Lingtian, who was born in the Red Country in his previous life, of course adheres to the principle of not using force if possible. Chapter 21. No freeloading. "Where did you hide the wine, kid?" Newgate said to Lingtian while searching in his wooden hut. When he told Newgate that there was only the last box, Newgate refused to believe it. He immediately ignored the people on the boat and ran to his cabin to search. "No, Newgate," Lingtian said to Newgate speechlessly. "It's just some wine. It's better than the milk in my hand." When Newgate heard Lingtian's words, he immediately condensed the energy of the tremor fruit in his right hand. "Oh my God, Newgate, are you serious?" "Here, it's all here." When Lingtian saw Newgate condense the energy of the Zhenjin fruit, he immediately took out the Moutai from the shampooing space. Newgate was also surprised when he saw Lingtian taking out the wine. He just wanted to scare Lingtian, but he didn't expect to get something extra. "Stinky boy, I knew you still have." Boom. Newgate reacted immediately and swung his iron fist of love towards Lingtian's head. Lingtian covered his head and muttered, "I'm not doing this for your health." Newgate ignored Lingtian's muttering and directly picked up the Mutai that Lingtian had just taken out and returned to the Moby Dick. Aboard Moby Dick. "Are you leaving, Newgate?" "Golala, there are still many things to do in the New World. And this time I also got." No. "Now that we know about the second sun, of course we have to go back now." When Lingtian heard Newgate say that he got it, he changed the subject and his mouth twitched. "It seemed that you came to me just to get my wine for free, right?" However, Lingtian did not say anything but took out another box of mutai from the system space and placed it on the deck of the Moby Dick. This is really the last of it, Newgate. You should drink it sparingly. Lingtian told Newgate that he didn't want Newgate to get into trouble because of drinking. But when Newgate saw the wine, he got excited and took away the mutai that Lingtian had just taken out. My goodness, he looked as if he was afraid that if he was too late, someone else would take it away. Newgate, what? Lingtian asked me to drink more. You are indeed my good brother. Just like that, Lingtian watched the Moby Dick leave. Originally, Bucky was planning to leave with Newgate and the others, but Lingtian stopped him. He still needs Bucky's help with the next things, so how could he just let him leave like that? Although he promised the Warring States period that he would not appear on the sea within 10 years, he couldn't help but feel that Lingtian wanted to change some of the tragic things in the original work. The current timeline is the year 1498 in the Hyuan calendar. In the original book, no major events happened this year. The most recent major event also happened in the year 1499 of the Hyuan calendar, which was the year when Golden Lion Shiki escaped from the prison in Push City. So Lingtian planned to spend a year training Buggy to master the power of Grey Sun. In the following year, Buggy made rapid progress. Not only did he master the use of Iskaner's various abilities, but he also developed some new skills based on his own splinter fruit. In the year 1499 of the Hyuan calendar, what Lingtian had recorded was indeed correct. The famous pirate Golden Lion Shiki escaped from the Impel Down prison, which was known as the most solid prison in the world, at the cost of his own 2 legs. What are you doing here, Shiki? Lingtian looked at Shichi floating in the air curiously. Today, 1 month after Sky escaped from the Impel Down prison, he actually came to Redoria, and according to Golden Lion's description, it was Newgate who told Sky. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Newgate. After all, he and Shiki had a good relationship in the Rocks Pirates. His first battle was with Sky, so Newgate would tell Sky that it was normal for him to be here. It's been so long since we last met, and you let me, your old friend, just hang out here. Shurji did not answer Lingtian's words, but said this. Come with me. Lingtian didn't say anything, but took Shurji to his little house. As for if Shichi suddenly attacked him, he was not afraid. Anyway, he is immortal now, and he also possesses the world's top strength in Redder. It is not easy to suppress an injured Shiki. By the way, Shichi, why did you come to see me? Lingtian took Shichi to his cabin and asked. What? Shichi said a little embarrassedly. Why, Shiki, you've been locked up in the Impel Down prison for 2 years. Why are you so timid? If you have any questions, just ask me. I will definitely help you if I can. Lingtian said directly and casually that he and Shiki had a good relationship when they were in the Rocks Pirates. So if there was anything Lingtian could help Shiki with, he would definitely help him. Well, unless Shichi asks him to help him mess up the world. Ja. Shiki laughed. Come to think of it, after being locked up in Pushin City for 2 years, I have become so timid. I am the great pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. Lingtian couldn't help but chuckle when he saw what Golden Lion said. Well, Lingtian, I heard from Newgate that you have a good wine here. Hurry up and bring it out for me to taste. When Lingtian heard Shurji's words, the corners of his chuckled mouth suddenly stiffened. What, another one who comes to drink my wine for free? Why does that fellow Newgate say everything? Didn't I tell him that those were the last 2 boxes? In fact, what Lingtian didn't know was that Newgate told Shichi when he entered the city of Push. However, as soon as Shiki escaped, he remembered that Newgate had told him that Lingtian had good wine. In order to alleviate the pain he had suffered and Impel Down in the past 2 years, Shiki came to Lingtian to ask for wine. Shiki, if I say there's no more, will you believe me? Boom. Stop talking nonsense and bring it out to me. When Shichi heard Lingtian's words, he immediately threw his iron fist at Lingtian's head. Damn, why do you old guys like to use the iron fist of love? Even a guy named Monk said, Do you see the mark on my face? This is my father's deep love for me, which has not dissipated after so many years. Ahem, of course, Lingtian himself doesn't count. He won't admit that he is an old man. He is just a young man in his 30s. Cough, cough. Lingtian coughed twice and took out a box of mutai and gave it to Shurji. Go, 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 go quickly, take this box of wine and go. Lingtian immediately drove the man away. Damn, it just come me to get free wine. D. Oh, you know that I won these wines through lotteries so many times. It's not easy to get them specifically. Author, it's just a bad luck. What's so difficult about it? This is for you. Shurji handed Lingtian a map, which was the place where he hid the treasures he had previously taken. Ouch, it's not a free ride this time. Long live Shichi. Although he had no shortage of treasures, he was still very happy if people could get his wine for free. That guy Newgate had been getting his wine for free for so many years. Chapter 22. Goodbye, Kaido. Bucky. Ever since that guy, Shichi, took Lingtian's wine and left, Lingtian continued to train Buggy. However, Lingtian did not want to train Buggy today, but planned to go find old friends with Buggy. As for who this old friend is, author, you can tell from the title. What would happen, brother Lingtian? When Buggy heard Lingtian calling him, he flew over immediately. But just by listening to Buggy's trembling voice, you could tell how afraid of Lingtian he is now. This year, he has been living a life worse than death, although his abilities have improved a lot. Don't be nervous, Bucky, we're not training this time. Lingtian noticed Bucky's nervousness and couldn't help but laugh. Really? When Bucky heard Lingtian say there would be no training today, he immediately became excited. Hey, idiot. Lingtian teleported and caught Bucky, who was so excited that he was about to jump into the sea. Idiot, you haven't forgotten that you are a person with special abilities, have you? Lingtian threw Bucky aside and said. Buggy scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard Lingtian's words. He had been practicing the power of Grace Sun for the past year, so he had actually forgotten that he was a devil fruit user. When Lingtian saw Buggy like this, he knew that Buggy had really forgotten that he was a devil fruit user. Okay, Bucky, follow him. Lingtian created a physical clone and said to Buggy. When Buggy was in Rogue Town, he already knew that Lingtian had a physical clone, so he was not that surprised. Buggy and Lingtian's physical clones boarded a ship and headed directly in one direction. After getting on the boat, Lingtian took out a black cloak and a pure white mask with some black stripes from the system space. The black cloak is the cloak of Kamen Rider Ichi. Brother E. This cloak is very powerful. IT has the ability to invalidate all abilities that attack himself. In the movie version of W, if Brother E had not lost this cloak, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the end. The mask is the mask of General Niga of the Ninja Army in Jackie Chan Adventures. What? Why is it pure white? Of course, it was because the original mask was too ugly, so Lingtian transformed the original mask into this pure white mask. As for how it was transformed, I can only say that you don't need to know so much about the novel. Hey, brother Lingtian, why do you wear a mask and a cape? Bucky was puzzled. Lingtian told Buggy about the agreement between him and Zhangguo. Result. Brother Lingtian, do you still have the mask? Brother Lingtian, your cape is so cool. Brother Lingtian, please get me one. Brother Lingtian. Just like that, during the days of sailing, Buggy kept yelling in his ears, and even when Lingtian gave him a few iron fists of love, Buggy didn't stop. It wasn't until Lingtian gave Buggy a cloak and mask without any abilities that Buggy was willing to let him go. A few days later, Lingtian and Buggy finally arrived at the waters of Wano country. We're here, Bucky. Lingtian stood at the bow and looked at the waterfall in front. Because the beast's pirates have not yet grown strong, there are no pirate patrols in the waters of Wano country. Are we there yet? Where? Where is Wano country, the land of samurai? Because Roger and his friends have never been to Wano country, Buggy has no idea about the situation in Wano country. They had just passed by before, but did not land on the island. Brother Lingtian, the country of Wano is not on that waterfall, right? Bucky asked tentatively. That's right, Buggy, just fly up next. As he said that, Lingtian flew up directly with a gale ring. Lingtian drew 2 of these rings, one for Buggy and one for himself. Oh. A man in a suit, a mask, and a pair of wings spoke to Lingtian. This is the Flame Ashes, one of the 3 disasters in the future. Can you please let me know? We are looking for Kaido. Adhering to the principle of not taking action if possible, Lingtian directly told Jean the purpose of his coming here. Wait here. After giving some instructions to his men, Jean flew directly into Wano country. Lingtian was also relieved when he saw Jean flying to find Kaido. Luckily, it was Jin who was guarding here. If it was Jack, who would definitely say, "Who do you think I am?" After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a green dragon poked its head out from the clouds and spoke. Who is looking for me? Dragon is Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates. Buggy said as he saw Kaido's eyes glowing in his beast form. Boom. Don't act like an inexperienced person. You are a member of the Pirate King's crew after all. Lingtian gave Buggy an iron fist of love. Roger's crew, who are you? Kaido narrowed his eyes when he heard Lingtian's words. Long time no see, Kaido. Lingtian greeted Kaido. Long time no see. Who are you? Because Lingtian is wearing a mask and a cloak, Kaido now has no idea who Lingtian is. You should know this. Lingtian raised the knife at his waist and said, This sword, you are. Kaido recognized the knife in Lingtian's hand at a glance, but when he was about to say Lingtian's name, Lingtian made a hushing gesture. Let's talk somewhere else. Lingtian spoke. Well, follow me. Kaido also felt that it was inappropriate to talk here, so he took Lingtian to his Onigashima. Before leaving, Kaido asked Jean to keep an eye on this place. Kaido's hall in Onigashima. All of you, please go out, and no one is allowed to come in without my notice. After Kaido gave an order, the others went out and closed the door when they left. Long time no see, Kaido. You've really become stronger. Lingtian took off the mask on his face and spoke. Brother Lingtian, it's really you. Kaido immediately got excited when he saw Lingtian's face. He hadn't seen Lingtian for decades. When they were in the Valley of Gods, he was taken away by Newgate, and Lingtian was left there alone, although Lingtian told him that they would meet when his pirate group became famous. But no one knew whether Lingtian could survive what happened back then, because he was captured by the world government when he joined the Rocks Pirates, so he didn't believe what the Navy said at all. But he was very weak at that time and could only be taken away by Newgate unwillingly. He had not heard any news about Lingtian over the years, so Kaido believed that Lingtian had died in the Valley of the Gods. So over the years, he has always hated Newgate and often fought with Newgate, because he felt that Lingtian's death was caused by Newgate. If Newgate had taken Lingtian away directly, Lingtian would not have died. In fact, every time Kaido came to fight with Newgate, Newgate was confused. I had no idea how he had offended this little brat Kaido. If he knew it was because of Lingtian, he would have told Kaido about Lingtian's situation in Midoriya long ago. Chapter 23. What's wrong, Kaido? You don't recognize me after not seeing me for more than 10 years. Lingtian chuckled. No, how could I possibly forget Brother Lingtian? Kaido shook his head. Brother Lingtian, are you and Kaido the beast old acquaintances? Buggy, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but speak as he watched Kaido and Lingtian talking. Well, are you Brother Lingtian's new little brother? Kaido looked down at Buggy and said, You don't look like you have much muscle. Kaido poked Buggy, then poked his own muscles, and it was obvious that he was saying that this kid had no muscles at all, unlike me who had so many muscles. Ever since Kaido met Lingtian, he has put down his usual burdens. Originally, he founded the pirate group because of Lingtian's words, When your pirate group becomes famous, we will meet again. Now that he has met Lingtian, there is no need for him to expand his pirate group any further. Really like a child. Lingtian couldn't help but laugh as he watched Kaido flexing his muscles. Stupid Kaido, who do you say has a red nose? Buggy suddenly jumped up and directly used the ability of Grey Sun. As Buggy uses the power of Grey Sun, his body instantly becomes gigantic. Stupid Kaido, who do you say has no muscles? After using Grey Sun, Buggy's body is a full head taller than Kaido. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. When Kaido saw that Buggy could actually grow so big, his eyes immediately lit up. When Lingtian saw the appearance of Kaido, he immediately thought of Luffy. All right, stop messing around, you two. Lingtian said to Kaido and Buggy. Kaido and Buggy immediately stopped showing off when they heard Lingtian's words. Especially Buggy, who immediately canceled the power of Grey Sun after hearing Lingtian's words, and then hid behind Kaido. What's wrong, second brother? Kaido looked at Buggy, who was hiding behind him in confusion. Because of the antics they had just shown, the two felt that they had similar interests and decided to become sworn brothers. Damn, Kaido, I'm the boss. Although they became sworn brothers, they had not yet decided who would be the eldest brother. Wororo, if that's the case, why are you hiding behind me? That's because you don't know how terrifying Brother Lingtian is when he's training. Buggy still hid behind Kaido and spoke. Forehead. When Kaido heard what Buggy said, he also remembered the training Lingtian gave him when he was in the Rocks Pirates. Boom. I think you're right. When Kaido recalled that memory, he immediately hid in the corner and began to tremble. Am I terrible? Lingtian looked at them speechlessly. It wasn't that scary. Well, except for that shiny bald head. Kaido also saw Lingtian's bald head at first, but out of respect for Lingtian, he did not laugh out loud. Okay, stop messing around. Kaido, I came to you this time to ask you to teach Buggy the armament haki and observation haki. No problem, leave this matter to me. I will definitely teach my second brother to be a strong man. When Kaido heard Lingtian's words, he immediately stood up and patted his chest. Oh, why? Why is Kaido the one teaching me? Bucky also heard Lingtian's words and immediately protested. Bucky, what did you say? Lingtian blew on his fist and said, No, nothing. When Bucky saw Lingtian's fist, he immediately felt relieved. Let's go, Kaido, let's go train. Buggy looked at Lingtian's fist and immediately pulled Kaido outside. Really? I'm doing this for your own good. Are you really that scared of me? Lingtian muttered as he watched Buggy pulling Kaido outside. In this way, Buggy stayed on Onigashima to train his haki. The next day, Lingtian was walking on Ghost Island when he suddenly saw a cage and asked the person guarding the cage curiously, Who is imprisoned here? In fact, Lingtian had roughly guessed it when he saw the cage, but he still wanted to ask. The person imprisoned here is Lord Kaido's son. The man guarding the cage spoke tremblingly. He saw Lingtian talking and laughing with their Admiral Kaido at that time. There was even one time when he saw Admiral Kaido being beaten by this guy, and the Admiral didn't fight back. Is that true? You don't have to look after this place anymore. As he said that, Lingtian destroyed the entire cage with one knife. Boom. Just when Lingtian destroyed the cage that imprisoned Yamato, Kaido immediately sensed it. Could it be that Yamato's stupid son has destroyed the cage again? Kaido said as he walked towards where Yamato was imprisoned. Lingtian sighed. When Lingtian broke the cage, he saw a loli with white hair being handcuffed. Kaido, you are such a bastard. How dare you lock up such a cute little girl? When Lingtian uncuffed Yamato's hands, he cursed Kaido in his heart. Forehead. Yamato felt his handcuffs being opened, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a man wearing a pure white mask. Who are you? Loli Yamato asked in confusion. No, run away quickly, or you will be smashed into a meat pie. Loli Yamato suddenly thought of Kaido's cruel appearance and said to Lingtian, What a kind child. Lingtian listened to Yamato's words, touched her head and sighed. Forehead. Yamato was a little uncomfortable being touched on the head for the first time, but he did not avoid Lingtian's touch. This was the first time in her life that someone had been so gentle to her. Her old father Kaido only ever beat her and starved her. Boom. At this moment, a cloud of smoke suddenly rose outside the cage. Oh no, run away, quickly. When Yamato saw the smoke outside, he knew that Kaido had arrived and immediately asked Lingtian to leave. It's fine. Lingtian picked up loli Yamato and said, I have to say that Yamato is really cute. I don't know how Kaido could bear to lock up such a cute loli. Yamato, you escaped again. Kaido spoke in the smoke. Although Kaido couldn't see the situation in the cage because of the smoke, he guessed that it was Yamato who went berserk and destroyed the cage. Kaido, come here. Lingtian immediately became angry when he heard what Kaido said. No, this voice is not Yamato's voice, it seemed to be the voice of brother Lingtian. Kaido walked out of the smoke while thinking this. Damn, it's really brother Lingtian. When Kaido looked at Lingtian holding Yamato, cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Swish. Lingtian appeared in front of Kaido in an instant and hit Kaido's head with a huge fist. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, several big bumps appeared on Kaido's head. Bling bling. Seeing the bag on Kaido's head, Yamato in Lingtian's arms immediately had stars in his eyes. Chapter 24, Kaido's Apology. What's wrong? Bucky also came over after hearing the noise. Wow, brother Lingtian, who is this child? Is he your child? Buggy flew over and saw Yamato in Lingtian's arms and spoke. Boom. What is it? This is Kaido's daughter. Lingtian punched Bucky with a frown on his face. Alas, Kaido actually has such a lovely daughter. When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, his body immediately fell into pieces. He really didn't expect that Kaido actually had such a lovely daughter. Yeah, but Kaido actually locked up Yamato. Lingtian glared at Kaido and said, Nanny. When Buggy heard Lingtian say that Kaido actually locked up such a cute loli, he immediately became angry. Kaido, you have quite a lot of people. This is your daughter, and you locked her up. As he said this, Buggy mobilized the power of Grey Sun to beat Kaido again. Goo. Just then Yamato's stomach growled. Brother, I'm hungry. Yamato pulled Lingtian's clothes and said. Before Lingtian could speak, Buggy pushed Lingtian away and picked up Yamato. Come on, big brother will take you to find something to eat. Although Lingtian was pushed away by Buggy, he didn't feel anything. Kaido, who was standing nearby, muttered as he watched this harmonious scene. Who told her not to be the general of the Beast Pirates? What did you say? When Lingtian heard Kaido's muttering, he immediately looked at Kaido fiercely. Nothing, nothing. Kaido immediately became timid when he saw Lingtian's expression. In this way, Lingtian and Buggy took Yamato to wander around Wano country. That as for Kaido, Lingtian just let him stay wherever he wanted. 5 days later, Lingtian found Kaido wearing a pure white mask. Brother Lingtian, are you leaving? Kaido was a little bit unbelieving. He and Brother Lingtian had only met for 5 days and he was leaving like this? Brother, please don't leave. Isn't it good for you to stay here with Yamato? Yamato also pulled Lingtian's clothes, tears welling up in his eyes. Yamato, be good. I'll come back to accompany you when Big Brother finishes his work, okay? Lingtian touched Yamato's head and said, to be honest, he really had things to do. Judging from the time, Ace would be born soon, and many people on Battle Island would die because of Ace. Okay, Big Brother, please be careful. The innocent Yamato said to Lingtian. Okay, I understand. Wait until Big Brother comes back to bring you a fiancé, okay? Lingtian thought of the relationship between Ace and Yamato in the original work. Hey, Brother Lingtian, this isn't good. Yamato is my daughter after all. When Kaido heard Lingtian say that he wanted to find a fiancé for Yamato, he immediately objected. Shut up, Kaido. You know Yamato is your daughter. That father will lock up his daughter. Lingtian scolded. That's right, that's right. Bucky also echoed. Yamato blinked and watched the conversation between Lingtian and the others. Okay, I'll wait for my elder brother to bring me a fiancé. Although Yamato doesn't know what a fiancé is, he's happy to see Kaido being defeated. Take this, your fiancé will come to you with the other half of this. Lingtian handed a white Tai-Chi jade pendant to Yamato. Yamato said happily while holding the jade pendant. Yamato was happy, but Kaido was miserable. He squatted in a corner and drew a circle. Baki is in your hands, Kaido. Lingtian said to Kaido, who was drawing circles on the side. Oh, by the way, I heard that you have caused a lot of trouble for Newgate recently. Lingtian looked at Kaido with a smile. Kaido's body stiffened when he heard Lingtian's words. He knew that Newgate and Lingtian had a good relationship. The reason why we went to attack Newgate before was because of Lingtian. Well, forget about the past. Don't go attack Newgate again in the future. And remember to apologize to Newgate. Well then, Buggy, Yamato, and Kaido will see each other again someday. After saying that, Lingtian flew away. When Kaido heard Lingtian asking him to apologize to Whitebeard, he thought for a while, then said something to Buggy and transformed into a beast form and flew towards Whitebeard's territory. A few days later, on board the Moby Dick. Dad, Kaido was spotted ahead. The crew member on lookout saw a dragon head flying towards the Moby Dick from a distance and spoke to Whitebeard. Golala, does that little brat Kaido want to fight again? Whitebeard stood on the bow of the Moby Dick and laughed as he looked at the dragon appearing in the distance. Soon Kaido flew in front of the Moby Dick. Golala, little Kaido, are you here to fight again? Tisk, old man with white beard, I'm not here to fight this time. Oh, what are you doing here? I'm here to apologize to you for what happened before. Kaido stammered and spoke a little embarrassedly. Nanny. Hey, did I hear you right? Kaido the Beast actually apologized to us. The pirates on a Moby Dick were shocked. Golala, Kaido, did you break your head? Whitebeard knew that Kaido would go free fall whenever he had nothing to do. Yeah, you must be mistaken. We are the Whitebeard pirates. Marco also flew in the air. Stop talking nonsense, D. But you think I am willing to apologize to an old man like you? If it weren't for Brother Lingtian, I wouldn't have apologized to you. Kaido was immediately furious when he saw that they heard him apologize to them and actually felt that there was something wrong with their brains. Golala, it turns out to be Lingtian. I was wondering why you apologized to us. When Newgate heard Kaido's words, he immediately understood. The relationship between Kaido and Lingtian in the Rocks Pirates is not ordinary, Strictly speaking, Lingtian should be considered Kaido's master. Humph, and I won't come to fight with you again. Brother Lingtian has said that let's forget about the past. Okay, in that case, I will give Lingtian a favor and forget about the past. But if you come again, Kaido, don't blame me for being rude. Whitebeard took a sip of the Moutai Lingtian sent him and spoke. Disk, I don't want to see you again in this life. Kaido said this and turned around and left. If Lingtian was here, he would laugh and say that it is impossible for us to not meet in this life because your daughter's fiancé is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, Lingtian. Ever since Lingtian left Wano country, he has been flying to Batarila Island without stopping. Is Batarila Island in front of us? Lingtian muttered as he looked at the island in front of him. Which one is it, Garp's warship? When Lingtian saw Garp's warships on the coast, he also realized that Roger had left his wife Portgas D. Rouge to Garp's protection as in the original work. Chapter 25 Shadow Core, Normal Update. When Lingtian arrived at Batalila Island, Garp's observation haki immediately sensed Lingtian. Because he promised Roger that he would protect his wife Portgas D. Rouge, Garp has been using his observation haki these days to prevent the world government from sending people to kill Rouge. That mask, are you from the world government? When Lingtian just arrived on the island, Garp teleported in front of Lingtian. Fuck, Garp, are you that fast? Lingtian complained when he saw Garp appear in front of him immediately. Is this the strongest old man in the world? Well, at least before Lingtian traveled through time, Garp's setting was outrageous. Cut the nonsense. Without saying a word, Garp punched Lingtian directly. Because the mask Lingtian wore was pure white, Garp subconsciously thought that Lingtian was from the CP organization under the world government. Fuck, Garp, you just started doing it without saying anything. Lingtian simply wrapped Garp's hands with a cloak behind him and said speechlessly, just because I'm wearing a pure white mask and a white cloak, does that mean they are a perfect match? Okay. Lingtian thought about it and felt that his outfit really looked like that of the CP group of guys. No, I can't blame myself for this. It's all because of those guys from CP. They are obviously an intelligence organization, but they always wear white clothes. My domineering spirit disappeared. No, not only my haki, but my taijutsu has also disappeared. Garp was surprised when he felt that the armament domineering and taijutsu covering his fist had disappeared. As far as he knew, he had never heard of the ability to absorb domineering aura. Although he thought so, the ocean is so vast that there are all kinds of wonders, so Garp quickly calmed down. Who are you? Garp looked at Lingtian and realized that Lingtian might not be a member of CP. Because CP members usually appear in groups of several people, if they are a spy CP, they would not wear CP-exclusive clothes so openly. Of course I'm not a CP. Lingtian took off the cloak that was wrapped around Garp's fist and spoke. Then what are you doing on Batalila Island? I came here because of Roger's promise. Lingtian made up a lie. Actually, it wasn't really a lie. After all, Roger had invited him to board Roger's ship. Although he refused at that time, he was still invited after all, so he was considered 1/3 of Roger's crew. What, Roger actually asked you for help, and you're telling me something? Garp picked his nose and said. Now Garp was thinking about leaving all the CPs coming to Batalila Island in the next few days to Lingtian to deal with, and then he would stay by Lugio's side and keep an eye on them. Based on Garp's judgment of the attack he had just made on Lingtian, Garp knew that Lingtian was not a weakling either. So Garp decided to hand those guys over to Lingtian to deal with. Since Roger asked you to protect Lugio, then just stay here and watch over the suspicious people coming to Batarila Island, Garp said directly to Lingtian. In fact, he had his own plans for doing this, although Lingtian himself said that he was asked by Roger to protect Lugio. However, Garp didn't believe Lingtian in his heart, so it was better for him to stay with Lugio. That's the kind of thing. Lingtian smiled when he heard what Garp said. Now, he really wants to pretend to be smart and tell Garp, do you know the mask on my face? This is a divine weapon that can summon countless immortal ninja armies. But you still need to take care of that group of CPs? Even with so many undead troops, they can be exhausted to death. That's it. When Garp heard Lingtian's words, he immediately took a vigilant posture. Hey, don't get excited, old man Garp. Lingtian explained to Garp immediately after seeing him strike that pose. Then what do you mean? Although he is a navy and a force under the name of the world government, Garp does not want the residents of Batarila Island to die because of Roger's wife. As a high-ranking naval officer, he understood the nature of the world government very well, but he could not just leave the Navy now. If he, as a naval hero, leaves the Navy, then the Navy will be really finished. When the pirates riot, the world will be almost finished. As for the world government, they will definitely only protect the celestial dragons and not care about the lives of other civilians. Just watch, Lingtian said, stretching his hands to both sides, muttering. Undead army, hidden in the darkness. Obey my call and wake up. P.S. I have to say that as a Chinibyu, this sentence is just too cool. As soon as he finished speaking, round black shadows slid out from under Lingtian and Carp shadows, and then turned into people wearing black clothes and black pants. These are... Cap couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. He didn't even feel these people. You have to know that he is now a top figure in the pirate world. This is my undead army. Lingtian placed his right hand in front of his chest and half bowed. Lingtian wanted to try out what a gentleman's character was like. In his previous life, he saw those gentlemen acting cool when fighting, and they were so cool. Of course, the most important reason is that he cannot reveal his identity in front of Garp, although he has only dealt with Garp a few times in this world. However, there was no guarantee that Garp would recognize him. In my previous life, I was born in a flower-growing family, and I always kept my promises. After all, what the physical clone does has nothing to do with me, Lingtian. Undead Legion. TSK, I don't believe there is any immortal army in this world, Garp said with a look of disbelief. Then please give it a try, Mr. Garp. Lingtian made way for Garp and told him to try it. You are very confident. Cap was also a little angry when he saw Lingtian recognize a road. Boom. Garp killed most of the ninja troops with just one punch. The only difference between them and ordinary people is that when the ninja corps was killed by Garp, no corpses were left behind, but they turned into smoke and disappeared. Did I kill him? But what's with this black fog? Garp looked around in confusion. Mr. Garp, please don't be careless. Lingtian chuckled and reminded Garp. When Garp heard Lingtian's words and was about to respond, he discovered that the men in black had returned to their original form. Are these really the same men in black from before? Cap looked at the men in black around him and said solemnly, if he really is immortal, then that would be troublesome. Judging from the fact that Lingtian was willing to agree to Roger's promise, it is very likely that Lingtian is also a pirate. Can I do an experiment? Garp spoke to Lingtian, who was sitting next to him. Lingtian didn't say anything but just nodded, indicating that he was welcome to do as he pleased. Garp saw Lingtian walk up to a man in black and put a badge on him. Chapter 26, The Birth of Ace, Normal Update. Boom. When Garp put the badge on the Black Shadow Ninja, he killed the Black Shadow Ninja with one punch. Black Shadow Ninja? Meow. I thought you were going to give me a badge. After Garp killed the Shadow Ninja, a black shadow emerged from Garp's shadow. What was different from the surrounding Shadow Ninjas was that this Shadow Ninja was wearing a badge on his chest. This badge is exactly the same one that Garp had before. He is actually immortal. Garp looked at the Black Shadow Ninja wearing the badge in disbelief. The idea of immortality is too shocking for this world. Garp knows that there are some people in this world who have strong recovery abilities. But immortality is still a little too incredible. Lingtian thought to himself when he saw Garp's surprised expression. Actually, I'm also immortal. Oh. After Garp's experiment, Lingtian sent the Black Shadow Corps out to monitor various places on Batarila Island, and if anyone from the world government came, they would go up and kill them directly. When Lingtian met Lugio, she was already 12 months pregnant with Ace. Let's find someone to deliver Lugio's baby. Lingtian looked at Lugio and said, in the original work, Lugio died because she was pregnant with Ace for 13 months. If Ace was born in 12 months, would Lugio not have died? Although the chance of this happening is not very high. What if? After hearing Lingtian's words, Garp knew it was time to deliver Lugio. The reason why Garp didn't deliver Lugio's baby before was because he was worried that CP would come when Lugio was delivering the baby. Now that he has Lingtian's shadow army, Garp no longer has these concerns. Batarila Island. A world government warship is heading towards Batarila Island. Sir, we are almost reaching Batarila Island. One CP reported to another CP. Full speed ahead. Then CP gave the order directly. They came to Batterila Island because they had lived on Batterila Island for a period of time before being executed by Roger. The world government asked them to investigate whether there is any bloodline of Roger on Batterila Island. When the warship appeared in the waters of Batterila Island, the Black Shadow Corps discovered it. Immediately, the Black Shadow Army on Batterila Island merged directly into the shadows. Lingtian's current ability can only summon 20 Black Shadow ninjas, but since he is immortal, it doesn't matter. Just like that, the Black Shadow Ninja merged into the shadow and appeared directly on the CP's warship. X-20. 20 screams came directly from the warship. What's wrong? What happened? The commander heard the voice and turned around and asked. It turned out that the CP on the warship was killed by a group of men in black, and only 2 CPs beside him were still alive. Who are you? The CP couldn't help but get angry when he saw the 20 CPs being killed. Most of their CPs were killed before they even reached Batterila Island. The Shadow Ninja did not answer the question from the CP officer, but directly threw darts at those CPs. Iron Block X3. When the dart landed on the CP using the iron block, a spark immediately flew out. Shave. A CP instantly appeared in the middle of the Shadow Army. Finger gun ban. The CP waved his hands and killed all 20 Shadow soldiers with his finger gun. Bang X20. 20 members of the Black Shadow Army were directly hit by the gun and turned into puffs of smoke. What are these? The CP was puzzled when he saw the man in black who was hit by him turned into smoke. Ming comeback. When the CP commander saw the smoke, he had a bad feeling and immediately asked the CP codename Ming to come back. This is. Just when Ming was about to use shaving to get back to the officer CP, he found that his feet were caught by something. Ming looked down and found a man in black emerging from a shadow. Iron block. When Ming found something wrong, he directly used the iron block. When? Countless darts bounced directly off Ming's body. Missed foot. Ming directly used his kick to kill the man in black who grabbed his foot. Shave. Ming teleported back to the CP commander. These guys seem to only know how to use some darts. Then just kill them with a block of iron. The CP commander commanded. Iron block X2. When the Shadow soldiers saw CP using iron blocks, each of them took out 6 darts and then directly covered the darts with armed color domineering. Because it was summoned by Lingtian, it can use 50% of Lingtian's abilities. However, since the darts of the Black Shadow Corps are all black, it is impossible to tell that they are covered with the armament hockey. The Shadow Troop directly threw out the darts covered with armed color domineering. Get away quickly. The CP commander sensed something was wrong with the dart and jumped away, yelling at the 2 CPs who were casting the iron. However, he was still too late, as the 120 darts hit the 2 CPs squarely. You should have said it earlier. An unwilling CP complained. When the Shadow Army saw that a CP had actually dodged their darts, they simply ignored him and merged into the shadows. Well, leaving. The CP commander was somewhat puzzled when he saw the Black Shadow Corps disappear. Is it because I'm alone that I don't care? Just as the CP commander was thinking this, the entire ship collapsed in an instant. Nanny. The CP officer immediately felt bad when he saw this situation. Although he didn't show it just now, he is a person with special abilities. Moonstep. When Commander CP saw the Black Shadow Corps destroy the warship directly, he used the Moonstep to prevent himself from falling into the sea. However, Commander CP still underestimated the capabilities of the Shadow Corps. I saw a Shadow soldier coming out from the shadow, covered by the cloak behind the CP commander, and directly grabbed the CP commander's limbs. Nanny. Because his limbs were grabbed, the CP commander was unable to use the 6 styles and fell directly into the sea. I can't move. The CP commander actually died here. I'm unwilling to accept this. The CP officer thought this before he lost consciousness. The Black Shadow Corps did not relax their vigilance just because Commander CP fell into the seabed. Instead, they went directly to the bottom of the sea and ended Commander CP's life before returning to Batterila Island. In this way, the CP who came to Batterila Island was directly sunk to the bottom of the sea by the Shadow Army. Lu Jiu. During the Battle of the Shadow Corps, Lu Jiu successfully gave birth to Ace. But seeing Lu Jiu's dying appearance, Lingtian knew that even a month in advance would not be enough to prevent Lu Jiu's death. This child's name is Ace Portgas D. Ace. This is the name that Roger and I came up with. Luke Joe finished saying Ace's name with her last breath. Chapter 27, O'Hara's Destruction, Update 1. Ace. Lingtian chuckled and touched the knife at his waist. Although Lingtian already knew Ace's name, he was a little curious about why Roger named his child after his sword. Is that so? Garp couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the dead Luju. When he saw Luju carrying the baby for 12 months to protect Ace, he knew that there was a high probability that Luju would die when Ace was born. He was entrusted by Roger to protect Luju and Ace, but now he has breached the contract. Mr. Garp, what? Can you give me Lugio's body? Lingtian said to Cap. He wanted Lugio's body for 2 reasons. One reason is that when he draws the resurrection item in the future, he can revive Lugio. Second, even if he couldn't draw the resurrection item, he should bury Lugio and Roger together. Nanny, you want Lugio's body. What do you want to do with Lugio's body? Garp frowned when he heard Lingtian's words. For some reason, when he heard Lingtian's words, he suddenly remembered the guy in Rogue Town. Roger and I are friends, and no matter what, I will bury Lugio's body together with Roger's body. Lingtian placed his right hand on his chest and bowed as he explained. Okay, but I need to know where you buried Lugio and Roger. I will go and take a look when the time comes. Garp promised Lingtian to take Lugio's body away. But he must know where Roger and Lugio's bodies are buried. Well, on an island called Ridoria in the New World. Lingtian directly told Kapu where he was currently living. He was not afraid that Garp would cause trouble in Ridoria at that time. After all, he was invincible in Ridoria. Even if him came to Ridoria, he would have to be slapped twice before he could leave. Okay, I can hand Lugio over to you, but I have to take Ace with me. Garp felt that it didn't matter even if he handed Lugio over to Lingtian. After all, Lugio is already dead. However, Ace cannot be handed over to Lingtian, as he plans to train Ace into a marine. If Lingtian knew what Garp was thinking, he would immediately complain. You are worthy of being the one to train the Pirate King's child into a navy. No problem, Ace, you can take it away. This is my gift to Ace. Lingtian handed a black jade pendant that looked like a Magatama to Ace. After hearing Lingtian's answer, Garp didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up Ace and walked straight outside. Lingtian also recovered Lugio's body into the system space, where the body would not rot due to the passage of time. Roger's body was also placed into the system space by Lingtian. 5 days later, in order to ensure that CP people would not come to Batalila Island again, Lingtian stayed on Batalila Island for a full 5 days. As for Garp, he left directly after picking up Ace and said to Lingtian, I'll leave the rest to you after sales service. When Lingtian heard what Garp said, he wanted to chop him up. What do you mean by, please ask me to provide after-sales service? I'm not a seller, and I'm not a marine under your command. But for the sake of the residents on Batarila Island, Lingtian still stayed on Batarila Island for 5 days. Well, I should leave too. Lingtian glanced at Batarila Island, and then flew directly towards the West Sea. This year, there was not only the big event of Ace's birth, but also the destruction of O'Hara. As for why he didn't go to O'Hara first, it was because he had a better relationship with Roger, but had no relationship with O'Hara. So Lingtian naturally puts Ace's affairs first. Another thing is that when Ace was born, he was protected by Garp, so he was not in any danger, but the scholars of O'Hara touched the 800 years of taboo. Therefore, the world government will kill all the residents of O'Hara no matter what means it uses. As for whether Nico Robin can escape the pursuit of the world government in the original work, that's because Nico Robin was protected by Akiji, so Nico Robin was not captured by the world government before she met Luffy. However, there are so many scholars in O'Hara, and Lingtian may not be able to protect them all by relying on his clone. After all, the natives of O'Hara would definitely not leave O'Hara with Lingtian in the original book. If the residents of O'Hara left O'Hara when they learned that their people were captured by the Navy, then Robin would not be the only resident of O'Hara left. 3 days later, after 3 days of flying at full speed, Lingtian finally arrived at O'Hara. But, boom! When Lingtian arrived at O'Hara, O'Hara was already a sea of fire, and Lingtian also saw a sea route made of ice on the sea. Lingtian looked at Robin and thought for a while before deciding to leave 5 Black Shadow ninjas to protect Robin in secret. Although Akiji protects Robin in the original work, he will become an admiral in the future, and it is impossible for him to protect Robin all the time. It would be bad if Robin was killed before she met Luffy because of her time travel. After Lingtian asked 5 Black Shadow ninjas to protect Robin, he glanced at O'Hara and decided to go and see if there were any survivors in O'Hara. On Warship, Vice Admiral Akainu, all of the O'Haras have been destroyed. Currently, no one has escaped from O'Hara. A Marine reported to Akainu. He didn't know that Akiji let Robin go. Yes, everyone goes to the island. No survivors should be left behind. Akainu waved his hand and said, Akainu, who upholds absolute justice, would never allow any survivors of O'Hara to survive. This shouldn't be necessary. There won't be any survivors on the island like this. The Marines were puzzled when they heard Akainu's order. O'Hara is now a sea of fire, so it is unlikely that there are any survivors. When Akainu heard what the Marine said, he killed the Marine with a lava fist without saying a word. If there are still survivors there, do you know how big of an impact it will have on the world? Go to the island immediately and confirm whether there are any survivors there at all costs. Akainu immediately gave the order. Yes. The 4 surrounding warships headed directly towards O'Hara. The demon-slaying order was carried out by 5 warships led by 5 vice admirals. The other 3 warships were hawkish like Akainu. The warship that did not head towards O'Hara belonged to Akiji Kuzan. That guy Kuzan. Akainu couldn't help but get angry when he saw that Akiji's warship didn't come towards O'Hara. But he had no choice after all. Kuzan was on the same level as him, and he had no right to order Kuzan around. Soon 4 warships arrived at O'Hara. The sailors who had just arrived at O'Hara immediately disembarked from the warship. Who are you? As soon as Akainu got off the warship, he saw a man wearing a white mask and a white cloak standing there. That mask, are you from CP? When Akainu looked at Lingtian's mask, he immediately thought of the group of CPs under the world government. Chapter 28 Nicole Albia, Update 2. CP. No, I'm not a CP person. The masked man standing in front of Akainu spoke. This person is Lingtian. Originally, he just came to see if there were any survivors in O'Hara, but when he just flew to O'Hara, he found 4 warships coming towards O'Hara. So Lingtian planned to drive them away first, otherwise there would be trouble later. If you are not a CP, then you are a pirate. When Akainu heard Lingtian say that he was not a CP, he immediately designated Lingtian as a pirate. Okay? It seems that Lingtian is indeed a pirate. The dog bites the red lotus. Akainu used the ability of his magma fruit without saying a word. I saw a dog head formed by magma rushing towards Lingtian. Young people are really irritable. Lingtian saw Akainu and took action directly and chuckled. Then Lingtian directly used the cloak behind him to wrap himself. Boom. Did it. Nonsense. Vice Admiral Akainu must have killed him. No, he's fine. A Marine looked at the smoke created by Akainu's dog bite Red Lotus and spoke. Lingtian was seen standing there unharmed. This was because Lingtian used the power of the cloak. This cloak could make all abilities ineffective. Impossible. Akainu looked at Lingtian, who was unharmed, and couldn't believe it. Although he is not yet a Navy admiral, his abilities are almost as good as those of an admiral. He didn't expect that he couldn't even hurt the masked man in front of him. Is that all? Lingtian smiled and snapped his fingers. Dark shadow ninjas emerged from the darkness around them. What is this? The Navy looked at these black shadow ninjas that suddenly appeared and said solemnly, Don't panic, kill them all. Akainu roared. The Navy men calmed down after hearing Akainu's voice. The fact that they were on the ship meant that they were not weaklings. So except for some panic at the beginning, it soon calmed down. Then invite them to play with you. Lingtian waved his hand. Various monsters emerged from the shadows. A group of aliens with snake-like lower bodies and whip-like hands. The hunting pliers group with a hammer in the left hand and pliers in the right hand. The feet are nails, and the hands are huge claws with thorns. A group of night bats with huge legs and hands and wings on their backs. A group of obese, gigantic trolls. A group of warriors wearing armor and carrying swords at their waists. 4 legs, a tiny shadow-eating group. A praying mantis with 4 legs and sickles in both hands. These are other types of soldiers in the Ghost Shadow Corps, which were formed by Lingtian integrating the abilities of other masks based on the pure white mask. In fact, he could also summon the 9 generals of the Ghost Shadow Corps now. But Lingtian felt that the 9 generals were not needed to handle the situation here. What kind of monsters are these? Akainu looked at the monster that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but be surprised. His observation haki couldn't sense these monsters, which meant they appeared suddenly. And Akainu noticed that these monsters came out from the shadows. Then, ghost troops, drive them out of this island. Lingtian gave the order. Soon, as the Ghost Corps demonstrated their various abilities, the Navy fell one by one at O'Hara's harbor. After a while, the only people left standing were 4 lieutenant generals, including Akainu, and 10 major generals. How about this, Lieutenant General? I'll let you go as long as you leave O'Hara. Lingtian laughed. In fact, he didn't want to let Akainu go. But with the current strength of the Phantom Corps, it was still difficult to keep Akainu. Although he still has 9 generals, even the 9 generals may not be able to stop Akainu, not to mention that there is an Akiji watching in the distance. When the time comes, Akiji will freeze the ghost army with one ice, and then we will have to do it ourselves. To be honest, if it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to do it himself. Retreat. Akainu thought for a while and ordered. Although his justice is absolute, the current situation does not allow him to execute his justice. If Kazan in the distance was willing to help him, he would definitely continue. But given Kazan's character, he would not help himself. At least now Kazan will definitely not help me. As for the reason, it was because he ordered a lifeboat to be blown up. At that time, Kazan was still angrily asking what he was doing. Therefore, Kazan will not come to help him now. At most, he can save himself from death after he is defeated. Smart choice. Lingtian directly recalled the surrounding ghost troops and let the Navy leave. There were several hundred people when the Navy arrived, but now there are only 14 left. As for the rest of the Navy, some of them just fainted. Some were directly killed by the Ghost Corps, and some were more tragically had their shadows eaten by the shadow-devouring Corps, and they may become vegetables for the rest of their lives. Just like that, Lingtian watched them take the Navy back to the warship and leave O'Hara. The little brother's ability is really terrifying. When Akainu left, a tall man came to Lingtian on a bicycle. This person is Akiji, one of the 5 vice admirals of the Navy and the future admiral of the Navy. Kuzan. Yes, brother knows me. Of course, there should be few people on the sea who don't know a vice admiral. Lingtian touched the mask on his face and said, he didn't know what Kazan was doing here. Logically speaking, since Akainu has left, Kazan should also leave. So, what are you doing here? As he spoke, Lingtian summoned out the ghost troops again. Although Lingtian knew that Akiji was not here to fight him, he still ordered the Ghost Shadow Army to surround Akiji. After all, you can't lose in temperament. Well, I just want to remind you that there should be a living person over there, Kuzan said. Because of his identity, he cannot save the people who are still alive in O'Hara. Every time Nico Robin does this, it is because of his good friend's sorrow. I see. Lingtian had already known through his observation haki that there was still a survivor in O'Hara. When fighting with Akainu, Lingtian had already used spiritual techniques to simply maintain that person's life. In that case, then Ghana. With that, Kuzan rode away on his bicycle. Lingtian watched Kuzan's figure disappear on the sea level before going to check on the survivor of O'Hara. You are. Lingtian was somewhat shocked when he saw the figure lying in a pool of blood. The figure lying in the pool of blood had white hair and was wearing a brown coat. What shocked Lingtian the most was that she had a face similar to Robin in the future. You are Robin's mother, Nicole Albia. Lingtian directly took out the shrinkable house in the system space and enlarged it on the ground, then directly carried Albia into the house. Serious injury. Lingtian looked at Albia's wound and said solemnly. Although the injury was serious, Lingtian still adhered to the principle of saving every life possible and planned to save her. Lingtian simply cut his wrist and fed his blood to Albia. After drinking the fountain of life, his blood also has healing effects. If someone is lucky enough to drink the blood from Lingtian's heart, he may even become immortal. That should be fine. After Lingtian fed his blood to Albia, the injuries on Albia's body immediately recovered at a rate visible to the naked eye. Chapter 29. Sabaody Archipelago, Normal Update. Here it is. Albia woke up and saw herself lying on a bed in a wooden house. I'm not in O'Hara. Oh, I was killed at that time. Albia recalled that she had been ordered by the Navy to kill demons because of O'Hara's research on the blank 100 years. You're awake. Lingtian came in with fish soup and some grilled fish. Although Lingtian also wanted to get something else for Albia, Because of the Navy's previous demon-killing order, O'Hara was completely turned into a scorched earth, and there was nothing else at all. Lingtian deduced that within a month at most, O'Hara would sink completely to the bottom of the sea. Are you from CP? Albia looked at Lingtian, who was wearing a pure white mask, with caution. In the entire ocean, only CP would wear pure white masks. Other pirates would not wear such masks because they knew that the pure white mask was the symbol of CP. Lingtian had just put down the fish soup and grilled fish when he heard Albia's words and was speechless. Although the mask I wear is pure white, there is no need for everyone to regard themselves as a CP. Do you think you would still be lying here intact if I were CP? Albia thought about it and felt that there was some truth in it. If the masked man in front of me is a member of CP, then I should be in jail. Thinking of this, Albia suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Okay, eat these. You have just recovered, so you should take good care of your body first. Although Lingtian used his own blood to save Albia before, Albia's body was still a little weak. Wait a moment. Albia saw Lingtian was about to leave and immediately shouted. Lingtian stopped when he heard Albia's words. Lingtian probably knew what Albia wanted to ask him, probably about O'Hara. How is O'Hara? Albia saw Lingtian stop and asked his own questions. This is O'Hara. Lingtian did not answer Albia's question, but told Albia in a disguised way that this was O'Hara. Really, that's great. Albia was relieved when she heard Lingtian say that this was O'Hara. Since the house here was not damaged, does that mean O'Hara is fine? You should go out and have a look yourself. Lingtian left after saying this. Albia's heart, which had just been relieved, was immediately lifted up when she heard Lingtian's words. Then he immediately ran out of the house without caring about his body. How come? When Albia went outside and saw the scorched earth on the ground, she couldn't believe it. Although she knew that the demon-slaying order was terrifying, she didn't expect it to be so terrifying that even O'Hara's tree of wisdom was burned to ashes. So, are there any survivors of O'Hara? Albia holds a glimmer of hope. Before she lost consciousness, she learned there was a lifeboat somewhere else in O'Hara. She had her daughter, Nicole Robin, board a lifeboat and leave O'Hara. Yes, a little girl was rescued by Vice Admiral Kuzan. Lingtian did not hide it from Albia, and directly told Albia that Nicole Robin had left O'Hara. Little girl. What does that little girl look like? Albia asked Lingtian cautiously. She hoped in her heart that the girl was Robin, and she hoped that Robin was alive and well. That girl looks similar to you, right? Robin, it's Robin. Great. Albia was relieved when she heard Lingtian's words. If only Robin got away from O'Hara safely. The next day. Well, you want to leave O'Hara with me? Lingtian asked. To be honest, Lingtian didn't want Albia to disturb Robin's experience. He had told Albia about Robin's fate before. Lingtian also told Albia that he had sent someone to protect Robin. Okay, I'll leave O'Hara with you, but I want to see Robin. Albia thought about what Lingtian said last night and felt that Robin should grow up on his own. If she stayed by Robin's side without protecting him, it would definitely cause more trouble for Robin. Then let's go. Lingtian took out a sailboat from the system space and placed it on the sea. Your ability is so strange. Albia looked at Lingtian and said curiously as he created a ship out of thin air. Although she knew that there were some devil fruit users with strange abilities in the sea, this was the first time she had seen the ability to create objects out of thin air. Lingtian smiled and said nothing. Although he can fly, Albia cannot, and he no longer has the wind ring, so he can only sail. Soon Lingtian and Albia arrived at the island that Kazan showed Robin the way to. Robin. Albia looked at Robin, hiding in the corner, with some pity. Although Lingtian told him about Robin's fate, as a mother, how could she really feel at ease with her child out there? Albia. Lingtian stopped Albia, who wanted to go out and meet Robin. Robin and Albia are both survivors of O'Hara. It would be fine if Robin was just a child. The world government will never pay too much attention to a child. But if the adult Albia appears in the world government will kill Robin and Albia at all costs. Feel sorry. Albia also thought about what might happen if she appeared in front of Robin. At least she had to wait until Robin grew up. Let's go. Lingtian spoke after seeing Albia calm down. Albia did not speak but followed Lingtian away silently. Lingtian and his friends are now in the West Sea, while Midoriya is in the New World, They have to go to the Sabaody archipelago first, and then go through Fishman Island before they can return to Ridoria. Before, Lingtian flew directly from Merigios. Because of his attire, the people from the world government did not attack him. Half a month later, Lingtian and Albia finally arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Lingtian and his crew's ship stopped at island number 13. "Let's go meet an old friend," Lingtian said while looking at island number 13 of the Sabaody archipelago. In the original book, Xiaqi's bar is located here. Soon Lingtian brought Albia to the front of Xiaqi's bar. Lingtian opened the door of the bar. When Lingtian entered the bar, he found that there was no one inside, which was actually normal. Lingtian walked to the front desk of the bar. "Why is there no one here?" Albia looked at the empty bar and wondered. Of course, most people don't dare to come here. A woman smoking a cigarette at the front desk explained to Albia. "So, what would you two like to order? I'm here to find someone." "I only have wine here, no one." Xiaqi spoke after hearing Lingtian's words. Because the Sabaody archipelago is close to the Navy headquarters, the Navy often comes for routine inspections. It wouldn't matter if this was just an ordinary bar, but there was a troublesome man here. "The person I'm looking for is Rayleigh, Silverbaz Rayleigh." Lingtian didn't care about what Xiaqi said. He knew that Rayleigh must be here. "I'm sorry, Rayleigh is out and I don't know when he will be back." Xiaqi didn't hide anything when she heard Lingtian's words and told Lingtian directly that Rayleigh was not here. Chapter 30, Lingtian's identity. "Really? Is that guy Rayleigh out?" After hearing what Xiaqi said, Lingtian could only sigh that he came at the wrong time. In the original work, Rayleigh is always wandering around. Although Rayleigh was the vice captain of Roger's pirate group before, Rayleigh is basically living a retired life now. "Then, could you please help us code our ship?" After Lingtian knew that Rayleigh was not in Xiaqi's bar, he also asked Xiaqi to help him code his boat. "Would you like me to help you with the coding? My price is very high." Xiaqi chuckled when she heard that Lingtian actually asked her to help him code his boat. A big reason why there are no people in Xiaqi's bar is because Xiaqi charges too high a price, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Of course, the biggest reason might be that Lingtian was wearing a mask and Xiaqi couldn't recognize him. Otherwise, she would definitely know the relationship between Lingtian and Rayleigh. Money is not a problem. Lingtian took out a large bag of berries from the system space. This is the berry that Lingtian got in the lottery. Now, in addition to the gold that he had promised to give to Bucky, Lingtian also left about 60 billion berry for himself in the system space. Now Lingtian can say Mr. Ma's famous saying without blushing or beating his heart, "I'm not interested in money." Here is 1 million berries. I wonder if it's enough to code our ship. 1.1 million berries. Albia was a little shocked when she heard Lingtian's words. She really didn't expect Lingtian to take out 100 million berries at random. Wait a minute. Even if it's a coding of 100 million berries, it's still too much. Albia suddenly reacted. Although he had been in O'Hara before, Albia also knew that the cost of coding would definitely not be as expensive as 100 million berries. This little girl is right, the coding doesn't cost that much. Although Xiaqi was somewhat shocked that Lingtian could easily take out 100 million berries, she still told Lingtian that coding would not cost so much money. "Even if it's my own craft, it doesn't cost 100 million. It doesn't matter, the rest will be used to buy a bar for Rayleigh." Lingtian waved his hand and said indifferently, 100 million is just a drop in the bucket for Lingtian. After hearing Lingtian's words, Xiaqi also fell into deep thought. She was thinking about who Lingtian was. She could imagine his relationship with Rayleigh as he could give him so much money at once. "Who are you?" Xiaqi couldn't help but ask about Lingtian's identity out of curiosity. Not only Xiaqi was curious, but Albia was also curious about Lingtian's identity. Although Albia had been sailing with Lingtian for half a month, Albia had not seen Lingtian's true face. "Do you want to see my true face?" Lingtian looked at the two people's curious expressions and smiled. Xiaqi and Albia didn't say anything but nodded. When Lingtian saw the two's actions, a powerful domineering aura enveloped the area around Xiaqi's bar. "What are you doing?" Xiaqi felt the domineering aura around her and sent confusion. Xiaqi could feel that this domineering aura deliberately avoided herself and Albia. "Don't you want to know who I am?" Lingtian took off the pure white mask on his face. The reason why Lingtian used Conqueror's Haki was to prevent others from seeing him. You are." Xiaoqi was a little shocked when she saw Lingtian's face. The speed sword demon, Dockley D. Lingtian, is a wanted pirate by the Navy. His bounty in this ocean is second only to that of the late pirate king Goel D. Roger. Although Xiaoqi was shocked by Lingtian's identity, she also knew the relationship between Lingtian and Lei Li, so she was not very scared. Speed sword ghost, Dockley D. Lingtian. Albia was also shocked when she saw Lingtian's face. Although he had always been in the West Sea before, Albia still knew Lingtian's name. Chapter 31. Silverbaz Rayleigh, Normal Update. After Lingtian handed his ship to Xiaoqi, he wandered around the Sabaody archipelago by himself. Albia watched Xiaoqi's performance in Xiaoqi's bar by herself. Here it is. Lingtian unknowingly walked to the front of an auction house. Lingtian thought about it and decided to go see what good things the auction house had since he had nothing to do. And if Lingtian is not mistaken, this auction house belongs to Doflamingo, so there should be some good stuff there. Hello, if you want to participate in the auction, please pay 1,000 berries. An auctioneer said to Lingtian. This is the rule of Doflamingo's auction house. Anyone who wants to participate in the auction must pay 1,000 berries. Lingtian heard what the staff member said and dropped 1,000 berries without saying anything. Okay, the latest auction will be tonight. Please attend on time. If the time is up, you won't be able to return to Berry. The staff member explained to Lingtian considerately. He was not afraid of the consequences if they did not return the money to Berry, because he knew who was the boss behind the auction house. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the clown of the underworld, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and most people wouldn't care about these 1,000 berries. After hearing what the staff member said, Lingtian left the auction house and wandered around elsewhere without saying anything. Soon it was evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the human auction. The auction host spoke on the stage. Lingtian naturally sat in a corner of the auction. Then, let's start with the first auction item of today. The host removed the cloth from the table. The first auction item is the devil fruit. According to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, this devil fruit is the parahuman armor fruit. The host explained the information of this devil fruit to the people below. This fruit was collected by one of Doflamingo's men. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia only records the name of this devil fruit and nothing else. So they put it up for auction. After all, no one knew what the power of this devil fruit was. If it was a powerful devil fruit, it would be fine. But if it was a useless devil fruit, it would be tragic. Then the starting price of this devil fruit is 8,000 million berries, and each bid must not be less than 300 million berries. The host announced the starting price and bid increments. 8,300 million berries. Someone will make an offer soon. 9,000 million berries. 9,300 million berries. Oh, the price of a devil fruit is generally around 1 million berries, and devil fruits at such a low price are rare. So many people auctioned this devil fruit with the idea of getting a bargain. 1 billion berries. Soon the price of this devil fruit reached 1 million berries. Okay, 1 million berries. Is there anyone else bidding? If no one bids, this devil fruit will belong to this gentleman. The host saw that the price had reached 1 million berries, and no one raised the price. But even if the host said this, no one continued to bid. The price of a devil fruit is basically around 1 million berries. If it was a powerful devil fruit, it would be fine, but this is a devil fruit whose function is unknown. So after the price reached 1 million berries, no one continued to raise the price. Then, this devil fruit belongs to this gentleman. When the host saw that no one was raising the price, he made the final decision. The host also knows that most people who come here have seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, so they probably know the price of this devil fruit. Oh, the auction house soon auctioned off the 5th lot. When the 5th lot started, the staff pushed a black cloth that was about 2 meters long. Next is our 5th lot. The 5th lot is an old man. The host lifted the black cloth, revealing an old man trapped in a cage. When the black cloth was lifted, Lingtian, who was sitting in the corner, twitched his lips, because the old man in the cage turned out to be Rayleigh. Although Lingtian knew that in the original book, Rayleigh had no money to buy wine, so he sold himself to the auction house and robbed the money from the person who auctioned him. But Lingtian really didn't expect that Rayleigh would do such a thing so early. Soon Rayleigh was auctioned off by a young man. Oh, after the auction, Lingtian secretly followed the young man who auctioned Rayleigh. After leaving the auction site for a distance, Lingtian clearly felt a slight domineering aura. Lingtian knew that Rayleigh had taken action against his buyer. That's all Barry is, he's so poor. After Rayleigh knocked out the buyer he bought with his conqueror's hockey, he began to search the man's berry. In the end, Rayleigh found nearly 2 berries on this man. Because most of this person's berries were spent on the auction of Rayleigh, so he doesn't have much berries left. Rayleigh looked at berry in his hand and wondered whether he should rob the auction house as well next time. I can't find it. How can the Pirate King's deputy, Pluto Rayleigh, do such a thing? Lingtian couldn't help but see Rayleigh's actions in secret. You said that as the Pirate King's deputy, you shouldn't be like this even if you were just doing some work. I didn't expect that someone would know me. Rayleigh didn't feel any surprise when he looked at Lingtian. When he left the auction house, he felt that someone was following this young man. Rayleigh didn't expect that this guy would come towards him. That mask, are you from CP? When Rayleigh saw Lingtian's outfit, he also thought of the CP organization of the world government. Lingtian didn't feel anything when he heard Rayleigh's words. After all, he was no longer surprised by being considered a couple after so many times. No, I'm not one of those CP guys. Although Lingtian is used to people seeing him as a member of the CP organization, he still wants to prove it. Then who are you? Rayleigh was also a skilled and courageous person. He was not afraid of Lingtian at all. He just picked up the wine from his waist and started drinking. After all, although I have entered retirement, my abilities are still there. You should know who I am now. Lingtian did not take off the mask, but took out the lightning placed in the system space and showed it to Rayleigh. After all, this is the Sabaody Archipelago, and there is no guarantee that there are naval personnel observing in secret. Lingtian is now just a physical clone, and his observation hockey has not yet reached the top level, so it is better to be safe. That sword, you are Lingtian, boy. When Lingtian took out Lightning, Rayleigh immediately recognized the identities of Lightning and Lingtian. Chapter 32. Garp arrives, normal update. Why are you wearing a mask? Although Rayleigh recognized Lingtian, he still didn't understand why Lingtian wore a mask. Because Rayleigh did not go to Rogue Town to watch Roger's execution, he did not know about the agreement between Lingtian and Zhanghua. Well, let's talk about this later. Lingtian did not tell Rayleigh the reason here. Lingtian was afraid that Rayleigh would follow him to Redoria if he knew that Roger's body was taken away by him. Although it doesn't matter, Rayleigh was once the deputy of Pirate King Roger. Perhaps not many people knew Rayleigh in the first half of the Grand Line, but many people knew Rayleigh in the second half of the Grand Line. Once someone discovers that Rayleigh is operating in the New World, it will definitely attract the attention of the Navy. By the way, Rayleigh, how come you've become like this after retirement? I don't have money to buy wine. Let's get some money to buy some wine. Rayleigh scratched his head embarrassedly. After all, as the Pirate King's deputy, Rayleigh would feel a little embarrassed to be seen doing such a thing by people he knows. It would be okay if it was a junior, but Rayleigh still felt a little embarrassed in front of his peers. Well, never mind. I gave 1 million to Belashaki. It's better for you not to do this kind of thing in the future. Lingtian noticed Rayleigh's embarrassment and told him that he had given Xiachi 1 million berries. Rayleigh didn't do anything after hearing Lingtian's words. After all, after giving berry to Xiachi, perhaps only 1,000th of it went into his pocket. If Xiachi was willing to give berry alcohol, Rayleigh would not have used this method to get berry to drink. I heard from Buggy that you were planning to give all your treasure to Buggy. Rayleigh suddenly remembered that when Buggy came to the Sabaody Archipelago, he told him that Lingtian promised to give him a considerable treasure. Yes, that's right. When I was in Rogue Town, I promised Bucky to give him a treasure. Lingtian did not hide anything and directly told Rayleigh what he had promised Buggy. And one more thing. Just when Rayleigh heard Lingtian admit that he had promised Bucky the property, Rayleigh suddenly became serious. When Lingtian saw that Rayleigh had become serious, he also stopped smiling. When Shanks came to the Sabaody Archipelago, he told me that you had snatched Roger's body from the Navy. Rayleigh stared at Lingtian seriously, as if he was going to attack him if they disagreed. If possible, Rayleigh also wanted to see Roger for the last time, even if it was just to say a few words in front of Roger's grave. Yes, I did take Roger's body away from the Navy. That's why I'm wearing a mask now. I promised Zhanghua that I won't appear on the sea for 10 years. Lingtian did not hide anything and directly told Rayleigh that he had snatched Roger's body from the Navy, and told Rayleigh about the agreement between himself and Sengoku. So where is Roger's body? Rayleigh's excited and huge domineering aura instantly covered the entire island number 1, and everyone on island number 1 fainted instantly. This is a sailor wearing a dog head mask who was walking on island number 1 was a little surprised by the domineering aura. Immediately, he ran towards the place where the domineering aura burst out at almost instantaneous speed. Calm down, Rayleigh. Lingtian didn't expect that Rayleigh would be so excited when he heard the news about Roger. Boom. Before Lingtian could react, a pitch-black fist knocked Rayleigh away. Kakapu. When Lingtian saw the Navy man wearing a dog head mask, he recognized Garp's identity at a glance. Well, I remember you were Roger's subordinate. After Garp knocked Rayleigh away, he heard someone calling his name. He turned around and saw a familiar figure. This was Lingtian, who had met Cap several times on Battle Island. I don't know. It should be said that they had met several times through the same mask. Boy, why are you here? Seeing Lingtian here, Garp was a little curious and said, logically speaking, the pirates from the New World would not return to the first half of the Grand Line unless under special circumstances. Hey, long time no see, Mr. Garp. Lingtian showed a gentlemanly courtesy to Garp. Garp, you're really heavy-handed. At this time, Rayleigh also climbed up from the ground. Rayleigh and Garp are both top powers in this world, so Garp's attack on him was not too serious. You are, Rayleigh? Garp was surprised to see that the person he had just knocked away was actually Roger's deputy Rayleigh. He really didn't expect that Rayleigh was hiding in the Sabaody archipelago, which is closest to the Navy headquarters. Long time no see, Garp. Rayleigh also said hello to Garp. Yeah, we haven't seen each other since Roger disbanded the pirate group. When Garp heard Rayleigh's words, he was reminded of the days when he chased Roger all over the sea. When Roger suddenly came to him to surrender, Garp was really shocked. Yeah, it's been so long without me noticing. Rayleigh also sighed. When he was in the Sabaody archipelago, he often thought of the days of sailing with Roger, although he went to sea because Roger burned down his house. But after sailing with Roger for so long, Rayleigh had already forgiven Roger. By the way, Rayleigh, what are you doing here? Are you planning something? Garp looked at the person lying at Lingtian's feet and said seriously. Lingtian glanced at the young man who fainted at his feet and was speechless. This is all Rayleigh's fault. IT has nothing to do with me. Lingtian immediately drew a line between himself and Rayleigh. I want to fight with this guy, Garp. Rayleigh felt a little embarrassed when he heard Lingtian's words. After all, he was the one who knocked this person unconscious. Rayleigh felt a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't have money to drink, so he was a little embarrassed to rob an ordinary person. After all, I still have some reputation in this ocean, and it would be a bit bad if this kind of thing were to get out. Let me tell you, Lingtian found it funny to see Rayleigh looking a little embarrassed. He immediately planned to tell Garp about Rayleigh's dark history. When Rayleigh heard Lingtian's words, he had the urge to strangle Lingtian to death. Of course, this was just a thought. Rayleigh, who had seen Lingtian suppress Roger and Newgate alone, didn't think he could stop Lingtian from revealing his dark history alone. Then Rayleigh could only stand there and watch Lingtian and Garp talk about how he sold himself to the auction house. No matter how hard you try to confuse your buyer, you can still search for his berry. Chapter 33, Stingy Xiachi Normal Update. Rayleigh, I never thought you would be doing so badly after retirement. After hearing what Lingtian said to him, Garp also laughed at Rayleigh. He really didn't expect that the deputy of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh, would have to sell himself to get Barry. Rayleigh didn't care after hearing what Garp said, since it was already so embarrassing. By the way, kid, just after Garp finished mocking Rayleigh's behavior, he said to Lingtian, I heard from that kid Sakaski that you stopped them from landing on the island in O'Hara. When Sakaski returned to the Navy headquarters, he was in a state of embarrassment. There were thousands of Navy personnel on the 5 warships, but when they returned, only 5 lieutenant generals, including Sakaski, and 10 major generals were left. Some of the other sailors were seriously injured, and some fell into a coma and became vegetables. What Sakaski told them was a man wearing a pure white mask, who had also summoned some black monsters. When Garp heard Sakaski's words, he immediately thought of Lingtian, whom he met on Batarila Island, but Garp did not tell Jean Gua about Lingtian at that time. One reason is that Garp was not sure whether this person was Lingtian, because Sakaski was talking about a black monster, while Lingtian summoned a group of men in black. Second, what he promised Roger was not in line with his identity as a naval hero. If the Navy knew that he was protecting Roger's child, then the world government would definitely find a way to get rid of him. Even if they couldn't get rid of Garp, they would not let Garp be a vice admiral of the Navy anymore. Yes, it was me who stopped them from entering O'Hara. Lingtian directly admitted that he was the one who did what happened to O'Hara. Lingtian was not afraid at all that Garp would attack him, because with Garp's sense of justice, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Unfortunately, he was a Navy and could not disobey the orders of the world government, so when the world government ordered the bombardment of O'Hara with a demon-killing order, Garp had no way to do anything. I don't care about the rest, but you should tell me how to wake up those who have lost their shadows and are in a coma. Cap didn't want to get involved in O'Hara's affairs, but he had to take care of those unconscious sailors. After all, he is a vice admiral, and he has to save those sailors no matter what. I'm sorry, Mr. Garp. Even I don't know how to wake them up. Lingtian did not want those Marines to wake up. Waking them up would mean that he would return the shadows that the Shadow Devouring Group had swallowed. If he wants to return those shadows, Lingtian needs to kill General Mingta, the general of the Shadow Devouring Group, but he is unwilling to do that. All right. Garp didn't say anything. Many people with special abilities cannot unlock their own abilities, and Garp thought that Lingtian's ability was the same. Garp felt that if he could save those sailors, he should do so. If he really couldn't, he had done his best. Okay? That's right. Asking Lingtian means I've done my best. Just like that, Cap and Lingtian chatted for a few words and then left. Lingtian and Li returned to Xiaqi's bar. Xiaqi, I heard that Lingtian gave you 1 million. As soon as Rayleigh returned to the bar, he said to Xiaqi. Although Rayleigh knew that Xiaqi might not give him money, he still had to give it a try. What if Xiaqi really gave him money? Then this is for you. Xiaqi took out a bag of berries and threw it to Rayleigh. Although she didn't give money to Rayleigh usually, that was because Xiaqi didn't want Rayleigh to go out drinking all the time. Yeah. Xiaqi felt that this was why she didn't give Rayleigh money. This time, the money was given by Lingtian to Rayleigh for drinking, so it was not easy for Xiaqi to take it all. Rayleigh didn't expect Xiaqi to actually give him some berry. Rayleigh immediately opened a bag of berry that Xiaqi had given him. That's it. Rayleigh was speechless when he saw the bag of berry. There were only a few berries in the bag. Lingtian looked at the bag in Rayleigh's hand and roughly counted it. There were only about 1,000 berries. My goodness, Lingtian was speechless when he saw the bag in Rayleigh's hand. He had given 1 million berries, and even if the berries for the coating were deducted, there would still be about 1 million berries. In the end, Xiaqi only gave Rayleigh this. Not only Lingtian, but even Albia on the side was speechless. But since this was someone else's family affair, Albia couldn't say much. What's more, these berries were given to Xiaqi by Lingtian, so she had no right to speak. So, how's that going with Roger the kid? Rayleigh took the berry that Xiaqi had given him and said to Lingtian. At that time, because of Garp's presence, Rayleigh didn't feel comfortable asking Lingtian about Roger. Now that everyone in the bar is his own people, Rayleigh asked about Roger's questions. Do you want to go and see Roger's grave with brother Lingtian? Xiaqi also knew what Rayleigh was thinking. After all, he was Rayleigh's captain, so it was no surprise that he had such thoughts. Only Albia on the side did not speak, but watched the communication between Lingtian and Rayleigh silently. Do you want to see Roger's body? Lingtian looked at Rayleigh and said, Now Roger's body is in his own system space. Since the ability of the physical clone is the same as that of the original body, Lingtian's physical clone can also take Roger's body out of the system space. If Rayleigh wants to see it, Lingtian can also take out Roger's body from the system space. Because Roger's body is in Lingtian's system space, it will not decay with the passage of time. Yes, I want to see the captain once. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said. Even Rayleigh himself did not realize that he called Roger captain this time. Rayleigh usually called Roger by his name directly. And this time Rayleigh actually called him Captain Roger. All right. After hearing what Rayleigh said, Lingtian also agreed to let Rayleigh see Roger's body. Xiaqi, is there a bigger place in the bar? Lingtian said to Xiaqi. Before taking out Roger's body, Lingtian took out the storage chamber that could preserve the body intact that he had won in the lottery shop. There is a larger place on the second floor of the bar. The second floor is not open to the public. IT is where Xiaqi stores the collected intelligence. Because some old information has been disposed of, the space on the second floor is still quite large. Why are you looking for an open space? Rayleigh was puzzled. Didn't you agree to take me to Redoria to see the captain's body? Lingtian did not explain, but motioned Rayleigh to follow him up. After going up to the second floor, Lingtian discovered that the space on the second floor was much larger, and only some intelligence materials were placed on the surrounding bookshelves. I didn't expect Sister Xiaoqi to have so much information. Lingtian looked at the second floor, which was filled with information, and spoke. Chapter 34, Roger's Corpse, Normal Update. Haha, isn't it normal to have more information about so many things on the sea? What's more, the Sabaody Archipelago is the only way to enter the New World. Xiaoqi explained to Lingtian. She sometimes works as an intelligence trader here. Lingtian heard Xiaoqi's words and thought that it was right. The Sabaody Archipelago is the dividing point between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, so there are quite a lot of intelligence requirements for the New World. Lingtian didn't say anything to Xiaoqi, but took out the storage chamber in the system space. What's this? Layli saw Lingtian take out something he had never seen before and asked curiously. Lingtian did not answer Rayleigh's words, but opened the hatch of the storage chamber. Then Lingtian took out Roger's body from the system space and put it into the storage chamber. Captain. Rayleigh was somewhat excited when he saw Lingtian conjure up Roger's body out of thin air. Why put Roger's body here? Xiaoqi was puzzled when she saw Lingtian put Roger's body into the storage chamber. Rayleigh and Albia didn't understand what Lingtian was going to do. This thing can prevent Roger's body from decaying. Lingtian looked at Xiaoqi and the others and explained. What's the point of preserving the immortality of a corpse? Yes. Although Lingtian explained to them the function of the storage chamber, they still didn't understand what the point of doing so was. Rayleigh on the side was also looking at Roger's body and waiting for Lingtian's reply. Rayleigh also wanted to know what was the meaning of Lingtian's doing this. Do you believe in the resurrection? Lingtian did not answer their question directly, but asked them this question with a smile. You mean you have the ability to resurrect Roger? When Layli heard Lingtian's words, he grabbed Lingtian's shoulders and said excitedly, if it is possible to revive Roger, Rayleigh will do it no matter what the cost, although they are not the chosen pirate group. But Rayleigh still didn't want Roger to die like this. Maybe in the future, I can't do it now. Lingtian didn't care that Layli grabbed his shoulders. Lingtian understood Layli's feelings. However, Lingtian still told Rayleigh that he did not have the ability to resurrect now. If he wanted to resurrect Roger, Lingtian must draw an item that can be used for resurrection in the system's lottery store. Moreover, Lingtian now has to preserve Roger's body to prevent it from decaying, as many conditions for resurrection require the body to be intact. Is that so? Rayleigh calmed down after hearing Lingtian's words. Although he wanted to resurrect Roger very much, he knew that resurrection was impossible just by hearing about it. However, Rayleigh still had some hope that Roger could be resurrected. Although I don't have the ability to revive Roger yet, I can let you talk to Roger. Lingtian suddenly changed his tone and said, there's also a talisman called Yin-Yang Communication Talisman in his system space. This is a talisman that can communicate with the dead, but it only lasts for 3 hours. Really? Do you have this ability? Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were a little surprised to hear Lingtian's words. Xiaoqi had heard of resurrection before, but even she had never heard of anyone being able to communicate with the dead. If I can talk to the dead, can I talk to Dr. K-Bar? After hearing Lingtian's words, Albia also wanted to talk to Dr. K-Bar of O'Hara if possible. He wanted to record the doctor's knowledge. After all, Dr. K-Bar had all the knowledge O'Hara had gathered. I'm sorry, Albia. I can only allow the deceased whose bodies are intact to talk to real people. Lingtian also told Albia about the disadvantages of the talisman paper. Albia was also a little disappointed when she heard Lingtian's words. O'Hara might have sunk to the bottom of the sea now. How could she possibly find a complete body? Well, let's get started. After Lingtian explained the function of the talisman paper to Layli and the others, he pasted the talisman paper on the hatch of the storage warehouse. Yes. The talisman does not need to come into direct contact with the corpse, but will automatically detect intact corpses nearby. When Lingtian pasted the talisman paper on the hatch of the storage warehouse, a green smoke came out of the storage warehouse. Then the green smoke slowly condensed into a transparent human figure that looked like the corpse in the storage chamber. Where is this place? The transparent figure spoke. Are you Rayleigh? Are you dead too? Roger saw Rayleigh suddenly speak up. Rayleigh was so excited when he first saw Roger, but he became speechless when he heard what Roger said. After not seeing Roger for such a long time, he was struck by lightning. Hey, long time no see, Roger. Lingtian saw Laylee speechless and spoke first. Lingtian didn't expect Roger's first sentence to be so shocking. "Who are you?" Roger was puzzled when he saw Lingtian greet him. "Brother, who are you? Do we know each other?" When Lingtian heard Roger's words, he realized that he was still wearing a mask. It's me. Lingtian took off the mask on his face, revealing his handsome face. It turns out to be Lingtian, kid. Why are you wearing a mask?" Roger saw Lingtian's face and smiled. He thought Lingtian was a member of CP. How would Rayleigh join the world government and resurrect himself? If Rayleigh knew Roger was thinking this, he would probably fight with him right away. "I've been with you for so long, and you actually doubt me." "So I just resurrected." Roger spoke as he looked around and saw that it didn't look like hell. "No, it just brings your consciousness back to the real world." Lingtian also explained the current situation to Roger. After hearing Lingtian's explanation, Roger also understood. Roger couldn't help but sigh that Lingtian's ability was truly magical. Next, Lingtian and the others handed the time over to Roger and Rayleigh, and they went down to the first floor. Next, Rayleigh talked to Roger about the changes in the sea, and told Roger that Shanks is now called the Emperor of the Sea by the people of the sea, along with Whitebeard and others. Roger also felt that the little kid from before has now become a famous figure. "Where's Bucky?" Roger couldn't help but ask as he remembered the red-nosed kid who was with Shanks. "That guy, Bucky, got a large sum of treasure from Lingtian, but I don't know where it is now." "Really? Buggy is pretty lucky." Roger knew that Buggy loved treasure. When they were on Sky Island, Buggy wanted to take away all the gold on Sky Island. But Roger stopped Buggy at that time and told Buggy to wait until he had his own pirate group and let him get it himself. In this way, Rayleigh and Roger chatted on the second floor for a full 3 hours, and Rayleigh also told Roger that they had a way to resurrect him. But Roger refused because he felt that he was already dead and there was no need to resurrect. But when Lingtian asked him if he didn't want to see his child, Roger agreed to be resurrected in the future. Chapter 35 Return to Redoria Normal Update. On the third day, Lingtian and his crew finally finished plating their ship. Then we set off. Lingtian stood on the boat and said to Rayleigh and Xiachi below. Rayleigh also smiled and took a sip of wine. The night before yesterday, Rayleigh and Roger talked about a lot of things, which was enough for Rayleigh. Set off. Lingtian drove the boat directly to the bottom of the sea. Since Lingtian only needed to use the seabed to pass through Marigios, he did not need to land on Fishman Island. Soon Lingtian and his crew arrived at a place about 5,000 meters below the sea, from where the ship could probably pass directly through Marihoa on the seabed. Lingtian looked, that is. Albia was a little scared when she saw the Sea Kings around her. Sea Kings only appear in the calm belt of the Grand Line. Although there are some Sea Kings in the Four Seas, they are a minority after all. Unlike the Grand Line, there are so many Sea Kings. When Albia went on an archaeological expedition at sea in O'Hara, she only explored the first half of the Grand Line, not the second half. That's a Sea King. Lingtian looked at the Sea Kings swimming around on the seafloor and laughed. Such scenery can only be found in the world of One Piece and cannot be seen in other worlds. Generally speaking, Sea Kings will not actively attack ships unless the ship is moving forward on the seabed with lights on. Lingtian's ship also had its lights on, but when Lingtian was at the bottom of the sea, he used his Conqueror's Haki, so there was no Sea King to attack him. Soon Lingtian and his crew sailed out of the seabed and arrived at the second half of the Grand Line. After sailing for half a month, Lingtian and Albia finally arrived in Redoria. "Hey, is that you?" Albia said in surprise as she looked at Lingtian's real body, sitting on the shore of Redoria. Lingtian's clone nodded, and then told Albia that he was actually just a physical clone. Albia was also a little surprised when she heard what Lingtian's clone said. Lingtian waited until the ship reached Redoria and retrieved his physical clone, then brought Albia to his cabin. "Stay here for now. I have some things to take care of." Lingtian gave Albia some instructions and left. Albia didn't say anything, just sat down in the room and took out some notebooks and pens she had bought before and started writing. She wanted to pass on O'Hara's knowledge, as now there were only herself and Robin left in O'Hara. Therefore, the responsibility of passing on O'Hara's knowledge lies with us. After Lingtian left the wooden house, he came to the beach again. When Lingtian was retracting his physical clone, he discovered that another ship was heading towards Redoria. Because Lingtian felt that the ship was still some distance away from Redoria, Lingtian planned to make arrangements for Albia. Soon, a dog-headed warship appeared in the waters of Redoria. "Isn't this Garp's warship?" Lingtian muttered when he saw the dog-head warship. Soon Garp's warship arrived in Redoria. Lingtian, why are you here?" Garp got off the warship and said puzzledly. He came to Redoria because the masked man on Batarila Island told him that he buried Luju's body in Redoria. That's why Garp came to Redoria. Garp didn't expect Lingtian to be here too. Garp knew that Lingtian had promised Zhanghua that he would not appear on the sea within 10 years. "I'm a hermit here." Lingtian did not hide anything and directly told Garp that he was living in seclusion here. "Good boy, since you are here, let's have a fight." When Garp saw Lingtian here, he wanted to compete with Lingtian. When Garp lost to Lingtian in Rogue Town, Garp had been training hard since then. "Ha, you want to fight me?" Lingtian pointed at himself and said curiously. "That's right." Cap waved his fist. Lingtian was also speechless when he saw Garp's look. "You are asking for trouble by picking a fight with me in Redoria." After all, Lingtian was invincible when he was in Redoria, not to mention Garp alone. Even if all the Navy members came, they would have to take a few big beatings. Cut the nonsense. Garp directly threw an armed fist at Lingtian. Seeing this, Lingtian dodged Garp's attack with a teleportation. "I say, old man Garp, do you really want to fight me?" Although Lingtian knew that he was invincible, he still kindly reminded Garp. Armament, 6 steps, secret, 6 kings spear. Garp directly proved his determination with his actions. No sword style, 1 style without sword, 1 day full blade. When Lingtian saw what Garp was doing, he immediately used his own moves. The collision between the 6 kings spear and the 1 day full blade created a huge airflow, and the entire Redoria shook. "Oh, what?" Lingtian immediately became nervous when he felt Redoria's vibration. Then he put away his own moves and used armed color to resist. Lingtian took on Garp's 6 kings spear head-on and flew backwards into the sea. Garp found it a little strange to see Lingtian suddenly retract his attack, but he didn't think too much and jumped into the sea directly. If Lingtian is a person with special abilities, Garp plans to rescue him. If not, Garp will continue to beat Lingtian. "Fuck, he actually chased me down." Lingtian got angry when he saw Garp jump into the sea. The reason why he withdrew his ability on Redoria Island was because the collision between him and Garp was too intense. If he was not careful, Redoria would be sunk directly, so Lingtian retracted his attack. Spiritual art attack blue sea and sky. Lingtian used a spiritual technique that he hadn't used for a long time, and directly used seawater to knock Garp to a height of more than 1,000 meters. Moonstep. Garp didn't feel anything when he was knocked into the air by Lingtian. After all, it was just ordinary seawater that knocked him away. Try my new knife. Lingtian put the 2 knives on his waist back into the system space, and then took out another red knife from the system space. All kinds of things. All is ashes. The blade flows like fire. Boom. A huge pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and even the seawater around Lingtian was evaporated. "What is this flame?" Garp looked at the pillar of fire next to him with some surprise. Could this guy be the user of the flame fruit? Not right. If this kid is a person with special abilities, he shouldn't be able to move under the sea. Garp, who couldn't figure it out, simply stopped thinking about it and covered his fist with the armament color. Armament. Secret technique, 1 punch steel, bone. Garp punched the air directly, and then a black energy hit Lingtian directly. Torch. Lingtian directly swung the Ryujin Ruka in his hand, and a huge column of fire crashed into the black energy body shot out by Garp. However, the black energy dissipated instantly when Song Ming touched Garp. Cap saw the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. This is his strongest attack, and Garp is confident that he can defeat Lingtian with this move. Chapter 36. Defeat Garp. Swastika, Residual Fire Sword. When Lingtian saw that the torch he had used had no effect on Garp's black energy, he immediately activated his Bankai. Boom. A huge flame shot up into the sky and then retracted into the blade of the Zanka no Tachi. After Lingtian Bankai, the surrounding ocean was directly evaporated, and the seawater in the Redoria Sea disappeared directly. Even the fish on the seabed died directly. Not only that, after Lingtian Bankai Zankadachi, Places all over the world became hot. Navy headquarters. What a terrible temperature. Kazan was surprised when he felt the temperature in the air. He had just tried to use his ice to lower the temperature, but he was surprised to find that he could not use the ability of the ice fruit. What happened? Sakaski was also surprised by the temperature. He felt that his magma seemed so powerless in front of this temperature. It's so scary, just as scary as the sun was back then. Borsellino complained while cutting his nails. Zhonghua was also a little shocked when he felt the temperature around him. Moby Dick. Too horrible. Marco was also a little shocked when he felt the temperature around him. Gulala, it must be that kid Lingtian who did it again. Newgate felt the temperature around him and thought of Lingtian. Wanakuni. What's going on with this horrible temperature? Bucky felt the temperature around him and was more shocked than those before him. Because Buggy possesses the ability of Gray Sun, he understands the horror of this temperature better than anyone else. I'm afraid this temperature can hurt me. Kaido was also surprised when he felt the temperature, but it was the first time he had witnessed such a horrible temperature. Outside the Midoriya Sea. Zanka no Tachi North, ashes of heaven and earth. Lingtian slashed directly at Garp's black ability with his sword, and when the sword hit the black energy, it was instantly annihilated. How can it be? Garp looked in disbelief as he saw his full-strength attack being instantly obliterated by Lingtian's slash. The strongest move that I had practiced for so long was solved by Lingtian with just one sword. Lingtian ignored Garp's shock and immediately released his Bankai. Lingtian really didn't expect that in just less than a minute, the Midoriya coastline dropped more than 500 meters. The main reason was that Lingtian was not very skilled in using the Zanhua Katana because it was his first time. After Lingtian released the Zanhua Katana, he jumped directly onto Midoriya. Boy, what was that temperature just now? Garp also walked up to Midoriya on the moon steps and asked Lingtian. When fighting with Lingtian just now, Garp didn't care much, but when the battle was over, Garp recalled the temperature that Lingtian had just exploded. Garp felt that if that kind of temperature was applied directly to his body, even if his entire body was covered with armament haki, it would be annihilated in an instant. That is the power of my sword. Lingtian took out the Ryujin Jaka and showed it to Garp. Garp also looked at the Ryujin Ruka in Lingtian's hand. Is this one of the 12 supreme swords? Garp looked at the knife in Lingtian's hand and asked curiously. He is a pure physical martial artist, so he doesn't know much about famous swords. No, this sword is not any kind of sharp blade. Although Ryujin Jaka can rival the 12 supreme swords, it does not belong to the category of supreme swords. Not any kind of sharp knife. Garp felt a little strange when he heard Lingtian's words. Although Garp is not a swordsman, there are so many sword masters in the Navy, so Garp can naturally see that the sword in Lingtian's hand is extraordinary. I didn't expect that it was not among the fast knives. So, Mr. Garp, what brings you here? Although Lingtian roughly knew that Garp came to see Lu Jiu, because the person who met Garp at that time was wearing a mask, Lingtian had to pretend that he didn't know why Garp came here. What? Didn't that guy tell you? Garp picked his nose and said. Garp thought that the masked man would tell Lingtian that he would come. I'm going to see Lu Jiu's grave. Garp directly told Lingtian the purpose of his visit to Midoriya. You come with me. Lingtian took Garp directly to the temporary grave of Lu Jiu that he had prepared. When his clone on Battle Island told Garp that Lu Jiu's body would be buried in Midoriya, Lingtian built a fake grave for Lu Jiu. As for the real Lu Jiu's body, it was placed in Lingtian's system space together with Roger's body. Garp followed Lingtian to a grave in Midoriya. Garp looked at Lu Jiu's grave and found nothing unusual, so he left. Because when Lingtian built this tomb, he placed an object that could simulate a corpse in the tomb. Therefore, Garp's observation haki did not detect anything unusual in the tomb. Lingtian watched Garp leave and then returned to his cabin. When Lingtian returned to the cabin, he saw Albia riding something. Were you fighting with someone just now? Albia said after seeing Lingtian coming back. Because when Lingtian was using the Zanhua Katana just now, the temperature around him became extremely high. Although Lingtian had set up some defenses around the wooden house to isolate the heat from the outside, when Lingtian used the Zanhua Tachi just now. Except for the trees protected by the wooden house, almost all the trees on Midoriya were burned. Vice Admiral Garp just came, but he's gone now. Lingtian told Albia the truth. Lingtian was glad that he didn't let Albia go with him. Otherwise, given the character of the Navy, it would be troublesome if they knew that there were still survivors of O'Hara here. Because before the Navy launched the demon-killing order, Albia had been captured by the Navy, and it was Sauron who released her. Therefore, there must be someone in the Navy who knows Albia. Even if Garp won't tell the Navy, there is no guarantee that other Navy members won't tell it. Garp, the heroic Garp. Albia was also somewhat shocked when she heard Lingtian's words. But he soon calmed down. The man in front of him was the man with the highest bounty on the sea. Garp alone should not be enough to leave him helpless. What? Lingtian nodded and went back to the wooden house. Next, Lingtian has to arrange some things for the future. There are some things Lingtian wants to change. The protagonist Luffy will be born in 3 years, which means he still has 20 years to complete the system's mission. Lingtian needs to think carefully about some major events that will come next. P.S. Because the author feels that he has written too much about the events before boarding Luffy's ship, the author will only cover the events from the year 1500 of the Kaido calendar to Luffy's departure for sea in the next chapter. Chapter 37, Quick Plot. The year 1503 in the Hyuan calendar is the day Luffy was born. In the year 1504 of the Hyuan calendar, Lingtian went to Fishman Island and met Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, and Neptune's daughter Shirahoshi. By chance, Lingtian also met the Fishman Tiger, who would cause trouble in Marihoa in the future. In the year 1505 of the Hyuan calendar, Lingtian went to Shanks's territory, only to find that Shanks was no longer in the New World. Lingtian knew that Shanks was going to steal the Nika fruit, and by chance, the Nika fruit that Shanks stole would be eaten by Luffy. In the year 1506 of the Hyuan calendar, Tiger came to Ridoria to find Lingtian and invited Lingtian to go with him to Marihoa to rescue the slaves there. Lingtian agreed to Tiger's request, and in the same year he and Tiger broke into Marigeos and rescued the slaves. During this period, Lingtian met the 3 Hancock sisters and asked Rayleigh of the Sabaody archipelago to send the 3 Hancock sisters back to Amazon Lily. In the same year, Lingtian met the fisherman Along who later burned, killed and looted in Kokoja village. Lingtian showed the 4 photos to the fisherman Along and warned him not to attack these 4 people if he met them in the future. Although Aaron felt puzzled, he still agreed. These 4 photos are exactly those of Nami, Nojiko, Belmir, and KEN.AS for where these photos came from. Of course, they were obtained from the system. In 1509, Shanks led his pirate group to the East China SEA. No one knew what Shanks did in the East China Sea. In the same year, Shanks returned to the New World, and to the shock of the world, he actually lost an arm in the East China Sea. The world swordsman with the same name as Hawkeye Mihawk actually lost an arm in the East China Sea, which is known as the weakest. After Shanks lost an arm, everyone on the sea believed that Hawkeye Mihawk was the world's greatest swordsman. But Mihawk objects to this title. According to some gossip, the reason why Mihawk does not admit that he is the world's greatest swordsman is because there is another opponent who can match him. Shanks once told Mihawk that there was a man with a sword who was even stronger than him on an island in the New World. In the 1510th year of the Hyuan calendar, Lingtian learned that the ASL group was officially established somewhere in the East China Sea. These were the 3 brothers who would make countless Jaime cry in the future. In the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, in order to become the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk came to Ridoria on his coffin boat. Mihawk had a duel with Lingtian in Ridoria about who is the greatest swordsman in the world. At the end, Hawkeye Mihawk's black sword was left with a small crack. When Mihawk appeared in the sea, everyone in the sea was shocked. Hawkeye Mihawk, who was recognized by the people of the sea as the world's greatest swordsman, had his supreme sword, one of the 12 skills, cut into a small crack by someone. Only then did the people on the sea believe the rumor about a great swordsman who was even more powerful than Mihawk. However, neither the world government nor the major figures in the underground world got the name of the great swordsman from Mihawk. Only a few people on the sea who were familiar with Lingtian could guess who defeated Mihawk. In the year 1512 of the Hyuan calendar, a masked man rescued a fishman who was about to be executed from the Judicial Island, which was known as one of the 3 major institutions of the Navy. This year, the title of CP became a laughingstock on the sea. The pirates wanted to imitate the masked man and make a big fuss on Judicial Island. But they were all caught by CP, and CP's reputation was restored a little on the sea. In the year 1513 of the Hyuan calendar, another major event shocked the world. Zephyr, who was known as the Admiral who never kills, almost had his arm chopped off by a pirate known as Whitebeard II. At the critical moment, the masked man who had caused a big fuss on Judicial Island rescued Zephyr. In the end, the pirate known as Whitebeard II was sunk into the sea by the masked man, and his life or death is unknown. After the masked man rescued Zephyr, Zephyr disappeared from the sea, and even the Navy couldn't find Zephyr. In fact, Zephyr, who was rescued by Lingtian, followed Lingtian to Redoria, under the pretext of, "I must supervise a dangerous person like you." As for the real situation, Lingtian didn't understand. Anyway, Zephyr had been in Redoria during this period of time. Even built a lot of houses in Redolia. Lingtian saw that Zephyr seemed to be planning to live in Redoria. In the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, Redoria had been transformed into a small town by the Navy led by Zephyr. Because Redoria became a town, more and more people came to Redoria. Lingtian was used to living alone, and he didn't want Albia to be discovered by Zephyr, so when Zephyr came to Redoria, Lingtian moved his house deep into Redoria. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Spade Pirates, led by a pirate named Portgas D. Ace, appeared on the sea. And with the help of his natural-type fruit, the Flame fruit, he instantly became a supernova in the ocean. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, the captain of the Spade Pirates, Portgas D. Ace, challenged the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, but failed. He was adopted as a son by Whitebeard and became the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard Pirates in the same year. In 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, Garp came to Redoria and discovered that Zephyr had built a town in Redoria. Garp persuaded Zephyr to return to the Navy, but Zephyr refused to go back to the Navy with Garp on the grounds of monitoring Lingtian. And Zephyr also wants to persuade Garp to stay and retire with him in Redoria. Garp also refused, saying that he wanted to wait until that guy Sengoku retired before retiring. But Garp promised Zephyr that he would come to Redoria to accompany Zephyr after he and Sengoku retired. Zephyr did not force Garp to stay. In the 1520th year of the Haiyuan calendar, Lingtian separated his physical body and went to the East China Sea. Because the agreement between him and Zhanghua had been fulfilled, Lingtian could appear on the sea. Moreover, those vice-admirals at that time, Kazan, Sakaski, and Borsellino, have now become admirals. The titles of the three are Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru respectively. In the same year, Mihawk came to Redoria again and challenged Lingtian again, but Mihawk was defeated again and left a sword scar on his chest. People on the sea all want to know who caused the sword scar on Mihawk's chest. Haiyuan calendar, year 1521. Ding, congratulations to the host for staying in Redoria until the plot begins. All of the host's abilities are maxed out. Ding, story mission released. Story mission 1. Become a member of Monkey D. Luffy's crew and follow Luffy to the final island, Raftel. Reward: the ability to travel through the world. Plot mission 2. Go out on your own and prove your strength to the SEA.NO. Reward: I choose 1. Lingtian made a choice immediately. Even a fool would know which of the two options he should choose. The first one is the ability to travel through the world. When I arrive at Raftel on Luffy's ship, I can immediately go to other worlds. Ganazifa. Lingtian set off for the East China Sea on his own ship. Chapter 38. Getting on Luffy's ship. Properties panel. Host: Dockley D. Lingtian. Ability: Sealing device, lightning. The first seal, Guining, unlocked. The second seal, Moonlight, unlocked. The third seal, Savagery, unlocked. The fourth seal, Ba, unlocked. The fifth seal, Absolute Sword, unlocked. The sixth seal, Heaven and Earth Sword, unlocked. The seventh seal, Adfiishending, unlocked. The eighth seal, Blazing Flame, unlocked. The ninth seal, Doomsday, unlocked. Fencing. Complete collection of one sword style, LV10, maximum level. Dual blade collection, LV10, maximum level. 3 sword style complete works, LV10, maximum level. Spiritual skills, LV10 maxed. 3 colors domineering. Armament hockey, LV5 maxed. Observation hockey, LV5 maxed. Conqueror's hockey, LV5 maxed. Physical clone, maximum level. Fountain of life, immortality. Items owned: 12 supreme swords. Sealed lightning. Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, Zenka no Tachi. Windring. Oh. Sword skill points, infinity. Spirit point, infinity. Lottery shop. Number of draws available, infinity open. I have become so powerful without realizing it. Lingtian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the attribute panel. Soon Lingtian arrived at the East China Sea by boat. He had previously sent a clone to the East China Sea to secretly observe Luffy, so Lingtian naturally knew Luffy's itinerary at a glance. According to the clone's memory, Luffy is now in a wooden barrel. Lingtian was also speechless when he received the memory of his clone. You said you were going to go out to sea, so at least get a better boat. After Lingtian received the memories of his clone, he immediately flew to the merchant ship closest to the barrel where Luffy was drifting. This person is the most. A short and fat man in white spoke tremblingly. What is the most? Before the short and fat man in white could finish his words, the fat woman holding a mace beside him spoke up. Lingtian also recognized the short and fat man in white and the fat woman. The short and fat man in white is Kobe, who dreams of becoming a Navy admiral, and the fat woman is Alrita, the first pirate Luffy defeated when he went out to sea. As for the person wearing a red shirt and a straw hat next to Kobe, it is naturally Luffy, the ugliest old woman. Because of Luffy, Kobe finally said what he had never dared to say. But as soon as these words came out, Alrita's face immediately darkened. She didn't expect that Kobe, the most timid person on the ship, would dare to say this to her. Not only Alrita, but even the pirates under her were shocked. They really didn't expect that Kobe would dare to say that. They just hope that Kobe's words won't implicate them. Otherwise, they won't be able to withstand Alrita's mace. Only Luffy laughed when he heard Kobe's words. He didn't care at all, or was not afraid of Alrita at all. Lingtian couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Kobe's operation from the sky. What did you say? Alrita immediately got angry when she heard Luffy's laughter. I'm going to be a marine and catch you, asshole. Kobe had already cursed in his mind, so he just said it out loud. Just like Luffy said, it didn't matter even if he died because of it. Well said, little devil. Lingtian flew from the sky to Kobe and praised him. Although Luffy was responsible, it has to be said that Kobe still has something in him as he was able to overcome his inner fear. Thank you, thank you for the compliment. Kobe was also startled when he saw Lingtian flying down, but after he came to his senses, he thanked Lingtian. Wow. As soon as Kobe finished thanking him, he was knocked down by Luffy. You can actually fly, why? Are you a devil fruit user like me? When Luffy saw Lingtian who could fly, he immediately circled around Lingtian with stars in his eyes regardless of the occasion. No, I'm not a devil fruit user. Lingtian saw Luffy circling around him and explained. Lingtian already knew that this was Luffy's personality, so he didn't feel surprised. I say, who the hell are you? Alrita was angry when she saw Luffy, and Lingtian didn't take her seriously. Me? Lingtian pointed at himself and asked, I don't think I need to tell you. You bastard. When Alrita heard Lingtian's words, she immediately became furious and swung the mace at Lingtian. Seeing this, Lingtian immediately pulled Luffy in front of him. After all, Luffy was a rubber man, and this kind of attack would not hurt him. Although Lingtian knew that Luffy was a rubber man, Kobe next to him didn't know. When he saw Alrita's mace hitting Luffy's head, he was immediately scared and burst into tears. It's no use. Luffy showed a classic smile. What? Alrita was also shocked when she heard Luffy's words. In the past, she could solve the problem with just one blow of the stick. Even if it can't solve the problem, it can still cause serious damage to the enemy. Because I'm a rubber man. Luffy also immediately explained to Alrita. Rubber, pistol. After explaining, Luffy directly knocked Alrita away with a rubber pistol. Seeing Luffy's actions, Kobe and Alrita's crew members all opened their mouths wide. This is something that can only be seen in the world of pirates. Lingtian couldn't help but complain when he saw their appearance. Hey, what's your name? After Luffy beat Alrita away, he said to Lingtian. Me? My name is Lingtian, Dockley D. Lingtian. Lingtian, be my crew member. Your crew. Lingtian landed directly on the deck. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy opened his arms and showed his signature smile. Having heard it once, Kobe thought it was nothing, but the crew members of Alrita next to him were shocked by what Luffy said. Does this guy know what he is talking about? Oh, One Piece. Does that mean you're going to look for Roger's treasure? Only you. No, I need to recruit some crew members first. I want to recruit a navigator, a cook, and a musician. Luffy counted on his fingers and said, Pirate King, fine, I'll get on your ship. Seeing Luffy's expression, Lingtian also agreed. Anyway, his goal was to get on Luffy's ship. Well, Luffy immediately got excited when he heard Lingtian's words. Well, please allow me to introduce myself. Lingtian took out a bounty order from his pocket and slammed it on the ground. I am the speedster with a bounty of 53 billion berries, Dockley D. Lingtian. Please give me your guidance in the future, Captain. 53 billion berries. Okay, I don't have a bounty yet, but one day, my bounty will definitely exceed yours. Luffy was also excited when he saw Lingtian's bounty. 5.53 billion berries. Goel XN. Luffy didn't care, but Kobe and the others on the ship swallowed hard and couldn't believe it. What's wrong, Kobe? Luffy noticed that something was wrong with Kobe, so he asked, What's wrong, Mr. Luffy? Do you know how outrageous his bounty is? A bounty of 53 billion berries. When Kobe heard Luffy ask him what happened, he immediately said, Alas, it's only 53 billion berries. Luffy picked his nose and said indifferently, Mr. Luffy, the 4 sea emperors on that ocean only have about 50 billion berries. Mr. Lingtian has 3 million more than the sea emperor. Kobe also started to explain to Luffy. But Lingtian looked at Luffy and thought that he didn't understand what Kobe was saying at all. When Kobe saw Luffy's expression, he felt that Luffy didn't hear what he said, so he didn't say anything else. Soon Luffy and Kobe stole a small pirate ship from Alrida's men and set off for the next island. There were only Luffy and Kobe sitting on the boat, while Lingtian was flying. He didn't want to squeeze in such a small boat with Luffy and the others. Mr. Luffy, if you want to find One Piece, you have to go to the Grand Line, right? The place known as the Pirates' Graveyard. Kirby asked as he rowed the boat. The Grand Line isn't that scary. Lingtian flew down and said to Kobe, Mr. Lingtian is a great pirate with a huge reputation in the Grand Line. Of course, I don't think the Grand Line is scary. After hearing Lingtian's words, Kobe also spoke. As a pirate with a bounty of 53 billion, Lingtian certainly doesn't think the Grand Line is scary, but Luffy is just a rookie who has just set out to sea. I will go even if it's dangerous, even if I lose my life. Luffy stared at the straw hat in his hand and spoke firmly. So I need to find a strong partner. What kind of person is that pirate hunter or something? Luffy put the straw hat on his head and asked Kobe and Lingtian, Are you talking about Zoro? I heard that he has been taken to the naval base now. When Kobe heard Luffy's words, he immediately remembered the pirate hunter Zoro, whom he often heard on the Alrida pirate group. At that time, he really hoped that Zoro would come to Alrida to rescue him. But just a few days ago, Kobe received the news that Zoro was captured by the Navy, and he felt desperate at that time. Unexpectedly, she met Luffy, and Luffy beat Alrida away. What's so weak? After hearing that Zoro was captured, Luffy wanted to give up the idea of inviting Zoro to join him. Pirate hunter Zoro? I heard that he was arrested by the Navy because he was protecting a girl. Lingtian heard their discussion and said, In the original work, Zoro was captured by Colonel Monka's son because he saved a little girl in the restaurant, and they agreed to set Sauron free within 10 days. What? It turns out he's a good guy. When Luffy heard Lingtian's words, he immediately planned to invite Zoro to join them. If Luffy was captured by the Navy because he was weak, he would not invite Zoro on board. But if it was to protect the weak, no matter how weak he is, Luffy would definitely invite him on board as long as he is interested. Really? I thought Zoro was arrested because he was a bad guy. Kobe was also a little surprised when he heard Lingtian's words. He thought that Zoro was captured by the Navy because he did something bad. In Kobe's current eyes, the Navy represents justice, and there will be no scum in the Navy. Lingtian could only say that Kobe was still too naive. Really? Then let's invite that guy called Zoro to be our partner. Set off. When Luffy heard Lingtian say that Zoro was not a bad person, he immediately stood at the bow and raised his hands and laughed. Oh. Soon Lingtian and his friends arrived at the town of Shields. After Lingtian and his men put the boat away, they went to the island. There are almost no obvious buildings in the town of Shields. The most obvious thing is the naval branch base that looks like a huge chimney. Where is that guy, Zoro? Luffy muttered to himself as he walked down the street. However, when the people around heard Luffy's words, they all moved away from him. It seems that we cannot mention Zoro's name here, Kobe said quietly to Luffy as he looked at the crowd around them. Maybe he's afraid of getting himself implicated. Lingtian probably knew why they reacted this way when they heard Zoro's name. Their island was exploited by Monka. Since Monka came to the town of Shields, no one dared to disobey Monka and his son Balum. Zoro is the only person who dares to do this in such a long time. Although Zoro is not from Shields Town, they are still afraid of implicating themselves. Really? Anyway, let's go to the naval base first. Kirby, didn't you say you wanted to be a Marine? Luffy couldn't find any trace of Zoro and decided to go to the naval base first. Yeah, maybe Zoro is being held in the naval base. Lingtian also thought that there was nothing wrong with what Luffy said. After all, in the original work, the captain and vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates met for the first time at the naval base. But now, the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates must have been the one who didn't run away. Okay, this is it. Soon Luffy, Lingtian, and others arrive at the gate of the naval base. This must be it. Lingtian looked at the two big words Navy written on the gate speechlessly. We are finally here. Now we have to say goodbye, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Lingtian. Kobe was so excited that tears came to his eyes when he saw the Navy gate in front of him. But Luffy and Lingtian ignored him and climbed directly to the wall next to the Navy. Okay? Only Luffy crawled, while Lingtian flew. Lingtian, your ability is so convenient. I want it too. Luffy was very envious when he saw Lingtian flying in the air easily while he had to climb hard. Really? Then I'll make one for you later. After hearing what Luffy said, Lingtian thought that he could get one for each member of the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, after completing the previous mission, there was no limit to the number of times Lingtian could draw. However, Lingtian was still as unlucky as ever. He had drawn thousands of times but still couldn't draw the item for resurrection. Great. Oh, it's so dangerous, so dangerous. Luffy immediately became excited when he heard Lingtian's words and almost fell down. Hey, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Lingtian, what are you doing? Kobe looked at Luffy and Lingtian, who were not listening to him and were looking at something on the Navy wall, and asked curiously, Is that Zoro? I think so. Luffy and Lingtian didn't listen to Kobe at all and just started talking to themselves. After hearing what Luffy and Lingtian said, Kobe also climbed up the wall of the naval base. When Kobe climbed over the wall, he saw a man wearing green pants, a white shirt, and a green turban on his head tied up inside. Chapter 39 Roronoa Zoro. If we just untie the rope, we can easily let him go. Luffy confirmed that the person tied up was Zoro and spoke. Well, that should be okay. Lingtian looked at the tied-up Zoro and took out a camera from the system space to take a few photos. After all, this is one of the few dark histories of Zoro. You don't stop saying such stupid things. Even such powerful people have been arrested, let alone you two. Kobe immediately retorted when he heard Luffy's words. Because Lingtian had previously told Kobe that Zoro was captured for protecting others, Kobe now did not say what would happen if Zoro was released as in the original work. After saying this, Kobe realized that Lingtian was not an ordinary person, but a big pirate with 53 billion berries. Hey, you three. While Luffy and Lingtian were talking, Zoro had already discovered them. It's an eyesore, get out of here. Zoro raised his head slightly and spoke in a pretentious manner. Hey, will the great pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro be captured by the Navy? I thought the person who said, I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman, was very powerful. Lingtian was unhappily surprised to see Zoro acting like an idiot and sneered at him. Nanny. Sauron was also a little angry when he heard Lingtian's words. If it wasn't for the need to protect that girl, a mere naval colonel wouldn't matter much. It would just be a matter of a few stabs from him. Hey, the world's greatest swordsman. This is fitting for a pirate king's companion. After Luffy heard Lingtian talk about Zoro's dream, he immediately became interested in Zoro. Lingtian wiped his nose and felt a little embarrassed when he heard Luffy's words. Logically speaking, I have already defeated Mihawk, so I should be the #1 swordsman in the pirate world now. But Lingtian didn't say it. At this moment, a ladder suddenly appeared next to Lingtian, and a little girl climbed up the ladder. Shush. The little girl made a hushing gesture to Lingtian and the others, and then observed whether there were any Navy guarding the surroundings. After finding that there were no Navy soldiers, the little girl lowered a rope and climbed down. Luffy and Lingtian watched the little girl crawl into the Navy's execution ground. What does she want to do? Luffy looked at the little girl in confusion. Who knows? Lingtian did not answer Luffy's question either. Danger. Mr. Luffy, Mr. Lingtian, go and stop her. She will be killed. Kobe couldn't help but get nervous when he saw the little girl actually running directly towards Zoro. Luffy and Lingtian heard what Kobe said but did not take any action. Lingtian didn't take action because he knew that nothing would happen to the little girl. As for Luffy, he simply believed that Zoro would not hurt the little girl. I have to say that Luffy looks silly usually, but he has a pretty good eye for people. What's wrong? When Zoro saw the little girl running over, he also spoke. It was because of this little girl that he was tied up by the naval captain's stupid son. Although he did it voluntarily, he didn't want the little girl to be too involved in this matter. You must be hungry. I brought some rice balls. When the little girl saw Zoro's appearance, she was not afraid, but took out the rice ball from her arms. Little ghost, do you want to die? Get lost. Zoro didn't look at the little girl's rice ball, but said fiercely. He didn't want the little girl to be killed because of this kind of thing if she was discovered by the Navy. There was no doubt that the girl would be killed. Brother, you haven't eaten yet. Give. Although this is my first time doing this, I put a lot of effort into it. The little girl was not scared away by Zoro, but handed the rice ball to Zoro. If it weren't for Zoro, perhaps he and his mother would have been killed by Bermeber long ago. Hey, I'm not hungry. Zoro was very happy to hear that the little girl was making rice balls for him with great care, but in order to prevent anything from happening to the little girl, he still said sternly that he was not hungry. Don't bully others. At this moment, 3 figures walked in from the gate of the execution ground. The one in the middle was Belumember, the son of Navy Captain Monka. And, seeing Barum, Zoro immediately became nervous. I didn't expect you to be so energetic, Roronoa Zoro, Belumember said as he walked. But in his heart, he was thinking of finding a reason to execute Zoro. Yes, from the beginning, Belmel had no intention of abiding by the agreement with Zoro, but instead wanted to kill the guy who made him look bad. Hey, Luffy, did you see that guy with yellow hair? If you want Zoro to get on board, beat him up. Lingtian pointed at Belumember and said, Hey, Mr. Lingtian, how can you do this? Kobe was confused when he heard Lingtian asking Luffy to beat up the Marine who walked in. That I see. Rubber pistol. When Luffy heard Lingtian say that if he beat up the yellow-haired guy, Zoro would be willing to board his ship, he punched Berumaba away without saying a word. Boom. What? Zoro and the other 2 Marines were startled. The 2 sailors really didn't expect that someone would dare to beat Colonel Monka's son in the Navy's execution ground. As for Zoro, he didn't expect that this group of people would attack immediately after seeing Belumember. Your name is Roronoa Zoro, right? Come aboard my boat. Luffy came to Zoro and said, who are you? My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy didn't care where this place was and told Zoro about his dream openly. Luffy didn't care, but the 2 Marines next to him were surprised. Pirate King. Do you know what you were talking about? Zoro was also a little shocked when he heard Luffy's words. Becoming the Pirate King is even more difficult than his dream. If Lingtian knew what Zoro was thinking, he would definitely tell Zoro without hesitation that his idea was too naive. He is the world's greatest swordsman, and now he is invincible in every aspect. Okay, I'll be your crewmate if you can get my knife back. Zoro agreed after hearing Luffy's words. He knew that if he remained here, he would definitely be killed, and now that the knife was not with him, he had no way out at all. What's more, only the Pirate King is qualified to make himself a crew member, and only the Pirate King is worthy of his future identity. Oh, that's agreed. Lingtian was also a little shocked when he heard what Zoro said. In the original work, Lingtian agreed to become Luffy's crew member because Luffy told Zoro that he would be killed by Berumember. Lingtian didn't expect that Luffy would agree just by telling Zoro his dream. Give me your knife and you'll agree to board my boat? Where's your knife? It was taken away by that naval captain's stupid son. Is it? When Luffy heard what Zoro said, he immediately grabbed Berumaba next to him and ran out. Hey, that's the direction. Just when Zoro felt relieved, he discovered that Luffy and Berumaba had gone to the wrong place. I have to say that the current Zoro is not as directionally challenged as he was in the later years, and he still knows how to give Luffy directions. When Luffy heard what Zoro said, he immediately turned around and ran in another direction. After Lingtian saw Luffy running away, he also flew to Zoro and said, "Just eat the rice ball, but it took a lot of effort to make it." When Zoro heard Lingtian's words, he didn't say anything, but pursed his lips to let the little girl feed him. Puff. After Zoro finished eating the rice ball, Lingtian cut the rope that tied Zoro. "Are you also a three-sword swordsman?" Zoro asked curiously when he saw the 3 knives hanging on Lingtian's waist. "Well, I guess so." Lingtian did not deny it. After all, when he got the 3rd sword style, Rinjaka, Lingtian unlocked the complete set of 3 sword styles. It's just that Lingtian doesn't often use the 3 sword style, mainly because Lingtian can't learn to recite the names of the moves while biting the sword like Zoro does. Oh, Colonel Monka, it seems that Roronoa Zoro has been rescued from the execution ground. A marine who saw Lingtian release Zoro reported to Monka. "What? Someone dares to disobey my orders again?" When Monka heard the Navy's report, he immediately said angrily. Monka, who was hypnotized by Zhangao, always believed that he was the greatest on this island, so he would never allow anyone on this island to disobey his orders. "Execute that person immediately." Yes. Soon Monka arrived at the execution ground with a group of Navy men. "Who are you to disobey the orders of the great Colonel Monka?" Monka, who had just arrived at the execution ground, shouted to Lingtian and the others. "Can you fix it?" Sauron looked at Lingtian and said, "Now, because he has no sword, he can only exert 1/10 of his strength. Now he can only hope that Lingtian can kill these Navy men." "Give it to me." Lingtian walked straight to the front and crossed his arms. Swordless style bird of prey. Lingtian crossed his hands and waved them, and countless beasts condensed by sword energy attacked Monka. Instantly, the Navy was dealt with by Lingtian. Because Lingtian's main target was Monka, the other Navy soldiers were simply knocked to the ground by the sword energy. As for Monka, he was knocked unconscious by Lingtian. Gulu. There were bursts of swallowing sounds. The Navy officers really didn't expect that Colonel Monka, who had bullied the town of Shields for so long, would be defeated by the purple-haired man with just 1 move. Wow, so awesome. Kobe was also shocked when he saw Lingtian defeated Colonel Monka with just 1 move. Although he knew that Lingtian was very powerful as the Navy offered a reward of 53 billion berries, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. The Navy colonel was taken care of with just 1 move. Strong. Zoro looked at Lingtian and chuckled. Become free. Although the Navy was shocked that Lingtian defeated Monka in 1 move, they quickly reacted. Then all kinds of things were thrown into the sky by the Navy. What's wrong? They're so happy that their colonel was defeated. Zoro also found the actions of the Navy a little strange. So that's how it is. They were forced to do those things because of Colonel Monka's oppression. Great. Kobe also reacted when he saw the actions of the Navy. Well, it seems so. Lingtian walked to Zoro's side, took out a piece of cloth and placed it on the ground. What are you up to? Zoro was puzzled when he saw Lingtian take out a piece of cloth and put it on the ground. You've been hungry for so long, eat something. Lingtian took out a pile of food from the system space and said to Sauron, "Oh, I'm welcome then." When Zoro saw so much food, he immediately started eating it in big mouthfuls. After all, he had been hungry for so long. Soon, the pile of food that Lingtian took out was eaten up by Zoro. Seeing this, Lingtian had no choice but to take out more food from the system space. Lingtian had prepared a lot of food when he left Redoria. It can basically feed a pirate group of 1,000 people for 2 to 3 years, but Lingtian guessed that this amount of food would not last their pirate group even for a month. You guys come and have some too. Lingtian looked at Kobe and the little girl who were in a daze and waved. After hearing Lingtian's words, Kobe and the little girl ran to Zoro and started eating. Would you like some? There's still plenty. Lingtian turned his head and said to Haijun with a piece of meat in one hand. Hey, can we eat it too? The sailors were amazed. They really didn't expect that the purple-haired man would extend an invitation to people like them who always bully the villagers. Although they did not bully the villagers voluntarily, they still did something unforgivable. It's okay, come on. Yes, Navy brothers, let's eat together. The little girl also invited the sailors to eat together. She also knew that these Navy officers did not really want to bully the villagers, but had to do so because of Monka. When the sailors heard the little girl say this, they all ran over and started eating. Zoro looked at the group of Navy men and had no opinion. Boom! Just as Lingtian and the others were eating, a figure flew over from the naval base. "How dare you eat meat here without calling me?" The figure immediately stood up and ran to Lingtian and started eating the meat in big mouthfuls. Even the meat in Kabi and the others' hands was snatched away by the figure. Knowing that the figure was Luffy, he had just found Zoro's sword in a room in the naval base and wanted to go back immediately to invite Zoro to board his ship. But when he looked over, he found that Lingtian and the others were sitting on the ground eating meat. Then he flew over with a rubber rocket launcher, carrying Zoro's knife on his back. Sorry. Lingtian looked at Luffy and apologized while taking out the food from the system space for Luffy to eat. "Give me back my knife, you bastard." Boom. When Zoro saw Luffy find his sword, he was about to go over to take it, but Luffy, who was eating and drinking, punched him and knocked him away. "You bastard. I'm going to chop you up," Zoro muttered as he was punched into the wall by Luffy. When Lingtian saw Luffy like this, he couldn't help but cover his face. Chapter 40 Orange Town. Where is our ship? After eating the food Lingtian brought out, Zoro asked Luffy curiously, "Since you've made such a bold statement that you want to become the Pirate King, you should have quite a few crew members." "Where?" Luffy jumped to a high place where he could see the ship and pointed at the small boat he and Kobe had been on before. "Nanny, what about the crew?" When Zoro saw the ship Luffy was pointing at, he immediately felt like he was on a pirate ship. "Just the three of us." When Lingtian heard what Zoro said, he chuckled and pointed at Luffy and himself. The corners of Zoro's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. After all, he had promised Luffy, so he wouldn't go back on his word easily. "Oh, you are pirates, right?" Just after Lingtian and his friends finished eating, a Navy officer said to them. Although Lingtian and his team defeated Monka, they were Navy after all. While Lingtian and his team were pirates at most, they would not tell the headquarters about Lingtian's affairs. "Yes, we are pirates." Luffy had no concerns when he heard the Navy's words, but directly told the Navy that he was a pirate. Moreover, it seems unlikely that Lingtian would ask Luffy to lie. After all, people with Luffy's personality are not suitable for lying. "Then please leave this island. To thank you for saving the island, we will not tell headquarters about your affairs." The sailor lowered his hat as if to hide his embarrassment. He also understood that what he did was somewhat inappropriate, but they were the Navy after all, and they should have arrested pirates if they saw them. "Really, you guys are really nice people." Luffy didn't find it strange to hear the Navy's words. After all, he was a pirate, and it was normal for the Navy not to welcome him. Zoro and Lingtian also followed Luffy towards their ship. "Aren't you in the same group?" The Marine looked at Kobe, who was standing there motionless, and spoke. Kobe was a little at a loss when he heard the Navy's words. After all, he was once a member of the Alrita Pirates. Although it was just cleaning, the Navy's intelligence capabilities can still find out about this matter if someone brings it up. Not to mention joining the Navy, I would probably be thrown into prison the first moment. When Luffy saw Kobe's helpless look, he also wanted to tell the Navy about what happened to Kobe before, and then beat Kobe up to show that he and Kobe were not together. Whoa. Just when Luffy was about to speak, Lingtian covered Luffy's mouth to prevent Kobe from being beaten by Luffy. "What are you doing, Lingtian?" Luffy pushed Lingtian's hand that was covering his mouth away and spoke. He didn't understand why Lingtian wanted to stop him. "Shut up, leave this to me." Lingtian walked directly in front of the Navy and spoke. "Kobe wants to join the Navy. Even though he is our friend, becoming a Navy is Kobe's dream." "Are you kidding me? Are you pirates planning to place an undercover agent in our Navy?" A Marine spoke without waiting for Lingtian to finish. He didn't believe that someone who was friends with pirates would willingly become a Marine. There must be some conspiracy. Lingtian didn't care what the Navy officer said, but continued speaking. "I know you don't believe me. Vice Admiral Garp from the Navy headquarters will be here soon. He will understand when you tell him." "What? Grandpa will come here?" "Not good, Lingtian Sauron. Let's go." When Luffy heard Lingtian say that Garp would come, he immediately pulled Zoro and Lingtian and was about to run away, because Luffy was very afraid of Garp because of his childhood. Boom. It hurts. When Lingtian saw that Luffy was trying to pull him away by force, He immediately smashed Luffy's head with a fist covered in armed color. Lingtian, do you also know the Iron Fist of Love? Luffy covered his head and said with some fear. So Luffy naturally thought that this was the Iron Fist of Love. Yes, this is my full love for you. Lingtian waved his fist and indicated that if Luffy dragged him away again, he would let him taste his Iron Fist of Love. Gulu. While Lingtian and the others were making a fuss nearby, the Navy officers all swallowed their saliva. What did they just hear? Vice Admiral Garp, who is known as the hero of the Navy, would come here? And the guy wearing a straw hat opposite actually said that Vice Admiral Garp is his grandfather? Doesn't that mean the guy in a straw hat is Vice Admiral Garp's grandson? Did you hear that? Make Kobe a Marine. Lingtian beat Luffy and said to the Navy, Yes, yes. The Navy responded. If Vice Admiral Garp really lets that kid named Kobe join the Navy, there will be nothing he can do. Even if Vice Admiral Garp does not allow that kid to join the Navy at that time, he can just arrest him directly. After all, the powerful person is the purple-haired man, and this kid named Kobe just looks weak. Lingtian nodded in satisfaction after hearing what the Navy said. Let's go, Luffy, Zoro. After finishing what he needed to say, Lingtian took Luffy and Zoro back to his own boat. The Navy stood at the dock and saluted as they watched Lingtian and his men leave. Then they returned to the base and told the headquarters about Colonel Monka's atrocities. Marineford, Marshal's office. What? There are such scums in our Navy. When Zhanghua heard the report from the Marines in charge of the East China Sea, he immediately became angry. I understand, you go down first. Sengoku thought about it, then picked up the Din Din Mushi and called Garp. Because Garp took leave and returned to the East China Sea some time ago, Sengoku planned to let Garp handle this matter. On Garp's Doghead warship, Vice Admiral Garp, your call. A Marine brought a Din Din Mushi to Garp. Garp took a look and picked up the Din Din Mushi in a daze. When Garp picked up the Din Din Mushi, the face of the Din Din Mushi turned into that of Sengoku. Hey, what's up, Sengoku? Garp said carelessly. Garp, the Navy branch in Shields Town in the East China Sea, has something for you to handle. Sengoku didn't care about Garp's laziness. After all, Sengoku and Garp had been colleagues for many years and knew Garp's character very well. Sengoku told Garp what happened in Shields Town and asked Garp to take Monka to impel down. After hearing what Sengoku said, Garp put away his carelessness and promised Sengoku that he would go to Shields Town to bring Monka to justice. Turn the ship around, destination, Shields Town branch. After Garp hung up the phone with Sengoku, he gave orders to his navigator. Soon, Cap's warship arrived at the town of Shields. Vice Admiral Garp. Now that the colonel of Shields Town saw that Cap had actually come to Shields Town, he began to believe Lingtian's words. Where is Monka? Garp saw the vice admiral and spoke. Yes, Monka is now imprisoned in the base's prison. The colonel immediately took Cap to the prison at the naval base. Garp looked at Monka and asked Bogart to take Monka to his warship. Vice Admiral Garp, there is one more thing. The colonel said this with some nervousness. After all, the man in front of him was the famous naval hero Vice Admiral Garp. What? Garp took out a donut and stuffed it into his mouth. Originally, he came back this time to stop Luffy from going out to sea to become a pirate, but when he returned to Windmill Village, he found that Luffy had already set off. Well, there was a purple-haired man who said you would let this kid join the Navy. The colonel pushed Kobe out and spoke. Now he believed Lingtian's words. Kobe was a little nervous when he was pushed out by the colonel. He really didn't expect that one day he would meet a big man like a naval hero. Oh, the purple-haired man. Any pictures? Garp looked at Kobe with some curiosity. Yes, this is his picture. The colonel handed a photo to Garp. This was the photo he secretly took of Lingtian. Lingtian also knew it at the time, but he didn't care. Why is Luffy with this kid? Garp looked at the photo where Luffy was photographed right behind Lingtian and was a little puzzled. He really couldn't understand how a big shot like Lingtian could be with Luffy. After all, Luffy was just an unknown little guy. Have you seen this person? Garp pointed at Luffy in the photo and spoke. Yes, I have indeed seen the Straw Hat Boy. The colonel said as he looked at the Straw Hat Boy who was being pointed at by the shop. So they went in that direction. When Garp heard that the colonel knew Luffy, he immediately said anxiously, Luffy has not been put on the bounty list by the Navy yet, so as long as Luffy is captured, he can be prevented from becoming a pirate. However, Garp also knew that he had a high probability of not being able to stop Luffy. After all, he was his grandson, so Garp knew Luffy's character very well. What's more, Lingtian seems to be by Luffy's side, so it is simply wishful thinking to want to bring Luffy back. Yes, they seem to be heading towards Orange Town. When the colonel heard what Garp said, he immediately told Garp Lingtian their direction. When Garp heard this, he immediately rushed to his warship as quickly as possible. Bogart, speed up. Destination, Orange Town. After returning to the warship, Garp immediately gave orders to his deputy Bogart. Yes, Lieutenant General Garp. Oh, on Luffy's boat. Lingtian, I'm so hungry. Luffy complained as he lay listlessly on the side of the boat. Didn't you just finish eating? Zoro was also speechless when he heard Luffy's words. He hadn't eaten for so many days and didn't say anything, so how come this guy got hungry so quickly? I'll bring you food when we find the next island. Lingtian glanced at the listless Luffy and was speechless. Although Lingtian knew that the reason why Luffy was so hungry was because of his rubber fruit. Really? Luffy's eyes glowed with gold when he heard Lingtian's words. I have a bad feeling. Ling Tianfei was in the air looking at Luffy with golden eyes and felt a little uneasy. Luffy knocked Zoro away from the boat and started rowing quickly. By the time Lingtian reacted, Luffy and Zoro had disappeared. Oh, what? The food is here. Why are you rowing so fast? Lingtian complained while displaying his observation haki. When Lingtian sensed Luffy, he immediately flew in Luffy's direction. On board. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Zoro was startled by Luffy's acceleration that could only grab the boat to prevent himself from falling. As for Luffy, he didn't listen to Zoro at all and kept rowing the boat hard. The island is ahead. Soon Luffy saw an island emerging in front of him. After seeing the island, Luffy paddled his boat even harder. Luffy, hurry up, stop now. When Zoro saw that the boat was getting faster and faster and was about to hit the house on the island in front, he immediately shouted to Luffy to stop. However, Luffy didn't listen to Zoro at all. Because he had a body of rubber, Luffy didn't care about such things at all. But Luffy probably forgot that there was an ordinary person on his ship, so he crashed directly into the house in Orange Town. When Lingtian flew to Orange Town, he saw Luffy lying on the ground, and Zoro was lying upside down on the ground. I'm going to chop you down. Zoro stood up and was about to draw his sword to chop Luffy. But at this moment, a group of villagers gathered around with some tools in their hands. Lingtian probably also thought that it was because Buggy was not in the East China Sea that the villagers here did not leave Orange Town. Thinking of this, Lingtian flew down directly. Sorry. Lingtian flew down and apologized directly to the villagers. What's the point of apologizing? You have to repair the house you destroyed. An old man wearing glasses and yellow clothes pointed a harpoon at Lingtian Dao. When Lingtian saw this old man, he remembered who this person was. In the original book, this old man is the mayor of Orange Town, and his name seems to be Boodle. Yes, I understand. After listening to Boodle's words, Lingtian also agreed to help repair the houses destroyed by Luffy. Spiritual art, assistance, repair. Lingtian waved his hand, and streams of spiritual power emerged, restoring the houses destroyed by Luffy to their original state. Are you also a devil fruit user? When Zoro saw Lingtian restore the house to its original state in an instant, he asked curiously. No, I'm not. Lingtian directly told Zoro that he was not a devil fruit user. Lingtian, I'm hungry. Just then Luffy said directly to Lingtian. Dong dong dong. Before Lingtian could make a move, Zoro punched Luffy on the head several times. Zoro knows that Luffy is the user of the rubber gum fruit, so he can beat Luffy without any worries. Okay, stop messing around. After Lingtian saw Zoro beat Luffy, he no longer had the mood to beat Luffy. Oh no, the buggy pirates are coming. Just then a villager ran over and shouted. When the other villagers heard this, they immediately ran back to their houses. Bucky. Lingtian heard that there was something strange about the buggy pirates. Wasn't Buggy practicing hockey in Wano country? Although it is very likely that Buggy has already mastered the observation haki and armament haki over the years. But even if that's the case, Buggy should be in the New World. Chapter 41 Meeting Bucky again. Beige pirates. Are they bad guys? When Luffy saw the villagers around him running away immediately when they heard Buggy's name, he thought of Colonel Monka in Shield's town. Who knows? Although Zoro was a pirate hunter before, he had never heard of the reputation of the Buggy pirates. In fact, this is natural, because when Buggy went to find Lingtian before, he left his two younger brothers, Machi and Kabachi, in the East China Sea. Originally, Buggy wanted to take the treasure that Lingtian promised to give him, and then come back to pick up his younger brother, but he didn't expect that Lingtian actually gave him the power of grace and the sun. He was also asked to learn the 3 colors of hockey from Kaido, so it took up a lot of time. Buggy left Wano country 1 year ago. Originally, he wanted to bring Machi and Kabachi to the New World. With his current abilities, there would definitely be no problem in the New World. But when he found Machi and Kabachi, he discovered that they had already recruited many pirates. But they were just some ordinary people, so Buggy originally wanted to give up these little brothers. But Buggy was completely obsessed with the words Captain Buggy, so Buggy decided to form the Buggy Pirates and then go to the New World after waiting for a while to improve the strength of the Buggy Pirates. Get out of the way, Captain Buggy is coming. A pirate walking in front cursed. Is that Bucky, the one with the red nose? Luffy pointed at Buggy, who was sitting on a red chair with his eyes closed, and spoke. When the members of Buggy's pirate group heard Luffy's words, they were immediately petrified. They knew that their captain Buggy hated being called Red Nose the most. Who said I had a red nose? Bucky, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately got angry when he heard someone dare to call him Red Nose. He hated being called Red Nose the most. When Whitebeard called him Red Nose before, he just picked up a few knives and started fighting with Whitebeard. Although he ended up being beaten up by Whitebeard, he has become stronger now, so he plans to challenge Whitebeard again when he goes to the New World. Guys, take that guy's head off for me. Bucky gave the order directly. Oh. When the members of Buggy's pirate group heard Buggy's words, they immediately became excited and planned to hack Luffy to death with their swords. Luffy and Zoro were also eager to try when they saw this. Lingtian was standing on the roof because he had just used his ability to repair the house, so Bucky didn't see Lingtian. Luffy, Zoro, be gentle, don't kill them. I know the guy named Bucky across the street. Lingtian used telepathy to whisper in Luffy and Zoro's ears, saying that this was one of the abilities of spiritual techniques. When Luffy and Zoro heard that Lingtian knew Buggy on the opposite side, they decided to be gentler. Kill. The members of Buggy's pirate group immediately rushed towards Luffy and Zoro, but with the strength of Luffy and Zoro, they immediately knocked out the pirates in front of them. Buggy was not surprised to see this situation. With Buggy's current eyesight, he could naturally see that Luffy and Zoro were quite strong. Although they have not yet reached the level where they can defeat me, there should be no one in the East China Sea who has the ability of these two guys. Cap. Soon Luffy and Zoro defeated Buggy's crew, and now only Machi and Kabachi are left standing. Machi, Kabachi, you try it with them. After observing just now, Buggy found that these two guys did not kill his crew members, but just knocked them out. Although Buggy didn't know why, he still asked Machi and Kabachi to go up and try. Buggy knew that the strength of these two guys was not something that Machi and Kabachi could deal with, but because he knew that these two guys would not kill them, Buggy planned to let them hone their skills. Yes, Captain Buggy. A man with white hair on his upper body and a swordsman riding a unicycle came out, and with them came a white-haired lion. Oh, Zoro, that lion is so interesting. That person with white hair is also very interesting. And is that clothing? Or is it hair? It feels very interesting. Luffy looked at Machi and the lion Ricky with shining eyes and said with great interest, Ah, that swordsman seems quite interesting as well. Zoro directly pulled out the 3 swords from his waist and prepared to get serious. I'm going to hand over your heads to Captain Buggy. Kabachi rode his unicycle towards Zoro. Interesting, let's see if you are qualified to take off my head. Someone also went straight to meet him. As a swordsman, Zoro does not think that he is weaker than his opponent, not to mention that he wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. Straw Hat Boy, I want to take your head off too. Go ahead, Leaky. Machi holds a whip and commands Ricky to attack Luffy. Machi's method of attack is usually to command Ricky. When Luffy saw Leaky rushing towards him, he immediately stretched out his arms, grabbed Leaky's hair, and then jumped onto Leaky's back. What are you doing, Straw Hat Boy? Get off Ricky's back. Machi was furious when he saw Luffy riding on Ricky's back. Only I, the owner, can ride on Leaky's back. Machi immediately swung the whip in his hand and hit Luffy, But because Luffy was made of rubber, he didn't feel any pain at all. Yahoo Go Lion! Luffy was excited riding on Ricky's back, and he also wanted Ricky to get on his boat. Here is Sauron. After several sword fights between Zoro and Kabachi, he found that although Kabachi's swordsmanship was not as good as his acrobatic swordsmanship always left him helpless. Boom! While Zoro was fighting Kabachi, Luffy rode on Ricky and knocked Zoro away. Sorry, Zoro. Luffy apologized to Zoro without any sincerity. Kabachi was a little confused when he saw Ricky knock Zoro away, but then he found that Luffy was riding on Ricky and rushing towards him. Damn it, don't come over here. When Kabachi saw Leaky running towards him, he immediately rolled away. Machi, keep an eye on the niche. Kabachi, who had dodged Leaky's charge, immediately angrily shouted at Machi. I can't do anything about it. The Straw Hat Boy's on Ricky's back, so Ricky won't listen to me at all. Machi said he had no other options. Lingtian was speechless when he saw Luffy on the roof. As expected, Luffy was still so reckless. Enough. Zoro pushed away the thing that was pressing on him and said angrily, I'm going to chop him up. As he said this, Zoro raised the two swords in his hands over his head and bit them on his back. 3-sword style, tiger hunting. 3 knife lights flashed by, and 3 knife marks appeared on Li Ji's body, and then Li Ji fell down directly. Luffy also flew out due to the inertia of Leaky falling down. Sorry, Luffy. When Zoro saw Luffy flying out, he chuckled and imitated Luffy's apology. Lingtian almost laughed out loud when he saw this on the roof. Lingtian really never expected that one day Zoro would be like this. Niche. Machi immediately started crying when he saw Zoro knocking his niche down. He and Li Ji have a very good relationship, basically like brothers. Don't worry, I'll stop trying. Zoro also explained that because Lingtian had asked them to be gentler before, Zoro did not use much strength. So Li Ji just fainted. It's your turn next. Zoro pointed his knife at Kabachi and spoke. Then let's decide the outcome with one move. Kabachi was also somewhat interested in the tiger hunting move that Zoro used just now. Just what I wanted. Zoro holds the 2 swords in front of his chest in a pliers position. 3-sword style, Oshiki, Brave Claw. Kabachi also crossed his 2 swords in front of his chest. Dual sword style, Acrobatics, Fire Tiger, Jump. This move was a sword technique that Kabachi had perfected a few days ago, and it was developed from Buggy's Grace Sun ability. Click. Kabachi and Zoro's moves collided, and Kabachi's knife was immediately chopped into several pieces by Zoro, and a cross-cutting mark was also left on Kabachi's chest. Impossible. Kabachi looked at the knife scar on his chest and said in disbelief, Okay, Machi, Kabachi, come back. After watching his 2 younger brothers being killed by Zoro, Buggy asked them to come back. Anyway, the purpose of letting them fight against Zoro and Luffy was just to give them practice. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to make them fight. When Machi and Kabachi heard what Buggy said, they immediately stopped their actions. They knew how powerful Buggy was now. It's definitely more than enough to deal with these 2 guys. Machi picked up Ricky, while Kabaki returned to Buggy's side, holding his chest. Rumble. At this moment, Luffy, who had just been thrown out by Ricky, also ran back. Zoro, what were you doing just now? Luffy ran back and immediately said to Zoro angrily, I still want to ride the lion again. Sorry, Luffy. Zoro apologized nonchalantly. Really? Then I forgive you. Luffy immediately forgave Zoro when he heard his apology. After hearing what Luffy said, Zoro also understood something. No wonder Luffy always apologized to him nonchalantly before. It turned out that he was so easy to forgive others. After listening to Luffy's words, Lingtian also shared some ideas with Zoro. Okay, you 2 little brats, let me Captain Buggy come meet you. Bucky flew down directly to do it himself. With his current abilities, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Luffy and Zoro. Okay, Buggy. Lingtian also knew that with Buggy's ability, dealing with Luffy and Zoro today would be a dimensionality reduction attack, so he jumped directly from the roof. Brother Lingtian. When Buggy saw Lingtian, he was so scared that he immediately broke into pieces. He didn't expect to see Lingtian here, and immediately Bucky wanted to pinch his face. If you dare to pinch my face, I will throw you into the sea. Lingtian looked at Buggy's hand approaching his face and immediately thought of what happened in Redoria. When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, his outstretched hand also stopped in midair. Okay, Bucky, he's my captain. Lingtian introduced Luffy to Buggy. Ship. Captain. When Buggy heard Lingtian's words, he looked at Luffy with some disbelief. He didn't expect that someone like Lingtian would become someone else's crew member. He thought Lingtian would form his own pirate group in the future. Wait a minute, Straw Hat Boy. Why does your straw hat look so familiar? Buggy suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen the straw hat Luffy was wearing somewhere. This was given to me by Shanks. D. Oh, you know Shanks? Luffy took off the straw hat on his head and told Buggy the origin of his straw hat. This was also the first time that Zoro knew the origin of the straw hat on Luffy's head. Nanny, that straw hat belongs to that bastard Shanks. When Buggy heard Luffy say that the straw hat belonged to Shanks, he immediately became angry. Okay, Buggy, let's just leave it at that with Shanks, okay? Lingtian touched Buggy's head and smiled. After hearing Lingtian's words, Buggy calmed down a lot. Oh, because of Lingtian, Luffy and Buggy immediately became friends. Brother Luffy, how about we become brothers? Buggy and Luffy, who were drunk, hugged each other's shoulders and staggered. Okay, but I want to be the big brother. Luffy immediately agreed to Buggy's words. No, I must be the eldest brother, and you can only be the third brother. Buggy immediately objected when he heard Luffy's words. Why is it the third one? Luffy was puzzled when he heard that he couldn't be the eldest brother or the second brother. The second one has someone else. This person is naturally Kaido in Wano country, but Buggy and Kaido have not yet decided who is the big brother. If Kaido knew that Buggy wanted him to be second in command, he would definitely fight with Buggy. When they were in Wano country, Kaido and Buggy fought many times because of this matter, and it was Yamato who finally made them stop. No, I must be the big brother. When Luffy heard what Buggy said, he immediately became unwilling and prepared to fight with Buggy. Buggy saw Luffy's actions but didn't do anything, but took a sip of wine and spoke. When you are the eldest brother, you have to share the meat with your younger brothers. Are you sure you want to be the eldest brother? After spending some time with Luffy, Buggy has already figured out Luffy's personality, so he immediately used Luffy's favorite meat to coax Luffy. Lingtian, sitting aside, also lamented that Buggy had become cunning. What Lingtian didn't know was that these were all learned in Wano country with Kaido. After all, if he wasn't a little more cunning, he would be second in command. Nanny, I don't want to be the big brother anymore. When Luffy heard that the big brother wanted to share his meat, he immediately denied the idea of becoming the big brother. Then it's settled. Now you are the third child. This is for you. Buggy saw that Luffy agreed and threw out a jade pendant. This was what he and Kaido had agreed on, that if Kaido asked his younger brother to do something again, he would give the jade pendant to that person. Kaido and Buggy also have a jade pendant. Kaido and Buggy's are black, while the one Buggy gave to Luffy is purple. The reason for this happening is that Lingtian gave the Taichi jade pendant to Yamato, so Kaido simply made a jade pendant to show their identities. I also have two older brothers. Luffy stared at the jade pendant and thought of his two brothers, Ace and Sabo. Although Sabo is dead, in Luffy's heart Sabo will always be his brother. Really? Then including me and Kaido, you have 4 brothers now. Chapter 42 Nami. After Luffy and Buggy became brothers, they started to fight each other. Zoro was drinking while watching Luffy, Buggy, and the members of Buggy's pirate group fooling around. Just then Kabachi walked up to Zoro. Is there a problem? Zoro looked at Kabachi standing in front of him and spoke. Roronoa Zoro. No, brother Zoro, please teach me swordsmanship. Kabachi knelt down and asked Zoro to teach him swordsmanship. Although he was also a swordsman, he only practiced acrobatic swordsmanship. He had never really practiced swordsmanship, so he wanted Zoro to teach him swordsmanship. If it were in the past, he would not care at all, because his swordsmanship was more than enough in the East China Sea, which was known as the weakest sea. But one day, Buggy will go to the New World, and he must become stronger to help Buggy in the future. Oh, you want me to teach you swordsmanship? Zoro also felt a little strange when he heard Kabachi's words. Kabachi used 2 swords, while he used 3 swords, so Zoro asked himself if he was qualified to teach Kabachi. Of course, both the 3-sword style and the 2-sword style are sword techniques, and their principles are the same. But Zoro, who is not even a Zantetsu swordsman yet, doesn't know anything about it, so he thinks he is not suitable to teach Kabachi. You use 2 swords, and I use 3 swords. So I don't have anything to teach you. You should ask someone else to teach you. After thinking about it, Zoro rejected Kabachi's request. Zoro, actually all swordsmen are the same, whether it's dual sword style or triple sword style. Lingtian heard the conversation between Zoro and Kabachi and told Zoro the basics of swordsmanship. Whether it is no sword flow, one sword flow, two sword flow, three sword flow, four sword flow, etc., the essence of a knife is sharpness and speed. Are you trying to say that you know more about swords than I do? Sauron was a little unhappy when he heard Lingtian's words. Because Zoro has only seen Lingtian use the swordless style, and Lingtian has always been harmless in front of Zoro and Luffy. Therefore, Zoro does not think that his swordsmanship will lose to Lingtian. He wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro, your sword is too sharp. The sharper the sword, the better. Lingtian was not angry when he heard Zoro mocking his swordsmanship for not being as good as his. After all, he knew how strong his swordsmanship was better than anyone else. Then fight me. If you can beat me, I will admit that you know more about swordsmanship than I do. Zoro did not refute Lingtian's words, but planned to fight with Lingtian. After all, both of them are swordsmen, and they are on the same pirate ship, so there must be a winner. Want to fight with me? A powerful aura burst out from Lingtian. This is not the domineering aura. It is just the sharpness of Lingtian as a swordsman. After all, Lingtian is now the world's #1 swordsman who is even more powerful than Mihawk. The sharpness he exudes is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Kabachi, who was standing by, had already fainted. What surprised Lingtian was that not only did Zoro not faint, but he also managed to move his body with his strong willpower. Maybe this is talent. In the original work, Zoro's talent in swordsmanship has already been destined to make him the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Although Zoro had not yet become the world's greatest swordsman when Lingtian traveled through time, both Lingtian himself and the majority of Jaime believed that Zoro could become the world's greatest swordsman. Even after seeing such a huge gap, do you still want to fight me? Although Lingtian knew that Zoro would not retreat, he still asked Zoro kindly, even though I see such a huge gap, I still want to compete with you. I will not fail in a place like this. I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman. Seeing that Zoro was so determined, Lingtian also pulled out the lightning and flowing blades from his waist. What a sharp knife. Are your two swords the 12 supreme swords? Apart from the legendary 12 great swords of supreme sharpness, Zoro really couldn't imagine what level the two swords in Lingtian's hands were. Even Zoro had seen a huge sword, but even a huge sword was not as sharp as the one in Lingtian's hand. The reason why Zoro couldn't tell the grade of Lingtian's sword before was because Lingtian's scabbard was specially made, which could completely hide the aura of the sword. This is also why Zoro previously thought Lingtian was just a mediocre swordsman. No, these two swords have no levels, or rather, these two swords have already surpassed the levels of this world. Lingtian also explained to Zoro the special nature of his sword, but Lingtian did not intend to use the abilities of these two swords this time. Lingtian intends to compete with Zoro in swordsmanship. Yeah. Then the next move will decide the outcome, okay? After hearing Lingtian's words, Zoro did not ask any more questions, but planned to decide the outcome with Lingtian in one move. It is good. Lingtian also agreed to let Zoro decide the outcome with one sword. After all, he and Zoro were just having a simple sparring match, not a life-and-death duel. After hearing Lingtian's words, Zoro crossed the handles of his two swords in front of his chest and began to spin. 9 mountains and 8 seas make up one world. Gathering thousands of worlds together makes a small 1,000 worlds. Zoro twirled the sword in his hand while chanting a poem. 1 sea and 1 sword, 1 world. Merge all the seas and swords into a great world. Lingtian posed with his hands covering the knife, posing like an eagle, and also recited a poem. This world is multiplied by 3. Nothing I do not cut. Purge the world of evil. Kill all evil. 3 sword style secret. 1 big 3,000. Use the sword in your hand to transform into a posture of judgment. Use the sword in your hand to determine the good and evil in your heart. Wide world. Dual sword style, secret technique, sword world judgment. Lingtian and Sauron rushed towards each other after reciting my poem. Bang dang. Just like when Zoro dealt with Kabachi, Except for the Wado Ikamanji that Zoro was biting, the two swords in his hands instantly broke into several pieces. Now you know the difference between us. But one day I will defeat you. Zoro put the Wado Ikamanji in his hand back into the scabbard, saying with some reluctance. Although he knew that there was definitely some gap between him and Lingtian, Zoro did not expect their gap to be so big. Zoro could feel that Lingtian restrained his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have to go see Kuina. Isn't it your dream to defeat me? Lingtian put lightning and flowing blade into the scabbard and spoke. What? When Zoro heard Lingtian's words, he was a little bit unconvinced. He thought he must have been hallucinating. Ruronoa Zoro, I am the speed sword ghost with a bounty of 53 billion berries. Dockley D. Lingtian. He is also the world's greatest swordsman. Try to surpass me, Ruronoa Zoro. Lingtian scattered the photos of himself defeating Mihawk on the ground. Zoro looked at the photos on the ground with some disbelief. He knew that Mihawk was no longer the world's greatest swordsman. But Zoro didn't expect that he would meet the world's greatest swordsman here in the East Blue Sea. Zoro did not doubt Lingtian's words because he saw a bounty warrant besides the photo of Lingtian and Mihawk fighting. The reward notice reads, Speed Sword Ghost, Dockley D. Lingtian. Bounty of 53 billion berries. No matter life or death. A person who can get such a bounty would not cheat himself. After all, big men all have their own pride. If Lingtian knew what Zoro was thinking, he would definitely tell Zoro that he was thinking too much. All the big shots on the sea are funny. I will definitely surpass you. After looking at the photos and bounty order that Lingtian threw out, Zoro looked at Lingtian firmly. I'm waiting for the day when you surpass me. Lingtian believed that even if he was the world's top swordsman, Zoro could still surpass him and become the world's #1 swordsman. Captain, we caught this woman in the treasure vault. A crew member of the Buggy Pirates brought a woman with orange hair wearing a blue and white top and an orange skirt. Oh, what? Isn't this Nami? Lingtian was a little surprised to see the people brought up by the Buggy Pirates crew. Logically speaking, I have already warned Eren, so Nami shouldn't be here again. In fact, what Lingtian didn't know was that after Eren came to Kokoja village, he still collected berries in exchange for the lives of the villagers like the original author. The only difference was that after Eren saw Nami and the other three, he remembered that Lingtian had told him before that he was not allowed to hurt these 4 people. Therefore, Eren did not kill Belmir, because he did not have enough berry like in the original book. Do you want to steal Captain Buggy's treasure? When Bucky heard that someone actually wanted to steal his treasure, he immediately became angry. For a treasure lover, this was absolutely intolerable. That woman is an excellent navigator. Lingtian saw Nami whispering in Luffy's ear. Really? When Luffy heard that Nami was a navigator, he immediately planned to invite Nami to join his pirate group. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates don't have a navigator yet, and they were just sailing casually before. Although this is possible, without a good navigator on the sea, the ship might end up in some strange waters. Lingtian was not afraid, because Lingtian was confident in his own strength, so he didn't care where the ship went. But Luffy and the others can't do that. Luffy is a devil fruit user, and if he falls into the sea, he will be unable to move. Well, you can be my navigator. When Luffy knew that Nami was a navigator, he immediately jumped in front of Nami and invited her to become his navigator. Navigator, stop kidding. You want me to become a pirate? Nami immediately became angry when she heard Luffy's invitation, although Belmir was not killed by Arlong as in the original work. However, after Arlong saw his talent in drawing sea charts, he threatened him with the lives of the villagers of Kokoja village to join the Arlong pirates. Luffy, if you want a navigator, why don't you just pick one from here, big brother? Buggy was immediately unhappy when he saw that Luffy actually invited the woman who stole his treasure to become his navigator. There are a lot of pirates in his own pirate group who want to be navigators. After all, except for some special cases, most pirates who go out to sea will learn some navigation skills. No, Buggy, I want her to be my navigator. When Luffy heard that Buggy wanted to choose a few navigators for Buggy's pirate group, he immediately refused. Luffy will make the person he chooses his crew member, no matter what. All right. Buggy didn't say anything. After all, he was his younger brother. Even though they had just met, Buggy didn't force his navigator position on Luffy. Did you hear me, woman? As my brother's navigator, I will forgive you for stealing my treasure. In order to please his younger brother, the pirate group's navigator Buggy, He plans not to pursue the matter of Nami stealing his treasure. After all, this was his first chance to show off his prowess in front of his brother, and he couldn't let Luffy think he was a stingy guy. After hearing what Buggy said, Nami looked at Luffy and then at Buggy, and a plan emerged in her mind. If you want me to be your navigator, that's fine, but you need to do me a favor. Nanny, you dare to ask me Captain Buggy? Now that Buggy's power has greatly increased, not to mention in this small East China Sea, even in the new world where pirates are surging, as long as Buggy waved his hand, countless big pirates would become his crew members. But the woman in front of him made a request to him, and Buggy immediately wanted to get angry. Okay, what's the request? Just when Buggy was about to get angry, he heard Luffy wanted to agree to Nami's request and immediately calmed down. Since his younger brother was going to agree to Nami's request, Buggy couldn't say anything else. I want you to help me defeat the captain and officers of the Arlong pirates. As long as you can do this, I will agree to be your navigator. When Nami heard Luffy was going to agree to her request, she immediately stated her request. Nami had seen Buggy's bounty before. Because Buggy had caused a lot of trouble with Kaido in the New World before, Buggy now has a bounty of 10 billion berries. 10 billion berries, many times more than Eren. So when Luffy invited her to join his pirate group, Nami thought of letting Buggy kill Arlong and his cadres. Are the Arlong pirates very powerful? Luffy was a little confused. No way, you don't know about the Arlong pirates. Zoro was also speechless when he heard Luffy's words, as a pirate from the East China Sea. Luffy didn't even know about the famous Arlong pirates in the East China Sea. Just as Zoro was complaining, he felt relieved when he saw the small boat he had been riding in the distance. Luffy probably wouldn't care about these things at all. The Dragon Pirates, the Fishman Pirates in Dragon Paradise? Obviously, Buggy had also heard about the Arlong Pirates, and he also knew what the Arlong Pirates did in Kokoja Village. However, because it didn't affect him, Buggy didn't pay attention to the affairs of the Arlong Pirates at that time. After all, there are many such things happening on the sea. Chapter 43, Great God Usopp. Okay, I promise you, I will definitely beat that bastard Eren away. When Luffy heard Nami's request, he immediately agreed to it without caring whether Arlong was scary or not. Nami also fell silent after hearing Luffy's words. What he wanted was Buggy's help. He didn't know if Luffy could defeat Arlong, but Buggy was sure that he could defeat Arlong. Baki, you and Nami should go to Kokoja Village. While Nami was struggling, Lingtian spoke to Buggy. Do you know me? Nami felt a little strange when she heard Lingtian say her name. She didn't seem to have told him her name. Of course I know you. You are our navigator. Lingtian joked to Nami. When Nami heard Lingtian say that he was her navigator, she didn't say anything, but looked at Buggy. She wondered if Buggy would follow her back to Kokoja Village. No problem, leave this to me. When Buggy heard Lingtian asking him to help Nami deal with the people from the Arlong pirates, he immediately agreed. On the one hand, because Lingtian is his elder brother, he must listen to Lingtian. On the other hand, because Luffy is his younger brother now, and Nami is Luffy's navigator, he must help with this matter. Hey Lingtian, I also want to help Nami. When Luffy heard that Lingtian just asked Buggy to help Nami, he immediately expressed dissatisfaction. This is my navigator. How can I not help him? Lingtian looked at Luffy and told him directly that they would find more companions if they continued sailing, but they would lose these companions if they followed Nami directly to Kokoja Village. As for the reason, Lingtian had naturally thought of it, which was that he possessed the ability to predict the future. However, just in case, Lingtian also told Luffy that his abilities sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. More companions? I feel like there will be one annoying guy. Zoro, who was recuperating on the side, always had a bad feeling when he heard Lingtian's words, but he didn't feel disgusted. When Lingtian heard Zoro's complaints, he thought of Sanji. After discussion, Buggy took Nami to Kokoja Village to help Nami defeat the Arlong pirates. Lingtian and his friends set off for the next island. Before leaving, Lingtian handed his life paper to Buggy. Buggy also gave Luffy and his friends a slightly larger ship. Originally, Buggy wanted to give Luffy an ordinary sailboat, but was rejected by Lingtian. Lingtian didn't want to miss the Mary because of this incident. The reason why Lingtian didn't take out the large ship in the system space before was because of this. Just when Lingtian and Buggy left Orange Town, a dog-headed warship also arrived in Orange Town. When Garp learned that Luffy had just left, he immediately ordered his men to drive a warship to chase him. Lingtian and his crew quickly drove the boat to the waters of the next island Liubu village. Because the distance between the two islands was not far, it didn't take Lingtian and his companions much time to reach the sea area of Zilyoba village. Captain Usopp, a man with his eyes covered by hair and wearing a red skull hat, was running hurriedly towards a man with a long nose. "What's wrong, Carrot Head? What's the big fuss?" Usopp looked at Carrot Head, who was in a hurry and was a little confused. Could it be that he has come up with some new trick to deceive people? "No, that's not it," Carrot Head said while panting. The real pirate group is here." "What? That's a good lie." Usopp thought Carrot was lying, so he praised him. After all, they have always been liars in this village, although Usopp lied because of other hidden reasons. "No, that's not it. The real pirates are approaching like this." Carrot Head immediately seriously corrected Usopp that he was not lying and that a real pirate group was approaching Syra village. Nanny. Usopp was a little shocked when he saw that Carrot Head didn't seem to be lying. "Hey, a real pirate? The kind of pirate who kills and burns people." Onions and green peppers were also a little shocked. Usopp saw that Carrot Head didn't seem to be lying and immediately ran to the shore. Then, through the telescope, he discovered that in the distance a ship with an ordinary pirate flag was heading towards here. Hi, pirates. Real pirates?" Usopp immediately stuttered as he looked at the pirate ship heading towards Liubu village. "Listen, you three. Go tell the villagers to hide quickly." Usopp looked at the three of them with a serious face. After hearing this, the three of them immediately ran towards the village. Although they knew that the villagers would not believe them, they decided to give it a try anyway. "Oh no, the pirates are coming." The three of them shouted to the village as they ran. "Have you had enough trouble?" A bunch of villagers holding various farm tools shouted angrily. Because the four of them often cheat people in the village, no one in the village believed them anymore. When Carrot Head and the other two saw that the villagers did not believe them, they ran back to Usopp helplessly. Usopp was helpless when he heard what Carrot Head said. After all, it was because he always lied that the villagers didn't believe them. Usopp also decided to pretend to be fat like he used to scare away the pirates. Oh, Lingtian, look, there is an island ahead." Luffy saw the island in front and immediately ran to Lingtian and shook Lingtian. Because the boat became bigger, Lingtian did not use the gale ring to fly. Instead, Lingtian, Zoro, and the others sat on the boat together. Yes, Luffy, stop shaking me." Lingtian felt a little dizzy after being shaken by Luffy. After hearing Lingtian's words, Luffy let go of Lingtian. He was still a little afraid of Lingtian's iron fist of love. Soon Lingtian and his crew's boat arrive at the coast of Zilyobu village. There is a village ahead. It seems like a small village. After getting off the boat, Zoro looked ahead and saw a village in front of him. There is a village. Meat. When Luffy heard Zoro say there was a village ahead, he immediately wanted to go eat meat. Lingtian was a little speechless when he saw Luffy's belly was really huge. "Be careful, there's someone there." Zoro looked at the hillside in front of him, and with his previous experience as a pirate hunter, he sensed that there was someone hiding in the grass in front. There. When Luffy heard Zoro's words, he immediately looked around, trying to see if there was anyone on the hillside. Spiritual art assisted wind shield. After listening to what Zoro and Luffy said, Lingtian immediately used spiritual techniques to create a wind shield to protect himself, Luffy, and Zoro. Just as Lingtian cast the wind shield, stones flew towards him. Then, pirate flags were raised in the grass on the shore. "Wow, that's amazing." Luffy immediately became excited when he saw the pirate flags raised on the shore. Is this the time to express admiration? Zoro was speechless when he saw Luffy's expression. However, Zoro felt that there were only 4 people on the shore, and he did not draw his sword from his waist. Lingtian also knew that there were only Usopp and his 3 younger brothers there, so he didn't say anything else. Ha. I am Usopp, the leader of the great pirate group that reigns over this village. People give me compliments. Call me our captain, Captain Usopp. Usopp introduced himself holding a pirate flag. Of course, this self-introduction was said by Usopp himself. However, Lingtian knew that this was nonsense for Usopp now, but it might not be the case in the future. If you want to attack this village, I advise you to give up, because my 80 million subordinates will not let you go. Usopp opened his hands as he spoke, as if he really had 80 million subordinates now. Amazing. When Luffy heard Usopp say that he had 8,000 subordinates, he immediately admired him. Zoro and Lingtian also covered their faces when they saw Luffy's look. We don't know this guy. Zoro and Lingtian quickly moved to the side. Is that a lie? Solon saw it right away. It's a lie. Lingtian also said it directly. I've been found out. When Usopp heard what Lingtian and Zoro said, he immediately told the truth that he was lying. Lingtian was speechless when he saw what Usopp said. You said you were lying, so shouldn't you stick to it? See, he himself said he was found out. When Zoro heard what Usopp said, he told Luffy that he was lying. I accidentally said, got caught. Usopp said while twisting his body while holding him. When Zoro saw Usopp, he always felt that he was somewhat familiar with someone. Zoro looked at Usopp and then at Luffy next to him. Okay? These two guys are exactly the same. It's a funny thing. Nanny, is this actually a lie? Luffy turned his head in disbelief when he heard what Zoro and Usopp said. Zoro was speechless when he saw Luffy's expression. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was lying. Lingtian also moved a few centimeters away from Luffy. A damned strategist. 80 million is a bit exaggerated, but I still have outstanding subordinates. Usopp reacted and lied again. After all, if these three people cannot be driven away, Zilioba village will be in danger. The three people hiding in the bushes were sweating profusely, fearing that the pirates would rush into the village and burn, kill, and loot in the next second. There are only three. Zoro saw everything at a glance. Three people. Lingtian also knew that there were only three people holding the pirate flag there. Nanny, are there only three of us? Luffy couldn't believe what Zoro and Lingtian said. They thought there would be a group of big pirates in this village. I've been seen through. The three people hiding in the bushes immediately stood up with nervous looks when they heard Lingtian and the others' conversation. Run away. The three of them immediately dropped the pirate flag and ran away. Hey, don't run away, guys. Usopp panicked when he saw Carrot Head and the others abandoning him and running away. Then Usopp looked at Lingtian and the others down the slope with horror. You are such a funny person. Luffy immediately became interested in Usopp when he saw him. Not only that, when Luffy looked at Usopp, he was reminded of the red-hair pirate sniper, Jesus Boo. Don't underestimate me, kid. I am a man with a strong sense of self-esteem. Usopp said as he took out a slingshot from his bag. Because of my strong sense of self-esteem, people call me Arrogant Usopp. Usopp said as he fired his slingshot. Luffy pressed down his straw hat when he heard Usopp's words. Since you've drawn your gun, you're risking your life. Luffy imitated his guide, the red-haired man, and said. Lingtian also felt a little strange when he heard Luffy's words. He didn't understand why Luffy wanted to learn from Red Hair. When Zoro saw Luffy, he felt that Luffy was also somewhat reliable. Usopp was instantly shocked when he heard Luffy's words. He didn't want to die. I mean, this isn't a toy to scare people. Luffy said while pretending to be stupid. Lingtian was also speechless. If a slingshot wasn't a toy, what else could it be? Weapons? Even if it's weapons, we'll have to wait until Usopp is upgraded in the future. When Zoro heard Luffy's words, he smiled and moved the knife at his waist out a little. The one standing before you is a real pirate. Zoro also intends to scare Usopp. Lingtian was speechless when he saw their actions, but Lingtian still cooperated with Luffy and the others to scare Usopp. Lingtian directly pulled out the knife in his hand. Usopp gave up immediately after seeing the actions of the three people. As expected, the words and aura of a real pirate are extraordinary. Amazing. Usopp himself knelt on the ground in fear. X3. Lingtian and the others burst out laughing when they saw Usopp's look. Lingtian directly put the pulled-out knife back into the scabbard. Then Luffy told Usopp that he was learning on the job and that he learned from his idol Shanks. Usopp was also shocked that Luffy actually knew the great pirate Shanks. In the following conversation, Usopp also learned that Luffy actually knew his father, Jesus Boo. Then Usopp invited Lingtian and the others to have dinner at a restaurant in the village. It's delicious. Usopp followed Luffy with a proud look on his face. After all, this is the restaurant in my village. I saw him on Shanks' ship when I was a kid. Luffy did not answer Usopp's words, but told Usopp that he had seen Jesus Boo on Shanks' ship. Hey, my dad was on Shanks' ship. Usopp also felt proud when he heard that his father was on Shanks' ship. Shanks, the red-haired brat? Lingtian heard Luffy in Usopp's conversation and interrupted. I'm older than Shanks, and now Shanks has to call me Brother Lingtian when he sees me. Red-haired kid, hey, do you know who Shanks is? When Luffy heard Lingtian actually calling his idol Shanks brat, he immediately grabbed Lingtian by the collar. Yeah, that's the great pirate Shanks. Usopp was also somewhat dissatisfied with Lingtian calling Shanks a brat. Lingtian pushed away Luffy's hand that was grabbing his collar and explained, That's right, don't look at me as young as I am, but I'm already over 50 years old. I in their 50s X2. Both Luffy and Usopp were a little shocked to hear Lingtian's age. They really didn't expect that this young-looking man was already so old. When Zoro heard Lingtian's words, he was a little bit unbelieving. Although he knew that Lingtian was very strong, it was the first time he heard Lingtian's age. Chapter 44, Garp arrives. Lingtian, are you really 50 years old? Luffy surrounded Lingtian and said with interest. Really? Are you really in your 50s? Usopp couldn't believe what Lingtian said. He even thought Lingtian was a big liar like himself. Oh, it's true. Lingtian told Luffy and the others the truth. Oh. After a while of fooling around, Usopp ran away saying he had something to do and told Luffy and the others that they could get a free meal as long as they told the boss's name. Lingtian thought that Usopp was lying when he said that he could get away with it by just telling his name. What was unexpected was that after Luffy told the boss that Usopp treated them, the meal was actually free. Let's find a boat next. After eating and drinking, Zoro and Luffy discussed and decided to find a pirate ship. Of course, the so-called discussion was only said by Zoro alone, and Luffy didn't listen to what Zoro said at all. Zoro also knew that Luffy didn't listen, but he didn't care. After all, Zoro had been accustomed to Luffy's personality for so long. There is a big house there. It must be a rich man. We should be able to find a boat. Let's go check it out. Lingtian pointed to a house that he could see directly from where he was. He knew that was the house of Kaya, the rich man in the village, and it was also the place where Usopp had gone just now for something. Really? Then let's go and have a look. When Luffy heard Lingtian say that he could find his first pirate ship there, he immediately ran there. As for the two ships mentioned earlier, Luffy did not admit that they were his pirate ships. At most, they were just his lifeboats. Lingtian and Zoro saw Luffy running there and quickly followed him. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble Luffy will cause with his personality. Sure enough, when Lingtian and Zoro arrived at Kaya's manor, they saw Luffy flying a rocket into Kaya's manor. Lingtian and Zoro were no longer surprised to see Luffy's appearance. Oh, smooth landing, Luffy said while lying on the ground. Is that considered a safe landing? Zoro listened to Luffy and complained. It was obviously a landing failure. Lingtian felt that this was a smooth landing for Luffy. After all, Luffy was a rubber man. Are you okay? Kaya, who was kind-hearted, felt unwell instantly when she saw Luffy lying on the ground and asked quickly, It's okay. They all came from far away because they heard about my deeds. Usopp was afraid that Kaya would get hurt if she saw Luffy like this, so he lied immediately. No, I'm not. I have something to ask for. Luffy stood up and immediately interrupted Usopp. He didn't want to become a member of someone else's pirate group for no reason, even if it meant lying. When Lingtian saw that Luffy was fine, he pulled Zoro and flew into Kaya's manor. Really? It's always this messed up. Lingtian complained. Sorry. Luffy didn't realize his mistake at all. Lingtian shook his head when he saw Luffy like this. If it were someone else, he would definitely pick up his knife and chop him. But if it's Luffy, Lingtian thinks it's better to forget it. You need something, me? Kaya asked curiously as she saw that Luffy really seemed to be all right. Where are you guys doing? Just when Luffy was about to ask Kaya to give him a pirate ship, a man in a suit walked over. He's also the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, known as Crow of the 100 Strategies. He is now in Kaya's house because he is tired of the daily fighting and killing of pirates and wants to kill Kaya's family and inherit Kaya's property. Kaya's parents were killed by Cielo. Krabatel. Kuya also spoke when she saw the person coming. Now Cielo is Kaya's personal butler and one of the people Kaya trusts the most. It's really embarrassing you break into people's houses like this. Chloe bent his left hand to adjust his glasses and spoke. Who is that guy? Luffy didn't notice the current atmosphere at all and blurted out without thinking. Well, Krabatel, these people are. Kuya looked at Crow and wanted to explain that Lingtian and the others were not bad people. But CLO didn't even give Kaya a chance to explain and just spoke directly. No need to say more, I will listen to your reasons later. Okay, please go back. Without waiting for Kaya to speak, Silo ordered her to leave, even though he was only the steward of the manor now. But in 3 days he would become the owner of this manor, so Chloe didn't care about Kaya's thoughts at all. I said, we want a boat. Luffy ignored Kuro's order to leave and directly told Kuro the purpose of his and others coming here. No. Kuro directly rejected Luffy's request. In his opinion, everything in the manor belonged to him, and he didn't want to give his things to these people. Usopp, I often hear rumors about you. After rejecting Luffy, Kuro spoke directly to Usopp, who was hiding behind a tree. When Usopp heard Chloe's voice, he knew he was discovered and crawled out from behind the tree. Because you're still a hot topic in the village. Ha, is that so? When Usopp heard what Kuro said, he thought he believed the lies he had told in the village before. I heard that you went on adventures everywhere, right? It's really amazing that you are so young. Kuro didn't care about Usopp's expression and continued talking to himself. Kaya, who was standing at the window, immediately showed a worried expression when he heard what Chloe said. He knew what Chloe was going to say next. You can also call me Captain Usopp. Usopp became very proud of being praised by Crow and immediately interrupted Crow and spoke. He would never have thought about what this guy CLO would say about him later. Luffy and Zoro also heard the hidden meaning of Kuro's words and frowned. Lingtian naturally knew what CLO was going to say next, but Lingtian did not stop him. On the one hand, it was because Lingtian's observation haki sensed that a warship had landed in Zilioba village, and the breath of one of the people on the ship was very familiar to Lingtian. It was obvious that it was Garp's aura. Lingtian guessed that Garp came to chase Luffy. On the other hand, Lingtian wanted to see Usopp knock down Crow with one punch. Captain. When Kuro heard Usopp call him Captain, he immediately thought of his previous experience as captain of the Black Cat Pirates. However, Chloe did not react much. He just adjusted his glasses and continued speaking. I've heard about your father. What? When Usopp heard Kuro say this, he immediately realized that Kuro was not here to praise him. Karabatel stopped talking. When Kaya heard that Krabatel actually brought up Usopp's father, she immediately spoke up to stop Chloe. But it is obvious that Kaya is still too young. How could CLO, who has already regarded this manor as his own, listen to Kaya's words? You are nothing but the son of a dirty pirate after all. I won't be surprised no matter what you do. Hearing this, Luffy raised his head slightly and was a little angry. He would not allow others to insult pirates. But Kuro obviously didn't care about Luffy's expression. But could you please not get close to my eldest daughter? You thought you said it was dirty. Usopp was also angry when he heard what Kuro said. He would never allow anyone to talk about his father. However, Kuro didn't care about Usopp's expression at all and continued to speak. You and the young lady are from two completely different worlds. Is money your goal? How much do you want? Crow insults Usopp without any bottom line. Even Kaya couldn't stand it anymore and immediately shouted, You are too much. Krabatel apologized to Usopp immediately. Hey, Kaya, danger. Usopp didn't expect that Kaya would actually help him, but Usopp still reminded Kaya to pay attention to her body and not to get too excited. Why should I apologize to such a barbaric person, miss? When CLO heard Kaya's words, he didn't take them seriously at all and directly retorted, I'm just stating the facts. I really sympathize with you. You must hate him and hate the man who abandoned his family, the man who values treasure more than his family. Krabatel. Kaya couldn't bear to listen to Chloe's speech anymore, so she shouted again in an attempt to shut Chloe up. You bastard, stop saying bad things about my dad. Usopp couldn't stand it anymore and jumped down using the grappling hook. Why are you so excited? At times like this, you should use your best lying skills. Crow was not afraid at all when he saw Usopp jumping down from the tree and continued to taunt him. For example, my father is just a travel businessman, and I have no blood relationship with him. It's so noisy. Usopp immediately became angry when he heard that Kuro actually asked him to say that he had no blood relationship with his father. Punch Crow in the face. When Kaya saw Usopp's expression, she covered her mouth and couldn't believe it. After all, Krabatel was her butler after all. Luffy and Zoro didn't react much when they saw Usopp's look, but they felt very happy. They had been annoyed with this guy for a long time, If they hadn't been afraid that he was just an ordinary person and it was difficult for them to attack him, they would have punched him a few times long ago. You're using violence right away. Chloe pretended to be injured and barely stood up. Pa. Just then Lingtian came out from behind Luffy, clapping his hands. Well done, Usopp. Lingtian directly praised Usopp. I have to say this punch is really satisfying. Lingtian. Usopp immediately felt embarrassed when he saw Lingtian actually praising him. So what? He is indeed the son of a dirty pirate. When Kuro saw a man praising Usopp, he mocked him again. When Usopp heard what Kuro said, he wanted to punch him a few more times, but was stopped by Lingtian. As a pirate, what qualifications do you have to say that about Usopp? Right, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates? 100 strategies, CLO. Lingtian directly exposed CLO's disguise. Nanny. Whether it was Kaya, Luffy, or Zoro, they were all shocked when they heard Lingtian's words. The guy who mocked Usopp's father as a dirty pirate is actually a former captain of a pirate group. As partners, Luffy and Zoro had no doubt about Lingtian's words, but Kaya did not believe Lingtian so much. Klo was a little panicked when he heard Lingtian's words, but he quickly calmed down. As expected of someone who is with Usopp, you should provide evidence if you are lying. Croc didn't believe that the villagers would believe Usopp, a liar. After all, he had been pretending to be a good guy in the village for 3 years. I knew you wouldn't admit it, so let's let professionals handle this matter. As he spoke, Lingtian pulled Usopp back a few steps. Just as Usopp was about to get angry, he saw a figure rushing down from the sky. Boom! The figure fell to the ground, creating a huge amount of dust. It's still so messy. Lingtian looked at the figure and complained. When the smoke cleared, only an old man wearing a white coat with the word justice written on his back was seen standing there. Grandpa. Luffy's scalp immediately went numb when he saw that figure, and he instantly thought of what Garp had done to him in Windmill Village before. Luffy, do you have something to explain to me? Garp turned his head and looked at Luffy. Grandpa, is this old man Luffy really your grandpa? Usopp looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and said to Luffy. Usopp really didn't expect that Luffy, a pirate, actually had a Navy grandfather. Zoro also had some surprises. Long time no see, old man Garp. Lingtian looked at Garp and greeted him. What? It's you, kid. Garp looked at Lingtian nonchalantly and said, after all, his grandson was the most important. Garp. Hey, Luffy, your grandfather's name is Garp. Isn't that the title of a Navy hero? When Zoro heard Lingtian calling that old man Garp, he immediately thought of the Navy hero who captured the Pirate King and executed him in Rogue Town. I do not know. Luffy nonchalantly replied to Zoro's words that he didn't even know if his grandfather was a naval hero. Yes, that's the Iron Fist Garp. Lingtian saw Luffy's expression and helped him answer Zoro's question. Zoro was shocked when he heard Lingtian's words, but after thinking about it, it seemed to be correct. After all, it was not surprising that Lingtian knew such a person. It's just a small reputation, not worth mentioning. When Garp heard what Lingtian and the others said, he picked his nose and waved his hands. Navy hero? When CLO heard the conversation between Lingtian and the others, cold sweat immediately broke out on his body. This man is capable of capturing the legendary Pirate King. If he reveals his identity here, he will be dead. Who are these guys? The Navy hero Garp is actually the Straw Hat Boy's grandfather, and the purple-haired guy can actually chat with a Navy hero. The more Crow thought about it, the more cold sweat he broke out in. Even though he was a pirate with some reputation, he was nothing compared to Garp. Lingtian looked at CLO's lips and saw a slight curve. Chapter 45 Usopp gets on the ship. Oh, old man Cap. Lingtian stared at Crow and smiled. This butler named Crab8 seems to be the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Can you please check it out? You thought I couldn't prove your identity, didn't you? Let me show you the capabilities of the Navy's intelligence network. Oh, this guy. After hearing Lingtian's words, Cap glanced at CLO. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but when you look at it, Garp is also shocked. This guy really seems to be the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, but hasn't he been arrested? Because Garp always returns to the East China Sea, he has also seen the bounty notices of most pirates in the East China Sea. Garp looked at CLO and thought for a while before taking out a Din Mushy from his pocket. Garp planned to let Bogart come and take a look. After all, Bogart was Garp's deputy and often went back to the East China Sea with Garp. Moreover, it was basically Bogart who saw these bounty warrants. He just took a quick look and didn't remember them as clearly as Bogart. After all, he was just a hands-off boss, and Bogart took care of everything except fighting. Mr. Navy, I'm really not a pirate. I'm just the steward of this manor. The young lady can prove it. When CLO saw Garp calling for help, he panicked and quickly told Garp that he was just a butler. After all, according to the East China Sea Navy's intelligence, he had already been captured by the Navy, so he didn't think that Garp could fully recognize him. Besides, even if Garp recognized him, he could say that he just looked similar to that CLO. Let's wait until my deputy arrives to discuss this matter. Garp was not shaken at all when he heard what Crow said. Garp, who often returns to the East China Sea, has also heard of the Black Cat Pirates. This pirate group often massacred civilians, and sometimes even killed Navy officers. The crime was extremely serious. Garp could not tolerate the massacre of civilians, let alone the attack on the Navy. When CLO heard what Garp said, he disappeared instantly. But it soon reappeared. As soon as Chloe teleported, Garp grabbed Chloe directly. After all, Chloe's silent step was just a faster step. The silent step is far inferior to the Navy 6-style shaving. Even Crow's fastest step, the spoon, is not as good as the shaving. Why are you running so fast? Garp directly pushed CLO to the ground. Crabatail. Kaya was a little surprised to see Krona's extremely fast speed, which made Kaya believe that Crabatail, whom Lingtian mentioned before, was the captain of a pirate group. So fast. Zoro was surprised at Garp's almost invisible speed. Is this the speed of the top powerful people in the ocean? Luffy looked indifferent, as he had known for a long time that Garp was very strong. At least in Luffy's eyes, Garp is more powerful than anyone he has ever met. Soon a man wearing gray clothes and a gray hat, with a relatively large knife on his waist, appeared in front of Cap. Bogart, look at this guy and see if he is a pirate. When Cap saw Bogart coming, he lifted up Crow, who was pinned to the ground, and held him in front of Bogart. It does look very similar to Baiji Crow, but according to Donghai's intelligence, Baiji Crow has been arrested. Bogart looked at the Chloe that Cap was carrying and said, and he doesn't seem to have Klau's exclusive weapon, the cat's claw. Bogart searched CLO's body and did not find his previous weapon, the cat's claw, on CLO. Because Bogart and Garp were both chasing after the pirates, Bogart subconsciously thought that Chloe would bring his own weapon, the cat's claw. CLO was relieved when he heard Bogart's words. Fortunately, he had hidden the cat's claws because he had worked here for 3 years. Mr. Garp, can you let me go now? When Chloe saw that Garp and the others had not found anything to prove their identity, he immediately spoke to Garp. After hearing what Chloe said, Garp felt that he had caught the wrong person. Although Chloe had just used the silent step, this ability was too weak, so Garp did not recognize Chloe. Is this what you're talking about? Just when Garp was about to let go of Crow, Lingtian threw a pair of gloves with very long claws on the ground. Just now when Cap came, Lingtian used his physical clone to find something that could prove CLO's identity. Yes, that's it. This is the weapon of the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Hayakakuro, the cat's claw. Bogart picked up the cat's claw thrown by Lingtian and looked at it. He immediately realized that this was Baiji Crow's exclusive weapon, the cat's claw. That's right, Bogart will lock him up in the warship, and then he will be locked up and impelled down together with Monka. When Cap saw that Bogart recognized Crow's identity, he threw Crow to Bogart. When Chloe saw that Garp directly threw him to the new Navy, he immediately took a silent step to get his cat claw back. As a result, Bogart instantly picked up Chloe. After all, he is Garp's deputy. If he didn't have some strength, how could he have stayed by Garp's side for so long? Let's leave it like this for now. So, Luffy, you should explain it to me. After dealing with Karo's problem, Garp immediately turned and looked at Luffy. As for the explanation given by Garp, it was of course to explain to himself that he ran away to become a pirate without telling him. The last time Ace left, Garp did not return to the East China Sea due to some matters. By the time Garp was able to come back, Ace's bounty had already been issued. So Garp plans to bring Luffy back now while Luffy has not yet been put on the bounty list. I want to train you to be an excellent Navy officer. Didn't I tell you I want to be a pirate? Luffy yelled immediately after hearing what Garp said. Even Garp couldn't make him give up his dream of becoming a pirate. How dare you yell at your grandfather? When Garp heard Luffy's words, he immediately grabbed Luffy's collar. Ah, Private Marseille. When Luffy saw Garp grab his collar, he remembered his previous experience in Windmill Village and immediately apologized. Result: Garp and Luffy fell asleep while standing. Fell asleep. Usopp was shocked to see Luffy and Garp sleeping standing up. We are indeed a family. Zoro also started complaining when he saw the looks on Luffy and Garp's faces. Lingtian already knew this would happen, so he didn't feel anything. When Kaya saw the situation, she covered her mouth and laughed, and even the fear she had just felt when she knew Ciello's identity disappeared. Wave. Oh no, I fell asleep. Soon Cap woke up because he hadn't slept for a long time, because of the challenge of eating the most donuts. That's why I fell asleep when I was teaching Luffy a lesson just now. As a result, when Garp woke up, he saw Luffy, who was in his arms, sleeping soundly, so he punched Luffy on the head. Wake up, Luffy, you actually fell asleep while receiving a lesson of love from your grandfather. Luffy was immediately awakened by the pain after being hit on the head by Garp's fist covered with armament hockey. Hurt, aren't you a rubber man? How can you feel pain? Zoro was a little confused when he saw Luffy covering his head and crying in pain. The iron fist of love cannot be resisted. Garp blew up his fist and laughed. Lingtian saw Garp talking nonsense about Iron Fist of Love and explained the matter of hockey to Zoro. Lingtian planned to teach the Straw Hat Pirates hockey when they arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. As for how Lingtian would teach and whether he would teach, these were not the issues. After all, Kaido was there to if I really can't teach them, I can just fly to the New World and call Kaido to teach them. Luffy is now considered Kaido's younger brother, so teaching him hockey is not a big problem. After hearing Lingtian's explanation, Zoro also planned to ask Lingtian to teach him how to be domineering. Hey, Lingtian, stop talking. What if my lovely grandson knew about this? Garp immediately scolded after hearing Lingtian's explanation to Zoro. Really? Is that so? Originally, Luffy didn't care about what Lingtian and Zoro were talking about, but after being yelled at by Garp, he thought carefully about what Lingtian said and immediately understood. In fact, Luffy's IQ is not low, especially in terms of combat awareness. Oops. Garp was a little panicked when he saw Luffy hearing what he had just said at Lingtian, letting Luffy know about armament hockey. How can I beat Luffy openly now? Garp turned around and looked at Lingtian with a reproachful look on his face. Lingtian waved his hand to indicate that it was none of his business. Soon after Garp taught Luffy a lesson and learned that Luffy was determined to become a pirate, he did not stop Luffy. Instead, he instructed Luffy on some things and then escorted Monka and Crow back to the Marine headquarters. Then, Miss Kaya, can you sell us a ship? After Garp left, Lingtian once again asked Kia that they needed a ship. Kia also sold a sailboat to Lingtian and his friends, and named the boat after her other housekeeper, Meili. Lingtian also took out some gold from the system space and gave it to Kia, and used the panacea drawn from the system space to cure Kia's illness. If Chopper knew that Lingtian gave the panacea to Kaya, he would definitely go crazy. In fact, Lingtian also knew this, so Lingtian kept a panacea in the system space, and this was the last one. Well, let's go. Luffy shouted from the deck of the Mary. Well, Luffy, goodbye. We may be rivals next time we meet. Usopp, who came to see Luffy off, also decided to go out to sea and become a pirate like his father. What are you talking about? We have been partners for a long time, right? When Luffy heard what Usopp said, he directly said that they had been partners for a long time. Yeah, come up quickly. Zoro also accepted Usopp as his partner. Yes, we have been partners for a long time, right? Lingtian also smiled and invited Usopp to board the ship. Usopp was also a little shocked when he heard what Lingtian and the others said. Then he explained some things to Kaya and boarded the Mary. So, I am the captain, right? As soon as Usopp got on the ship, he expressed his desire to be the captain. What are you talking about? I'm the captain. Luffy bluntly stated that he was the captain of this ship. Oh, since there is a pirate ship, let's draw a pirate flag. Lingtian looked at Usopp and Luffy, who were fighting, and spoke. Okay, pirate flag. Luffy also became excited when he heard Lingtian's words. After all, as a pirate group, how could they not have a pirate flag? When Usopp heard this, he immediately drew the pirate flag. Look, how about this one? Usopp showed Luffy and the others a pirate flag with a long-nosed skull. The result was naturally that he was beaten up by Luffy, and he stated that he was the captain of this pirate ship. After being beaten by Luffy, Usopp obediently drew a pirate flag with a straw hat on. Very good. this is our pirate flag. Luffy looked at the pirate flag with a straw hat and expressed his satisfaction. Then Lingtian and Zoro hung the pirate flag on the sail of the Mary. After finishing it, Lingtian thought about having a lottery. After all, Lingtian still remembered that he had promised Luffy to get him a Goel ring. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-level item, a box of boiled water. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-level item, a small fan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver-level item, a Goel ring. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold-level item, a weapon comparable to a good and sharp sword, the true word. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold-level item, a demon sword bloodthirsty that is comparable to the supreme sword. Oh. Lingtian used 50 consecutive draws and got 4 Goel rings, 2 knives, and some miscellaneous things. Upon seeing this, Lingtian immediately checked these items. Wind Ring, silver-level item, has the ability to make creatures fly, but it only has this ability. True word, a weapon comparable to the good sword in the pirate world. It was once the sword of a great swordsman in a certain world, but it disappeared with the death of that great swordsman. After seeing this introduction, Lingtian seriously suspected that this sword was given to him by the system when the great swordsman died. However, Lingtian was embarrassed to say anything because he had no evidence. Bloodthirsty, a demonic sword forged by a demon cultivator from a certain immortal cultivation world using the blood of an entire city and magic crystals. Because this knife will make the holder lose his mind and turn into a madman who only knows how to kill, it is named Bloodsucker. Note, this knife has a special ability. Please discover it by yourself. Warning, if you don't have great willpower, please use this knife with caution, otherwise you will be controlled by the bloodthirsty and become a puppet that kills without blinking an eye. Lingtian was somewhat shocked when he looked at the bloodthirsty sword, which was comparable to the greatest sword in the world of pirates. This demon sword is so terrifying. In addition to these, it also possesses a special ability. Lingtian immediately wanted to pick up the knife to test its power. However, when Lingtian took out the knife, he could actually feel that the knife was rejecting him. My goodness, is this the legendary spirit of the weapon? Chapter 46, The Terrifying Demon Sword. I just don't believe it. Lingtian couldn't believe that a mere knife would reject him. I just wanted to take the knife by force. Boom. As a result, the blood-sucking light appeared, and Lingtian was directly knocked onto the reef not far from Mary. Of course, this was mainly because Lingtian had no defense. Otherwise, with the power of this knife, it could only force Lingtian to retreat a few steps at most. What's wrong? Luffy and Usopp, who were adjusting the cannon nearby, ran over immediately after hearing the noise. Zoro also jumped directly from the observation deck. As a result, they found a knife emitting bloody light stuck in a boat. Lingtian didn't see any figure. As for Lingtian, he was lying on the reef, looking at a man in front of him pointing a knife at him. Lingtian took a closer look. Damn, isn't this the legendary sword St. Johnny? Hey, you guy. Johnny looked at Lingtian with anger on his face and shouted. When Lingtian saw Johnny's expression, he probably guessed why he was so angry. Probably because he was treating his partner Joseph here, and then Lingtian directly hit the reef, causing Joseph's injuries to become more serious. Yes, sorry. Lingtian also knew that what he had done was somewhat unfair to them. What's the point of apologizing? Look at what you've done to my friend. Johnny didn't appreciate it at all and scolded Lingtian directly. Yes, I will help you heal your friend. Lingtian also knew that he was in the wrong, so he planned to help Joseph with his treatment. After all, these two are Zoro's younger brothers, and no matter what, he shouldn't just stand by and watch them die. Author, Lingtian had to help sword god Joseph treat Ovo under the threat of sword St. Johnny. Spiritual skills, assistance, treatment. Lingtian used his spiritual power to heal Joseph's injuries, but Joseph still did not wake up. This was because Joseph had scurvy, so even after Lingtian cured Joseph's injuries, he did not wake up. Why hasn't Joseph woken up yet? Johnny saw that after Lingtian healed Joseph's injuries, Joseph still didn't wake up, so he angrily said to Lingtian, he has scurvy and needs to eat some fresh fruit. While explaining, Lingtian took out some fruit from the system space and gave it to Joseph to eat. He should wake up soon. Lingtian explained to Johnny after giving the fruit to Joseph. Johnny was also skeptical when he heard Lingtian's words. However, he did not treat Lingtian the same way as before. After all, Lingtian healed Joseph's injury. Boom! At this moment, a black and red beam of light rose from Mary. Oops. Lingtian looked at the black and red beam of light and remembered that Bloodthirsty was still on the Mary. Take good care of Joseph here first. Lingtian left these words and flew directly towards the Mary. A devil fruit user? Johnny looked at Lingtian flying up and thought of the legend on the sea. He looked at the black and red beam of light and wanted to go over to take a look, but after looking at Johnny lying on the ground, he did not go over. Oh, a few minutes ago, on the Mary. After hearing the sound, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp immediately ran to where Lingtian was before, but Lingtian had already been blasted onto the reef several hundred meters away. Hey, where's Lingtian? Luffy came here and didn't see Lingtian, so he looked around. Usopp and Luffy also looked around for Lingtian. As for Zoro, he was not worried about Lingtian. Knowing Lingtian's strength, Sauron didn't think anyone in the East China Sea could hurt Lingtian. What a sharp knife! Zoro muttered to himself as he looked at the bloodthirsty creature stuck on the deck. Immediately, Zoro's eyes turned visibly red. Luffy and Usopp, who were searching for Lingtian, did not notice Zoro's changes. Mine. This knife is mine. No, that's not right. Zoro muttered to himself, holding his head. Why did you reject me? Once you have me, you will have the strongest power in the world. With my power, you can do anything you want. A hoarse voice sounded in Zoro's mind. No, my goal must be achieved by my own ability. Zoro shouted loudly and quickly moved away from bloodsucking. Luffy and Usopp were also startled by Zoro's shout and immediately ran to Zoro's side. What's wrong, Zoro? Are there any enemies? Luffy and Usopp ran to Zoro and saw him covering his left eye and gasping for breath, and immediately became alert. Haha, I haven't met such an interesting person in a long time. A hoarse voice came from the direction of Bloodthirsty. Then Luffy and the others saw Bloodsucker flying up, and after it reached mid-air, a large amount of blood gushed out of the sword. As the blood continued to flow out, a bloody figure slowly formed holding a blood-sucking stick. You are a demon sword. Zoro looked at the bloody figure and spoke. Demon sword. Usopp's face turned visibly pale when he heard Zoro's words. Ha, demon sword? What's a demon sword? I am the great demon sword. The bloody figure immediately became disdainful when he heard Zoro's words. The demon sword only has a trace of independent will because it has killed so many people, but he possesses a complete weapon spirit. He is a spirit that possesses true wisdom. Although he cannot transform into a human form now, he will be able to do so soon. Demon sword. When Zoro heard this word he had never heard of before, he was a little confused. Boy, I am a little interested in you. Do you want to fight with me? As long as you beat me, I will become your weapon and let you use me as you wish. The bloody figure ignored Zoro's doubts and directly declared war on Zoro. He was very interested in this man who could break free from his temptations by willpower, and if his strength was good enough, he could reluctantly let him become his master. As for Lingtian, he is not interested in Lingtian. Or maybe he was a little afraid of Lingtian. He felt that there was a dark energy in Lingtian's body that was even more powerful than his own. He even felt that if he was recruited by Lingtian, he would be deprived of consciousness by Lingtian one day. Okay, if I win, you will be my sword. Zoro looked at the bloody figure and the knife in his hand and immediately agreed. Ah, you are worthy of being the one I like. You are indeed courageous. The bloody figure said as he cast a black and red beam of light that enveloped Zoro. Zoron. When Usopp saw Zoro being surrounded by the bloody figure's moves, he immediately wanted to go up and pull Zoro out. As a result, Usopp was directly grabbed by Luffy. Usopp, this is Zoro's battle. Luffy grabbed Usopp and spoke. Although he knew it was dangerous, Luffy also knew that this was Zoro's own battle. It can only be solved by Zoro alone. What happened? Just when Zoro was enveloped by the black and red light column and disappeared, Lingtian just returned to the Mary. When Luffy and Usopp saw Lingtian coming back, they explained to Lingtian what had just happened. Lingtian was a little surprised when he heard Luffy and Usopp's explanation. Although he knew that bloodsucking was a demon sword, Lingtian never expected that this sword had self-awareness. Lingtian explained the situation of the sword to Luffy and Usopp. Luffy and Usopp were also a little shocked when they heard Lingtian say that the sword was forged with the blood of a city. Inside the bloody light cone. Where is this place? Zoro looked at this all black and red space. He felt something strange when he got here. He always felt a little nauseous, and his feet felt sticky. Welcome to my field. Bloody space. The bloody figure introduced this space to Zoro. This is a different dimension created by my ability. No one can come to this space except me. Another dimension? Zoro was somewhat shocked when he heard Bloodthirsty's words. He didn't expect that Bloodthirsty could actually create a dimensional space. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Bloodthirsty pointed his knife at Zoro and urged him to draw his sword and fight with him. All right. Zoro directly pulled out the only sword of Wado Ikamanji. Because the other two swords were chopped into pieces by Lingtian during the previous battle, Zoro now only has Wado Ikamanji. Ichushu Flying Dragon Flame. Zoro waved the Wado Ikamanji, and a western dragon with white flames rushed towards Bloodthirsty. When Bloodthirsty saw Zoro's move, he just lightly swung his sword and slashed out a sword energy that split Zoro's western fire dragon into two halves. Nanny. Zoro was a little surprised to see that his move was easily cut in half by the Bloodthirsty sword. Hateful. Itoryu 36 Winds of Troubles. Countless sword lights were unleashed from Zoro's Wado Ikamanji. Is this all you can do? Bloodthirsty looked at the moves performed by Zoro and shook his head with some disappointment. Then he gently waved the sword in his hand to block Zoro's move. Sure enough, a knife is still very difficult. When Zoro saw that Bloodthirsty blocked his move with ease, he immediately gritted his teeth. Then he put the Wado Ikamanji in his hand back into the scabbard. What? Are you going to give up? Bloodthirsty became even more disappointed when he saw Zoro taking back the Wado Ikamanji. He thought Zoro was going to give up directly. But when Zoro put the Wado Ikamanji back into the scabbard, his aura became even stronger. You haven't given up yet. Interesting. Bloodthirsty looked at Zoro's surging momentum with some interest. Itoryu II Song. Lion's Song. Zoro swung his sword at Bloodthirsty at extremely fast speed. Bang dang. Although this was the strongest attack of Zoro's sword style, it was still easily blocked by Bloodthirsty. Is this your strongest move? Bloodthirsty felt Zoro's momentum and fell down quickly after he performed that move, and immediately became angry. So weak. You are so weak now. Bloodthirsty slashed at Sauron with his sword. Zoro could only grit his teeth and raise the Wado Ikamanji to block the blood-sucking attack. He is unwilling. If I had 3 knives in my hand, it would never be like this. If I had 3 knives in my hand, I could at least cut a scar on his body. With one blow of the blood-sucking sword, Zoro was knocked away. Can you be considered a swordsman with your appearance? Do you want to become the world's greatest swordsman? Do you still want to fulfill your promise to Kuina? Bloodthirsty constant taunting of Sauron. Because of the special nature of his domain, he can read the deepest thoughts of those who enter here. Am I going to die? Zoro was knocked away by Bloodthirster and lay on the ground thinking this in his mind. Puff, puff. Is this my heartbeat? No, this is the heartbeat of the weapon. This is the heartbeat of Wado Ikamanji. Zoro listened to his pounding heartbeat and looked at Wado Ikamanji beside him and remembered the agreement he had made with Kuina. I can't fall in a place like this yet. Zoro picked up the Wado Ikamanji and stood up. Oh, can you still stand up? The corners of Bloodthirsty's mouth curved slightly as he watched him stand up again. Zoro ignored Bloodthirsty's words and put the Wado Ikamanji back into the sheath. Are you still using that trick? You should know it won't work on me. Bloodthirsty shook his head as he watched Zoro's actions. He thought Zoro had other moves. Zoro ignored Bloodthirsty's words and closed his eyes. Puff, puff. Zoro closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, listening to the beating of the Wado Ikamanji. When Bloodthirster saw Zoro closing his eyes, he also felt that something was wrong with Zoro. He felt that Sauron's momentum became stronger. Itoryu II Song. Lion's Song. Zoro swung the Wado Ikamanji at Bloodthirster at the same speed as before. Bloodthirsty noticed that Zoro was different from before and swung his sword at Zoro. The difference from before was that this time Zoro's sword actually cut Bloodthirsty. The curve of Shueishua's mouth curved even wider as he looked at the knife scar on his body. Ah, you are worthy of being the person I have my eyes on. Bloodthirsty turned around and looked at Zoro, who still had his eyes closed, and laughed. Zoro still did not answer Bloodthirsty's words, but instead held the Wado Ikamanji in one hand and slowly waved it in the air. Bloodthirsty looked at Zoro's hands waving in the air and found that Zoro had turned into a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 hands held 6 swords that were the same as Wado Ikamanji, and the 3 mouths each held a sword that was the same as Wado Ikamanji. What's this? Even a being like Bloodthirster has never seen something like what happened to Zoro. However, Bloodthirsty felt that the aura emanating from Zoro seemed to be somewhat similar to his own blood. Ghostly. 9-sword style, Ashura, Ichigo Silver. There were only a few flashes of knife light, and before Bloodthirsty could even react, he was cut into several pieces. Ooh. After cutting Bloodthirsty into several pieces, Zoro held onto Wado Ikamanji and gasped heavily. Bloodthirsty, who was cut into several pieces by Zoro, recovered quickly. Nanny, are you immortal? Zoro was shocked as he looked at Bloodthirster, who recovered immediately. This body of mine is just made up of blood and energy. As long as there is blood in my body, I will not die. Bloodthirsty also explained his situation to Zoro. Chapter 47, Master-Servant Contract. What's the difference between that and immortality? Zoro was also speechless when he heard Bloodthirsty's explanation. Do you still want to fight? Zoro supported Wado Ikamanji and managed to stand up. No, forget it this time. I will just be your weapon reluctantly. Bloodthirsty looked at Zoro and forced himself to smile. When Zoro heard Bloodthirsty's words, his eyes turned black and he fainted. Seeing this, Bloodthirsty also released his own bloody domain. Zoro, what did you do to Zoro? After Bloodsucking released his domain, Luffy saw Zoro lying on the ground and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Luffy, Zoro just fainted. Lingtian felt that Zoro just fainted and pulled Luffy. What is your purpose? Lingtian looked at the bloodthirsty man with serious eyes. Purpose? I just want to test my master's strength. When Bloodthirsty heard Lingtian's words, he immediately explained that he was afraid that Lingtian would erase his consciousness on impulse. Lingtian was also somewhat shocked when he heard Bloodthirsty call Sauron his master. What do you mean? You can't believe that I like Sauron, so you're not worthy of me. However, Lingtian did not say anything at this time, but asked Luffy and Usopp to carry Zoro back to lie down. When Bloodthirsty saw Luffy and Usopp carrying Zoro back, he also took his blood energy back into his own body and flew to Zoro's side. Lingtian was speechless when he saw Bloodthirsty's look. He really recognized Zoro as his master. Oh, hey, benefactor. Just at this moment, a voice came from outside. When Lingtian heard the voice, he knew that it was probably Johnny and Joseph who followed him to the Mary. Luffy, go out and bring the 2 people outside in. Lingtian stood beside Zoro's bed and said to Luffy. He himself wanted to watch Zoro here, in case Bloodthirster suddenly did something to Zoro. Although Luffy told him the purpose of blood-sucking, it is not something from this world after all, and it is something with extremely strong evil spirit. So Lingtian must watch over Zoro here, at least until Zoro wakes up. When Luffy heard Lingtian's words, he immediately kicked the door open and ran outside. Hey, Luffy. When Usopp saw Luffy kick open the door of the Mary so violently, he immediately chased after him in anger. Soon Luffy and Usopp came in with Johnny and Joseph playing around. Johnny and Joseph were still confused when they came in. Just now when the guy in the straw hat came out and asked me to come in, another guy with a long nose came out and started fighting with the guy in the straw hat, cursing at him. Then they followed them in here silently. Brother Zoro. When Johnny and Joseph came in, they saw Zoro lying on the bed. The 2 of them, one pushing Usopp and the other pushing Luffy, separated the quarreling men and came to Zoro's bed. Luffy and Usopp stopped making trouble after being pushed away by Johnny and Joseph. What is going on? What did you do to Brother Zoro? Johnny and Joseph came to Zoro's bedside and saw Zoro fainted. He immediately drew his sword and asked Luffy and the others to give him an explanation. As for why they didn't ask Lingtian, who was closest to them, that was of course because Lingtian had saved Joseph before, so they naturally thought that Lingtian was a good person. When Luffy saw Johnny and Joseph pointing their swords at him, he lowered his straw hat and was about to teach Johnny and Joseph a lesson. As for Usopp, he hid behind Luffy and cheered for him in his heart. Okay, you guys. When Lingtian saw that they were about to take action, he immediately stopped them. Lingtian knew that Johnny and Joseph together were no match for Luffy alone, and Luffy alone could take down both of them. Author, you may not know the strength of the Sword Saint and the Sword God. Luffy and the others also stopped when they heard Lingtian's words. Zoro just fainted. He just needs to rest for a while. Lingtian also explained Zoro's current situation to Johnny and Joseph. Johnny and Joseph were relieved after hearing Lingtian's words. 10 minutes later, Sauron finally woke up. Brother Zoro, you finally woke up? Johnny saw Zoro wake up and immediately rushed to him. Are you Johnny? Why are you here? Zoro saw Johnny suddenly rushing over and felt a little strange. Am I not on the merry? Why is Johnny here? Was everything before fake? However, when Zoro saw Luffy, Lingtian, and others, he rejected this idea. When Joseph saw Zoro like this, he explained to Zoro why he and Johnny were on the merry. What? So that's how it is. Zoro was relieved after hearing Joseph's explanation. Boy, you just woke up, so you'd better lie down obediently. At this time, Bloodthirsty also floated up and spoke to Zoro. Knife and knife. The knife spoke X2. Johnny and Joseph saw the knife next to Zoro suddenly float up and start talking, so they immediately hugged each other and spoke. It's okay, I'm fine. When Zoro heard Bloodthirsty's words, he waved his hand to indicate that there was nothing wrong with his body. Lie down first, I have something to tell him. Johnny, Joseph, keep an eye on Zoro. Lingtian also asked Johnny and Joseph to take care of Zoro and walked outside with Bloodthirsty. Johnny and Joseph nodded repeatedly after hearing Lingtian's words, indicating that they would definitely take good care of Zoro. As for Luffy and Usopp, they also pulled him out when Lingtian went out. After they knew that Zoro was fine, they continued to do what they had been doing before, adjusting the cannons of the merry. What is your purpose? Lingtian brought Bloodthirsty to the stern of the melee and spoke. Purpose? What purpose can I have? The blood-sucking blade emitted a faint bloody light, and the sound came from a blade. Others may not know your true identity, but I do. How could a demon sword like you willingly become someone else's weapon? What's wrong with a demonic blade? Doesn't the demonic blade deserve to have the right to be a sword? When Bloodthirsty heard Lingtian's words, his blood immediately surged and he became furious. Lingtian didn't expect that Bloodthirsty would get so angry just by saying this. Sorry, I was just saying, don't be angry. When Lingtian saw the sudden surge of blood on the blood-sucking knife, he felt that he should not have said that. After all, the system only said that Bloodthirsty was forged by a demon cultivator using the blood of a city, and did not say that Bloodthirsty had ever hurt anyone. That incident should be blamed on that demon cultivator. After hearing Lingtian's apology, Shueishui calmed down. If you don't believe me, I can sign a master-servant contract with you. Bloodthirsty calmed down and suddenly spoke. She was very interested in Zoro, and she could feel that one day she would be able to transform into a human form by Zoro's side. No, you don't need to do this. When Lingtian heard that Bloodthirsty actually wanted to sign a master-servant contract with him, he immediately said that this was not necessary. After all, he is Zoro's sword and does not need to sign a contract with him. But Zoro must sign the contract. Although Lingtian will not sign a contract with Bloodthirsty, Bloodthirsty and Sauron must sign a contract just in case. Okay, I promise you. Bloodthirsty agreed to Lingtian's request without any hesitation. After all, I'm already Zoro's weapon, so what if I sign a contract with Zoro? Okay, let's leave it like this for now. Oh, by the way, why don't you choose me to be your master? In terms of strength, I should be stronger than Zoro. Lingtian was still somewhat curious as to why Bloodthirsty didn't choose him to be his master. After all, he is stronger than Sauron in both strength and experience, and he really can't think of any reason why Bloodthirsty would reject him. Because I feel there is a great power in you. I don't think I can control you, and I feel like if I'm around you, I'll be devoured by you. Bloodthirsty was silent for a while before saying. He thought he could tell him the reason now. One reason is that he has become Zoro's weapon, and Lingtian has no reason to erase his consciousness. The second reason is that he felt there was no point in hiding it. When Lingtian heard what Shueishui said, he glanced at the lightning on his waist and understood what Shueishui was talking about. The ninth seal of lightning is called Doomsday, which is a power that can devour everything. It is a power that can truly bring about doomsday. Even the current Lingtian will completely lose consciousness if he unlocks the seal of the ninth level of lightning, thus becoming a puppet that only knows how to destroy. However, Lingtian does not think that he needs to use the ninth level of lightning seal in the pirate world, Even if he needs to deal with an existence like him, Lingtian does not feel it is necessary. After Lingtian knew the reason, he stopped talking to Shueisha. Lingtian entered Sauron's room with Bloodthirsty. When Lingtian came in, he found that there was no one in the room. These guys. Lingtian looked at the empty room and shook his head. He knew that Luffy had probably called Johnny and Joseph out. You guys are done talking. Zoro looked at Lingtian, who came in and spoke. Lingtian nodded, then placed the Bloodthirsty next to Sauron. Zoro, sign a contract with him. Contract? Zoro looked at the Bloodthirsty being placed next to him with some confusion. Let's get started, Bloodthirster. Lingtian ignored Zoro's confusion and started the contract ceremony by sucking blood directly. When Bloodthirsty heard Lingtian's words, the blade of the sword immediately turned blood red, and a strange totem emerged from the blade of Bloodthirsty. The totem was printed directly on Zoro's chest, and then a piece of paper with unknown words appeared on Bloodthirsty and Zoro's bodies. Lingtian knew that this was the master servant contract. Put your blood on it. Bloodthirsty began to instruct Zoro on what to do. After listening to this, Zoro bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the contract. A drop of blood flew out from the blade of Bloodthirsty and dripped onto the contract. This drop of blood was different from Zoro's. It was Bloodthirsty's own blood. When the two contracts are dripped with blood, they merge into a chain and then turn into a phantom to lock up the Bloodthirsty one. Okay, now the contract is complete. The blood-sucking aura obviously became weaker, while Zoro's aura became stronger. Lingtian nodded, gave Zoro a few instructions and left. Seeing Lingtian leaving Bloodthirsty, some blood flowed out of his body and covered Zoro's body. What are you doing? Zoro looked at the blood covering his body with some curiosity. He was not worried that Bloodthirsty would attack him, because he could feel that his life was connected to Bloodthirsty. In other words, if you die, Bloodthirster will not be able to survive. Bloodthirsty did not answer Zoro's question, but covered Zoro with all the blood. My injury has recovered. Zoro was a little shocked when he saw that the sword wound inflicted by Bloodthirsty had healed. Remember what I said before about the composition of my body? After healing Zoro's wounds, Bloodthirster spoke. Now we are one, so as long as my blood is not used up you will not die, and you will not even be hurt. Bloodthirsty explained to Zoro the benefits of signing the contract between him and Zoro. Can we only use blood? Solon is a little curious. Even though he is a pirate, Zoro doesn't want to kill people in large numbers. Bloodthirster also saw Zoro's concern and explained to him. It doesn't require blood, just energy. For example, food and some metals are fine. Because his master was always slaughtering people, Bloodthirsty now only has blood energy in his body. But other things can also replenish your energy, just not as much as blood. When Zoro heard Bloodsucker's words, he felt relieved. If it was food, Zoro felt that it would not be a big problem. He even had a feeling that the chef on their pirate group didn't get along with him. After recovering, Zoro walked out directly with Bloodsucking and Wado Ikamanji. As expected, when we talk about pirates, we should think of musicians. It's the chef. When Zoro just came out, he heard the conversation between Luffy and Usopp. What? Are we going to find a chef next? Zoro looked at Luffy and Usopp curiously. I just signed the contract with Bloodthirsty and want to find chef? Because Johnny said that Joseph got scurvy because of the lack of fresh food, so we plan to find a chef. When Usopp saw Zoro coming out, he explained to Zoro. Luffy nodded in agreement. Although he still wants to find a musician, he'll just have to let things take their course. If you're looking for a chef, I have a good place. Lingtian watched Luffy and the others discussing the chef and was reminded of a pirate group called the Chef Pirates whom he had rescued in the Grand Line before. The captain of that pirate ship is now the head chef of the sea restaurant Barati. The Straw Hat Pirates chef Sanji is now also the deputy chef under Zeph. Hey, nowhere. When Luffy heard Lingtian say that he knew where to find chef, he immediately stretched out his arms and came to Lingtian's side. Have you heard of Barati, the restaurant on the sea? It's the restaurant on the sea. If you want to find a chef, you should go to Barati. When Johnny and Joseph heard Lingtian's words, they spoke directly and said that they were very familiar with that. After all, anyone who is not a newbie at sea knows a little about the sea restaurant Barati. After Lingtian explained the situation of Barati to Luffy, Luffy expressed his great interest and then directed his target to Barati. Since Nami is not on the ship now, the job of navigator naturally falls on Lingtian. 48. Chapter 48 Sea Restaurant. Wow, what a big fish! Luffy said excitedly as he lay on the railing of the Mary and looked at the fish-shaped ship that appeared in front of him. It looks like a ship anyway. Usopp couldn't help but complain when he saw that Luffy actually mistook the boat for a fish. Really? I thought it was a sea king. Luffy also reacted after hearing Usopp's complaints. You can tell it's a ship at first glance. Yeah. Johnny and Joseph also started muttering in the back. None of your eyes are looking at that, right? When Zoro saw that all their attention was on the restaurant on the sea, he was speechless. That's right. Lingtian was also a little speechless. Because next to the Mary, a warship was sailing parallel to the Mary towards the offshore restaurant Barati. A warship? When will it come? Luffy turned around and saw the warship parallel to the Mary and was surprised. Usopp also turned around when he heard Luffy scream. As a result, Usopp was not panicked at all when he saw the warship. Lingtian was also a little surprised when he saw this. Usopp, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? I am Captain Usopp. Usopp spoke nonchalantly. In fact, the reason why Usopp was not afraid was because he had asked Luffy about Lingtian's identity before. After all, when they were in Ziliobu village, Lingtian had a direct chat with Luffy's grandfather. As a result, Luffy directly threw a bounty order to Usopp. When Usopp saw Lingtian's bounty order, his face turned pale instantly, but he turned around and thought that they seemed to be crew members. Shouldn't they be afraid of their enemies? So now Usopp doesn't care at all when he sees the warship, since he has someone as awesome as Lingtian around. Lingtian was puzzled as he saw Usopp showed no fear at all and didn't seem to be pretending. Has Usopp's personality changed for the better? However, Lingtian did not say anything, but turned to look at the warship next to him. As for Johnny and Joseph, they sneaked back to the room of the Mary. Because Lingtian and his friends are pirates, and they are bounty hunters, so they don't want to be seen by others. Although it's okay if others see it. I've never seen a pirate flag before. I'm captain of the Navy headquarters, Iron Fist Hoboti. Captain, who are you? Tell me your name. A naval commander wearing white striped clothes and a pair of tiger fingers on his hands came out. I am Luffy. I am Usopp. Luffy and Usopp said their names one after another. The pirate flag was just released the day before yesterday. When Luffy saw Usopp also said his name, he felt that Usopp was trying to steal his position as captain and immediately spoke again. I drew the pirate flag, but when Usopp heard Luffy's words, he immediately said that he had drawn the pirate flag himself. When Luffy heard Usopp's words, he looked at Usopp with an unhappy face, but Luffy didn't say anything else. What are they competing for? The bloodthirsty sword hanging on Zoro's waist was also curious about what Luffy and Usopp were competing for. Who knows? Zoro looked at Luffy and Usopp and thought to himself that he would never be so stupid as to compete with others in such things in the future. What are you doing? Hoboti looked at Luffy and Usopp, two idiots, with a look as if they were fools. I know those two over there. I remember them being a pair of bounty hunters who were targeting small-time people. Hoboti spoke as he looked at Johnny and Joseph, who were hiding in the room of the Mary with only their heads showing. Nanny. Johnny and Joseph were furious when they heard Hoboti say that they were bounty hunters targeting small people. Were you finally caught by pirates? It's so funny. Hoboti didn't care about Johnny and Joseph's reactions and continued speaking. Let's go quickly. Just as Hoboti finished speaking, the woman in the red dress came out. Their destination is also the Sea Restaurant Barty. Do you dare to say that this is a bounty hunter who targets small people? Johnny angrily took out a bunch of bounty warrants from his clothes and scattered them around. Lingtian noticed that among the bounty posters Johnny had distributed, one for the fishman had a big cross drawn on it. Okay, let's go into the restaurant. What an eyesore, sink him. Hoboti ignored Johnny and directly ordered the bombing of the Mary. That guy didn't even take us seriously. Next time I will make him pay the price. Johnny and Joseph were immediately angry when they saw that Hoboti didn't even look at them. Lingtian walked over to the pile of bounties Johnny had thrown out, picked up a bounty with a photo of a murloc, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is the bounty for the fishman Aaron. Johnny saw Lingtian picking up a bounty order and explained to Lingtian, fearing that Lingtian didn't understand what it was. Yeah, but I heard that the fishman Arlong was killed by a big pirate called Buggy Pirates. Johnny also explained to Lingtian with some regret. Their original target was the Murloc Aaron. Although they did not have the ability to defeat him now, they believed that one day they would be able to defeat the Murloc Aaron. Luffy also came over when he heard Buggy's name. We should go pick up our navigator. Lingtian directly threw Arlong's bounty order to Luffy and spoke. Really? Then let's go right away. Luffy was excited when he heard that Nami could board their ship and immediately ordered to pick up Nami. Stupid, we still need to find a chef first. When Lingtian saw Luffy trying to directly control the Mary to pick up Nami, he immediately punched Luffy on the head. But this time Lingtian was not covered with armed color domineering. I'm telling you guys, are you paying attention to the warship? Zoro was speechless as he watched Lingtian and Luffy talking to each other. Huh, why don't you just chop him down? Lingtian looked at Zoro, who looked like he was facing a great enemy, and said indifferently. When Zoro told him that he could hear the voice of Wado Ikamanji, Lingtian guessed that Zoro might have mastered the Zantetsu sword technique. So this time Lingtian wanted Zoro to try whether he could cut the warship in half. Cut open this warship. Are you kidding me? Sauron was also somewhat shocked when he heard Lingtian's words. Although his strength had increased a lot after his last battle with Bloodthirsty, he thought that he had not yet reached the point where he could cut a warship in half. Interesting, let's try it. After hearing Lingtian's words, Bloodthirsty was also eager to try. Lingtian ignored Zoro and directly threw the mantra he got from the last lottery to Zoro. Zoro took the mantra thrown by Lingtian and was eager to try it out. After all, he had never tried to cut a ship before. Three-sword style bloodbird predation. Zoro bit the Wado Ikamanji in his mouth, pulled out the mantra and blood-sucking, and the blood energy in his body surged. Then he waved a blood-red bird and flew towards the warship. Bang-dang. 6 knife marks appeared on the warship, directly dividing the warship into 7 sections. Amazing. Luffy's eyes lit up immediately when he saw Zoro cut the warship directly. They actually cut the warship apart. When Usopp saw Zoro cut the warship into 7 sections, his legs immediately began to tremble. Of course. Yes, you are worthy of being brother Zoro. Although Johnny and Joseph were somewhat shocked that Zoro cut the warship in half, as his younger brothers they immediately praised Zoro. Zoro also found it a little unbelievable when he saw himself cutting the warship in half. Lingtian looked at the warship and had expected this effect. After all, Zoro has already mastered the art of the Zantetsu sword, so it's not a piece of cake to cut a captain's warship in half. Of course, now Zoro can only cut through warships with a rank of captain. If it is a warship of vice admiral like Garp, Zoro now may only be able to leave a little mark. As expected of Zoro. Bloodthirsty also said this inexplicably. Huh, what are you talking about? Zoro felt a little strange when he heard Bloodthirsty's inexplicable words. No, I mean you are worthy of being my master. When Bloodthirsty heard Zoro's question, he immediately changed his tone. Because Zoro chopped down the warship after Hoppity set out, Hoppity, who had just arrived at Barati, didn't know that his warship had been chopped down. He thought that the sound was the sound of his warship bombarding the Mary. When the warship was cut down by Zoro, no one noticed that a man secretly rowed away in a boat. Soon the Mary came alongside the Barati. The difference between now and the original is that because Zoro cut off the warship, Luffy was not forced to work for Zeph. Because the Mary was larger and the man had not eaten for a long time, Luffy and his friends arrived at Baratai earlier than that man. Meat, 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 I want to eat meat. Luffy shouted as he pushed open the door of Baratai. Lingtian and the others had long been accustomed to Luffy's personality and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As for Hobody, who was sitting next to him, his face turned pale when he saw Luffy and the others come in. They were not sunk into the sea. But now Hoppity didn't dare to say anything. After all, since they could dodge the bombardment of his warships, their strength must be not bad. Zoro also saw Hobody, but he ignored him. A guy like this is not worth taking action against, unless of course he takes action against himself. Meat, 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 serve the meat quickly. Luffy shouted as he sat down. Hello, guest.d, oh you have any money? A man with a large upper body and a small lower body came up to Luffy and spoke. I don't have any money. Luffy honestly told Patty that he had no money. If you don't have money, you're not a guest. Patty got angry when he heard Luffy say he had no money. He won't serve customers who have no money. In his principle, money is God and without money is garbage. Luffy was also taken aback by Patty's sudden anger. This is the money for our meal. Please also call your chef. Lingtian threw a bag of berry to Patty and said that he wanted to meet Jipu. Patty took Lingtian's berry, counted it, and immediately smiled. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Luffy was also shocked by Patty's quick face-changing operation. What's wrong with this person? Usopp is also a little strange. Lingtian and Zoro were not surprised by this. After all, they were not newcomers like Luffy and Usopp. Huh, why are you here, kid? An old man with a broken leg walked up to Lingtian and laughed. Long time no see, old man Jipu. Lingtian was also somewhat happy when he saw Jipu. He probably only had Jipu and Garp as his friends in the East China Sea. What are you doing here, kid? Jipu sat directly on the chair next to Lingtian and spoke while stroking his beard. Is this your friend, Lingtian? Usopp saw the old man chatting with Lingtian and asked curiously. This is the captain of the chef pirates. Red-footed Jipu. Lingtian also introduced Zeph to Luffy and the others. Oh, the captain of the pirate group. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who will become the Pirate King. When Luffy heard Lingtian introduce Zeph as the captain of a pirate group, he also introduced himself next to Zeph. After Luffy said that he wanted to be the Pirate King, everyone in the restaurant became eerily quiet. What did they hear? That straw hat boy actually said he wanted to become the Pirate King? Hobody, who was sitting in the corner, was more shocked than anyone else when he heard Luffy's words. What did this straw hat boy say his name was? Monkey D. Luffy? Last name Monkey? Isn't that the last name of the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp? Ha, Pirate King. You are really courageous, but the Grand Line is not so easy to travel. Zeph also laughed when he heard Luffy's words. Cough, cough. This is my captain. When Lingtian heard what Zeph said, he also coughed and indicated that Luffy was his captain. What? This guy is your captain. Jipu also knew Lingtian's strength, so he was a little shocked when he found out that Lingtian was a crew member of the guy in the straw hat. Yes, we plan to find a chef from you. Lingtian directly stated the purpose of his coming here. After hearing Lingtian's words, Jipu thought for a while and thought of his Sue Sanji. Sanji and his dream are the same. They both want to find the legendary AI blue that possesses all the ingredients from the sea. I have a guy I want you to take away. After thinking about it, Jipu said to Lingtian, Stinky old man, I don't want to leave here. A voice came from the side. I saw a man in a suit swearing at Jipu. This is Sanji, the sous chef of Barati, the sea restaurant. When Sanji heard Zeph say that there was a guy who wanted to be taken away by those pirates, he immediately knew that Zeph was talking about him. Although he also wanted to go out to sea to find the legendary sea area, all blue. But he has to stay here now, because Jipu cut off his proud foot in order to save him. That's why Sanji decided to stay and take care of this man who is better than his biological father. At least Sanji didn't plan to go out to sea before Zeph passed away. Stop talking nonsense, Sanji. Just go when I tell you to go. People like you will only affect my business and my store. Zeph shouted directly and unceremoniously. Chapter 49, Admiral Creek. That's enough, old man. Don't think you'll get ahead of yourself if I don't argue with you. Sanji looked at Zeph angrily. Although he knew that Jipu might be doing this for his own good, he didn't want to leave Barati right now. Bump. Anything is fine. Just give me something to eat. At this moment, a pirate entered Barati and fired a shot at random. After listening to the voice, Lingtian knew that this person was the legendary Ajin, and the legend. Any character who did not show his face could be Ajin. Hello, guest D. Oh, you have any money? Patty looked at Ajin and didn't care whether he was a pirate or not, or whether there was danger or not. As long as he had money, Ajin would be his customer. If you don't have money, hurry up and serve me the food. Ajin pointed the gun directly at Patty. Patty also realized that Ajin probably had no money. If you don't have money, you are not a guest. Patty knocked Ajin to the ground, beat him several times in a row, and then dragged the dying Ajin onto the deck of Barati. You see, this is what happens when you don't have money, so I advise everyone not to dine in free, otherwise Ajin will end up like everyone else. After seeing what happened to Ajin, Sanji walked back to the kitchen silently. Can I take my captain to see our future chef? Lingtian saw Sanji walk back to the kitchen silently and said to Zeph, Up to you. Jipu said this and limped towards the kitchen. Come with me, Luffy. Lingtian directly pulled Luffy to the back of the Barati deck. Meat, 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 Lingtian, my meat. Luffy, who was pulled by Lingtian, took all the meat on the table. Luffy icks too. When Zoro and Usopp saw that Luffy took away all the meat that had just been served, they immediately wanted to catch up and beat him up. Fortunately, Lingtian told them that they could order whatever they wanted and he would treat them, which allowed Luffy to avoid being beaten by Zoro and Usopp. What? Lingtian, why are you dragging me here? Luffy complained as he was dragged onto the deck by Lingtian. However, after he saw Ajin, he stopped complaining and even handed his meat to Ajin to eat. Hey, eat it, Luffy said with a smile. Are you giving me alms? Jean immediately got angry when he saw the person Luffy handed over. Although he was very hungry, his inner dignity did not allow him to accept charity from others. If you don't eat, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Sanji came out from the back carrying a bowl of fried rice. As soon as he came out, he saw Luffy handing his meat to Jean and felt that Luffy was a nice person. Luffy didn't know that he won Sanji's favor because of his action. What? You're not bad. When Luffy saw Sanji cooking for Jean, he immediately started to like Sanji. Jean looked at the fried rice and meat in front of him and immediately started to gobble it up after hearing Sanji's words. Yoshi, I've decided. Luffy clapped his hands when he saw Jean start to eat voraciously after hearing what Sanji said. What are you deciding? Sanji was also startled by Luffy's voice. Come and be my chef. I reject. Sanji rejected Luffy's invitation without even thinking about it. No, I refuse. What do you refuse? I refuse your refusal. Luffy started to pester her. Lingtian and Zeph watched the fight between their captain and Sanji. How about it? I'm a pretty good captain, right? Similar to my kid. The two looked at Luffy and Sanji, who were arguing below, with a look of satisfaction. While Luffy and Sanji were arguing, Jean had already eaten all of Luffy's fried rice and meat. Then he boarded his own boat. I'm so sorry, Mr. Sanji. You will be punished if you give me food. Ajin knelt down directly in front of Sanji on his own boat. What are you saying? Sanji threw the plate he had given Jean to eat directly into the ocean. Then there will be no evidence. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanji. When Jean saw Sanji like this, he cowed out. It's okay. Don't be hungry anymore, Jean. Luffy and Sanji watched Kin leave. After watching Kin leave, Sanji and Luffy started arguing, and Luffy didn't let Sanji go until he was hungry. Because all of Luffy's meat was eaten by Jean just now, Luffy didn't get any meat at all. When Luffy returned to the restaurant and wanted to pick up the freshly served meat to eat, he was immediately grabbed tightly by Zoro and Usopp. He also made Johnny and Joseph stuff the meat into their mouths. Damn it, Zoro, Usopp, let me go. Luffy immediately changed his eyes and showed shark teeth when he saw Johnny and Joseph stuffing meat into Zoro and Usopp's mouths. Yes, open your mouth. Lingtian also put a piece of meat to Luffy's mouth. When Luffy saw the meat, he opened his mouth and ate it. If Lingtian hadn't taken his hand back, his hand would have been eaten by Luffy. I want more, Lingtian. Yes. Next, it became Zoro and Usopp holding Luffy, Johnny Joseph feeding Zoro and Usopp meat, and Lingtian feeding Luffy meat. Stinky old man, I'm the sous chef here. Just when Lingtian and the others were feeding Luffy and the others, the second floor of the restaurant was destroyed, and Zeph and Sanji fell from it. It's easy to get into conflict with others. As soon as you see him, women run over to flatter you. Can't make any delicious food. You are a burden to Barati. You should just become a pirate with them. Zeph directly belittled Sanji and pointed out all of Sanji's shortcomings. What? It turns out to be a perverted kappa. When Zoro heard what Zeph said, he immediately sneered. I don't know why he just wanted to taunt Sanji. What did you say, green algae head? Be careful or I'll kick you away. When Sanji heard what Zoro said, he immediately became aggressive. I'll cut you before you kick me off. Zoro was not to be outdone. See, you get along so well with them. Zeph looked at the quarrel between Sanji and Zoro and immediately spoke. Who can get along with this colorful kappa/green algae head? Sanji and Zoro shouted to Zeph at the same time. Isn't this a perfect match? Luffy smiled as he looked at Zoro and Sanji. Usopp also thinks that Sanji and Zoro get along well. You should become a pirate with them. Nanny, don't push yourself too far, old man. When Sanji heard the pirate Zeph asking him to become a pirate, he immediately grabbed Zeph by the collar and said angrily, "How dare you pull your boss's collar? How disgraceful." Zeph broke free from Sanji's hand and threw Sanji onto Lingtian's dining table. Seeing this, Zoro and Luffy immediately picked up the plates with food on the table. It was a close call. I almost couldn't eat meat again. Luffy was relieved to see that the meat was okay. "Be careful, say Kappa." Zoro then started scolding Sanji directly. Sanji was relieved to see that the food was fine. He was about to apologize to the guests at this table, but found out that this was Zoro's table. Then he immediately said, "It's a pity that I didn't hit you, Nanny." When Zoro saw that this guy didn't apologize and was still mocking him, he immediately got angry. If he hadn't been holding the plate in both hands, he would have definitely chopped this lewd Kappa to pieces. "Listen carefully, old man, and no matter how you try to drive me away, I will always be a chef here, until you die." Sanji ignored Zoro's murderous look and explained to Zeph why he would not leave the restaurant. Zeph directly told Sanji that he would not die. He would live for another 100 years. It's great that he agreed. Now you can be a pirate. Luffy didn't pay any attention to the atmosphere and just patted Sanji on the shoulder happily. In fact, apart from understanding what Zeph said about Sanji becoming a pirate, Luffy didn't hear anything else. After hearing what Luffy said, Sanji immediately said that he didn't want to be a pirate, and then he fixed the table he had overturned. "Don't you need to apologize to us? Be careful, or I'll sue you, you porn chef." When Usopp saw Sanji finishing the table and was about to leave, he immediately pulled Sanji and said, because of Sanji's behavior just now, his food was snatched away by Luffy. "Didn't I serve you coarse tea? Be grateful, long nose." When Sanji heard Usopp's words, he responded without hesitation. If Usopp was a woman, Sanji would definitely immediately serve delicious food and drinks to Usopp. Unfortunately, Usopp is not like that, so Sanji will not spoil Usopp. "Wanna fight, asshole? I won't be polite." Usopp pointed at Sanji and said to Ling, "Kill him, Vice Captain Lingtian." "Never. This guy might be our chef in the future. What if this guy poisons my food?" Lingtian directly rejected Usopp's request, saying that he didn't want to be poisoned to death. Of course, this sentence is meant to scare Usopp. As a chef, Sanji would not do such a thing as poisoning the food. "Really? Hey, Luffy, can we change the chef?" Usopp was immediately frightened when he heard Lingtian's words. He turned around and ran to Luffy, pulling him aside and saying that he didn't like this chef. "No, I want him to be our chef." Luffy directly rejected Usopp's words. However, after hearing Lingtian's words, Sanji said that as a chef, he would never do something like poisoning the food. Usopp felt relieved after hearing what Sanji said. He was about to find Sanji to continue arguing with him, but he found that Sanji had disappeared. "Ah, you were scared away by Captain Usopp, right?" Usopp immediately burst out laughing when he saw Sanji was gone. Lingtian and the others were eating heartily nearby. Lingtian also told him to cherish this meal, otherwise it would be impossible to eat and drink so much in the future. As for the reason, Lingtian did not tell them, but everyone should be able to guess it. That's of course because once Nami gets on board, Barry on the Straw Hat Pirates may be under Nami's control. As for Lingtian's gold, Barry, etc., Lingtian plans to give them all to Nami. Because his system space was already full of things, Lingtian was unable to draw even though he had countless opportunities to do so. Because as Lingtian's lottery mechanism became countless, an additional rule was added to the lottery system. That is, if you want to draw a lottery, there must be a space in the system, otherwise the things you draw will disappear. Originally, Lingtian thought it was a big deal when he left Redoria, because he had already given all the gold he got from the system space to Buggy. So he didn't think it was a big problem. As a result, when Lingtian came to find Luffy, he directly filled up the system space through the lottery. As for Lingtian, he already had countless chances to draw the lottery, so why not just do 1,000 draws to get the good stuff directly? That's because Lingtian was determined to prove that he was not a loser, and then he started to draw one by one. All I got was gold. By the time he reacted, the system space had been filled with gold. Oh, because Luffy insisted on inviting Sanji on board, Lingtian and the others have been staying in Baratie for 4 days. Okay, something seems to be coming. Usopp, who had the best eyesight, said from the observation deck of the Mary looking at the black shadow emerging in the distance. It looks like a ship. Boat. When Luffy heard what Usopp said, he immediately climbed up to the observation deck and looked at the slowly approaching ship. Oh, what a big ship! A huge shadow of a ship was approaching from a distance. This is Ajin bringing Creek to Barty to eat. What's going on? Why is the ship so shabby? Zoro also looked at the ship with some confusion. It must have been chopped like that by someone. Bloodthirsty is also a weapon that can rival the Supreme Sword. It can be seen at a glance that the ship was chopped out by someone. As the ship approached Barati, Akin helped Creek out of their shabby pirate ship. Ah, that's Jean. Luffy recognized Jean immediately when he saw him. However, Akin ignored Luffy and helped Creek into Barati. Excuse me, can you give me some food and water? As for money, I have it as much as you want. I haven't eaten in a long time. As soon as Crick entered Barty, he asked them to give him some food and water. Because their ship was chopped by Mihawk, and they were still being chased by Mihawk, they hadn't eaten or drunk water for a long time. Take it, Ajin, and give it to him. After Creek begged for a long time, Sanji placed a large bowl of fried rice in front of Creek. Sanji, who had been hungry before, didn't care whether the other person was a good person or not. In his eyes, as long as someone was hungry, he was a guest. Lingtian, Luffy, and others were also watching what Sanji was doing at the entrance of Barati. When Creek saw the food, he immediately gobbled it up. He had been hungry for too long. While Creek was eating, all the chefs in Barati disagreed with what Sanji gave Creek. And tell Sanji what kind of person Creek is. While the other chefs were talking to Sanji about what kind of person Creek was, Creek, who was full, stood up and punched Sanji. However, Lingtian already knew that this guy would launch a sneak attack, so when Creek stood up, Lingtian teleported behind Sanji and pulled Sanji away. Chapter 50, Hawkeye Mihawk. See, he is indeed a man who does not keep his word. Many of Barty's chefs and guests immediately cursed when they saw Creek's actions. Not only did Barati's chef and guests think that Creek was a despicable person, even Ajin next to him couldn't believe that Creek would do this. It's good to be kind, but you also have to pay attention to your own safety. Lingtian pulled Sanji over and spoke. Thank you. Sanji also didn't expect that Creek would actually attack him directly. This is different from what we agreed upon, Chief Creek. I brought you here not to allow you to take action against this store. Ajin couldn't stand what Creek did and scolded him. And that person is our savior. But Creek didn't care about Ajin. He just grabbed Ajin and squeezed the bones of Ajin's right hand hard until they cracked. Lingtian felt pain when he saw Creek's movements. Yuga. When Luffy saw that Creek dared to do this to Akin, he immediately rushed forward. However, Lingtian stopped Luffy. After all, this was Zeph's restaurant, and with Luffy's fighting style, he might destroy it. This restaurant is great. This boat is mine. Creek looked at Barati and spoke. Shoo. A figure teleported in front of Creek and grabbed Creek's neck with one hand. Before Creek could react, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. Admiral Creek, I won't care if you eat here or even hurt the chef here. But this restaurant is a dream for two people. It's not something you can just ask for. Lingtian grabbed Creek's neck with one hand and spoke. Although he usually doesn't take action, this is the restaurant of his good friend Jipu. Not only that, since losing a leg, Jipu gave up his all-blue dream and turned it into his dream of opening a restaurant on the sea. You told me not to take action, but you took action yourself? Luffy looked at Lingtian pinching Creek and curled his lips. Jipu was also looking at Lingtian. He knew that his good friend attacked Creek because of him. Otherwise, with Lingtian's identity, there would be no need for him to take action at all. Chief Creek. Ajin looked at Creek with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He didn't even look at how Lingtian made the move. You bastard. Creek wanted Lingtian to let him go, but how could a mere Creek break free from Lingtian's hand? Goodbye, and I end the next life. Think before you speak. Bone fist, broken gold. Lingtian punched Creek in the chest. There was a crackling sound and golden fragments fell from Creek's body. Did you faint now? Lingtian looked at Creek with some confusion, wondering why he was so timid. His punch, bone fist gold crushing, only broke the golden armor that Creek was wearing. With his control over the power, Creek himself would not be harmed at all. Originally, he wanted to give Creek to Luffy to practice with. Chief Creek, what did you do to Chief Creek? When Ajin saw Creek fainted, he immediately drew his weapon. Lingtian glanced at Ajin and casually threw Creek to the ground. Nothing, he just fainted from fright. Lingtian explained to Ajin casually, and then asked Barati's chef to tie up Creek with chains. Lock him up and notify the Navy after we leave. Lingtian directly asked Patty to lock up Creek. Ajin didn't say anything this time. After all, it was Creek's fault this time, even though Creek was their captain. But Ajin is not indiscriminate. However, Ajin still asked Sanji to give him food for 1,000 people, as their crew had no food to eat yet. Ajin's request was rejected by all the chefs in Birdie. After all, they didn't know whether their crew would come to rescue Creek after they had eaten. Here, this is food for 1,000 people. Japu threw a big bag to Ajin. Hey, chef. The others were also shocked to see that Japu actually gave 1,000 servings of food to Ajin. However, Japu ignored them and asked Ajin to take the 1,000 servings of food and leave. Ajin looked at the food, kowtowed to Japu, and planned to take it back for his companions to eat. Here comes a powerful guy. Lingtian used his observation haki to sense that a man rowing a boat with a black knife was speaking outside. Luffy and the Barati chefs walked outside. They wanted to see what the crew of the Creek pirates would do after Jean brought the food to them. Boom! When they came out, they saw that Creek's already dilapidated ship had been cut in half. The ship was cut in half. Usopp was shocked when he saw Creek's pirate ship being cut in half. Although Usopp had seen Zoro chop down a Navy ship before, these two were different. Creek's ship was much larger than Happity's warship. That is, Zoro felt a little excited when he looked at the hawk-eyed man standing on the small boat that looked like a coffin. Although Hawkeye is no longer the world's #1 swordsman, he is still the second best. He still wanted to challenge himself. Why don't you let us go even though we have escaped here? Ajin looked at Hawkeye angrily. Nothing, just killing time. Hawkeye also explained after listening to Ajin's question. You have a very unique way of passing time. Lingtian also laughed as he listened to Mihawk's words. Wasn't it because they saw you rowing with a black knife? Why are you here? Hawkeye was also a little surprised when he saw Lingtian. When he went to Redoria before, Zifa told him that Lingtian had already left Redoria. I am sailing the Grand Line with our captain. Yes, I'm Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy walked out and shouted to Hawkeye. Pirate King. Just a weakling like you. Hawkeye looked at Luffy and taunted. In this great pirate era, there are countless pirates who want to become the Pirate King, but even so, no one can become the Pirate King. Yes, I can definitely become the Pirate King, Luffy said while looking at Mihawk. Mihawk looked at Luffy and smiled without saying anything, but he noticed the straw hat on Luffy's head. That seems to be the straw hat that Shanks has been wearing before. Hawkeye, I want to see for you before. Although you are no longer my target now, but I still want to test your strength. Zoro drew out 3 swords. Is that the greatest swordsman in this world, second only to Lingtian? The bloodthirster that was pulled out by Zoro also spoke. He also wanted to test the strength of the legendary swordsman, who was second only to Lingtian. Anyway, as long as he was there, Zoro would not die. A talking knife? Hawkeye was slightly shocked when he heard Bloodthirsty's words. Sorry, I don't have a smaller knife. However, the cold Hawkeye did not show any expression, but silently took out knife. Although Zoro's strength is much stronger than in the original work, in Hawkeye's eyes, there is still no difference from the original work. Nanny, what do you mean? Zoro said angrily as Hawkeye took out knife. When he and Lingtian were fighting, Lingtian drew out his double swords, but Hawkeye actually underestimated him. In fact, Lingtian only drew out the 2 swords in order not to embarrass Zoro. If it was a life-and-death duel, Lingtian would be able to kill Zoro with just his swordless style. You are not qualified to let me pull out the knife now. Hawkeye turned his head and said indifferently. Hawkeye, a top swordsman, knew the gap between him and Zoro when Zoro drew out 3 swords. Don't underestimate people. When Zoro heard Hawkeye's words, he immediately rushed toward Hawkeye angrily. Hawkeye just twisted his body slightly to avoid Zoro's attack. Although he had been defeated by Lingtian before, that was because Lingtian possessed the strongest swordsmanship in the world. How can it be? How could the gap between him and me be so huge? Zoro thought incredulously as he swung his sword. Bang dang. Hawkeye simply swung his knife to knock Zoro back. What a pathetic weakling. Now you should feel the gap between us. Three-sword style blood demon, sharp teeth. Zoro ignored Hawkeye's ridicule. A bloody figure opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Hawkeye. Shoo. Hawkeye simply swung his knife and cut the bloody maw in half. Weakling, what is your goal in persisting like this? Hawkeye was a little curious when he saw Zoro's unwavering expression. Purpose. Of course, to be the strongest. Zoro listened to Hawkeye's words and spoke as a matter of course. The strongest? You're really arrogant. Do you think you can do something that even I can't do? Hawkeye listened to Zoro's words with disdain. Even I can't become the best in Kendo, but this kid in front of me wants to be the best. Of course, I have an appointment with someone. I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman, and let my name resound throughout heaven. Zoro looked at Hawkeye very firmly. He made a promise with Kuina that one day he would defeat the vice-captain and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoran. Bloodthirsty had a strange feeling for some reason when he heard what Sauron said. She seemed to have made an agreement with someone. But now she can't remember it. Maybe I need to concentrate my body to remember it. Interesting. Then let me see your strength. A respectable, strong man. Hawkeye was also shocked by Zoro's courage. He took back the knife in his hand and pulled out the black knife blade on his back. Lingtian also discovered that the several cracks he had cut before had recovered. Lingtian also knew that Yi was a black knife, so he could use the top-level armament color to nourish the black knife and restore the wounds on the black knife. The secret of the three-sword style, one big, 3,000, and the Great Thousand Worlds. Zoro spun three swords and rushed towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye also slashed at Zoro with a black knife in his hand. Hawkeye cut Zoro's chest directly, leaving a scar exactly the same as the one under Hawkeye's clothes. However, when Hawkeye turned around, he found that Zoro's chest was slowly recovering, and it returned to normal in just a few seconds. Are you immortal? Hawkeye was also slightly shocked when he saw Zoro's appearance. He had fought with Lingtian before, and his recovery ability was exactly the same as Lingtian's. When Lingtian told him that he was immortal, he was very shocked. He didn't expect that this swordsman was also immortal. Immortality, I guess. This was also the first time that Zoro used this ability. Although Bloodthirster had told him about it before, hearing it was different from experiencing it personally. Hawkeye, I still have my strongest move. Seeing that Hawkeye easily used his three-sword style secret technique, Zoro also planned to try out his and Bloodthirsty's strongest moves. Hey Zoro, are you crazy? You will die. When Bloodthirsty heard what Zoro said, he spoke nervously. I want to try and see the difference between me and the vice-captain. Zoro ignored Bloodthirsty's warning. He wanted to know how big the gap was between him and Lingtian. When he fought with Lingtian before, Lingtian didn't use his full strength at all, so he wanted to compete with Hawkeye with all his strength. Interesting. Come on, strong one. Hawkeye was a little excited to hear that Zoro had another powerful move. Apart from Shanks and Lingtian, he hadn't met such an interesting person for a long time. Hey, mate, prepare a lot of food now, preferably meat. Before the battle started, Bloodthirsty said to Lingtian Dao. When Lingtian heard what Shuesi said, although he didn't know what to do with the food, he still asked Jipu to prepare a large amount of meat. Jipu also instructed the chef to go back to Barati to prepare the meat. When the other chefs heard what Jipu said, they quickly ran back to the kitchen to prepare the meat. The secret of three bleeding swords, Blood Demon. Zoro brandished three swords, and a huge blood demon figure emerged from behind Zoro. Oh, that's cool X2. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with stars when they saw the blood demon's figure about 10 meters behind Zoro. However, Lingtian noticed that when the blood demon appeared, Zoro's face turned pale, and not only that, even the blood-sucking blade was trembling slightly. Lingtian probably also knew that the blood demon was created by using all the blood of Sauron and Bloodthirsty. Devil Moon Shadow. Zoro swung his three swords forward, and the blood demon rushed directly toward Hawkeye. Hawkeye saw the blood demon and immediately raised the black knife to block in front of him. However, this is an ability that Zoro and Bloodthirster use using all the blood in their bodies. How could it be easily blocked by Hawkeye? Hawkeye was pushed back a few steps by the blood demon. Even the crack in a black knife that was cut by Lingtian and then restored by Hawkeye himself was cracked. The blood demon disappeared only when Hawkeye was pushed to the edge of the broken deck by the blood demon. Hawkeye also broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. He was careless just now. He thought he could defend against Zoro's move, but he didn't expect that Zoro's sword was so powerful. Of course, if he counterattacks, he can also break Zoro's move. After casting the Blood Demon, Zoro fell down. Bloodthirsty asked Lingtian to bring the meat to him. When Lingtian heard what Shueisha said, he immediately used spiritual magic to place the meat that Japu brought out next to Shueisha. Then Lingtian saw the meat disappear one by one. Lingtian discovered that as the flesh disappeared, Zoro's blood energy also recovered a little. After the Bloodthirster absorbed all the flesh at the scene, Zoro recovered quickly. "Hey, Zoro, do you want to die? Do you know how dangerous this move is?" Bloodthirsty immediately condensed into a blood-colored body and hugged Zoro. Lingtian was a little confused when he looked at the bloody body condensed by Bloodthirsty, because the Bloodthirsty that Luffy described to him before was a man. But now the body condensed by the blood-sucking energy is a female body, and Lingtian always felt that he had seen that figure somewhere when looking at it. Chapter 51: Nami's Breach of Contract. Goel. Zoro looked at Bloodthirsty, who was holding him in a daze, as if he saw Kaido. But when I looked closely, I found it was a bloody figure. "Why did you become like this?" Zoro also felt a little strange when he saw bloodsucking. However, Bloodthirster did not answer Zoro's question, but went straight back into the sword. When Lingtian heard what Zoro said, he remembered that the bloody figure that Bloodthirsty had just gelled was somewhat similar to Tashigi later. It can't really be Kuina. Lingtian also thought of this, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Bloodthirster is a weapon from the world of immortal cultivation. It should not be Kuina. "Roronoa Zoro, you are quite powerful. How about being my disciple?" Hawkeye said after seeing Zoro wake up. He was very interested in Zoro's potential, which had almost reached its limit. Because of Lingtian's appearance, Hawkeye is now even stronger than in the original work, but that's all. "Your disciple?" Zoro was a little curious when he heard Hawkeye's words. He didn't expect that Hawkeye Mihawk, the second greatest swordsman in the world, would accept him as his apprentice. Lingtian was also a little shocked when he heard Hawkeye's words. He didn't expect that Hawkeye would actually accept Zoro as his apprentice. Although Hawkeye is considered half-master of Zoro in the original work, that is because Zoro was eager to become stronger after knowing Ace's death. That's why he asked Hawkeye to teach him swordsmanship, but now it's different. "Sorry, I refuse. Now I still need to accompany our captain to the Grand Line." Zoro directly rejected Hawkeye's request, although he also wanted to become Hawkeye's disciple. But after all, he had promised Luffy that he would go to the Grand Line with him. "It's okay, Zoro. It's okay to take Mihawk as your master. Besides, you don't need to stay with Hawkeye to worship Mihawk as your master." Lingtian was thinking and suddenly thought of a way to quickly improve the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. "Okay, then I will take you as my teacher." After hearing Lingtian's words, Zoro hesitated for a while and agreed to become Hawkeye's disciple. After hearing that Zoro agreed, Hawkeye decided to stay and teach Zoro some moves. However, Hawkeye only gave some instructions for a while and then rode away in his own boat. Before leaving, Hawkeye gave Zoro a piece of his life paper and told Zoro that they would meet again in the future. "Yes, we will meet." Lingtian thought about the plan in his mind and nodded in his heart. "Sanji, do you want to be my crew member?" After solving the problem with Hawkeye, Luffy continued to pester Sanji. "I reject." Although after seeing Zoro's temper just now, Sanji also wanted to find all blue. However, because of Japu, he still wanted to take care of Japu and Barati. Zeph also knew what Sanji was thinking, so he teamed up with a chef from Barati to devalue the food made by Sanji and save Sanji from Barati. However, when Sanji was leaning against the wall of Barati, he heard a conversation between Zeph and the others. "I know that Zeph said this because he wanted me to pursue my dream." In order to live up to Zeph's expectations and for his own dream, Sanji decided to go to the Grand Line with Luffy and the others. Sanji packed some luggage and planned to set off with Luffy and the others. "Sanji, don't catch a cold," Zeph said to Sanji on the second floor of Barati. Sanji also paused when he heard what Zeph said, tears streaming from his eyes. Sanji remembered the leg that Zeph lost in order to save him, and remembered that Zeph starved himself in order to fill himself with food. "Boss Shippu." Thinking of this, Sanji turned around and knelt down to Zeph. "Thank you for your care over the years. I will never forget your great kindness." In Sanji's heart, Zeph is more than just a boss. In Sanji's heart, he has long regarded Zeph as his father. Barati's chef also burst into tears when he heard Sanji's words. Zeph, who was looking at Sanji on the second floor, was also very moved. He had long regarded Sanji as his own son. Lingtian, I'm leaving my boy in your care. Zhipu shouted at Lingtian. What? He. Luffy looked at Sanji and the chef of Barati and smiled. Zoro, who was lying in Mary's room, curled up the corners of his mouth when he heard the words outside. Gana. Zoro also thought of his childhood friend Kina. What Zoro didn't notice was that after he called out Kuina's name, the blood-sucking blade that Zoro had placed in the corner trembled slightly. Let's go sail away. Luffy shouted with his hands spread out. The next step is to bring our navigator back. Lingtian was also standing behind Luffy on the left. Navigator X2. Usopp and Sanji spoke at the same time because they both boarded the ship later. They didn't know about Nami. Lingtian explained the matter about Nami to Usopp and Sanji. When Sanji heard Lingtian say that Nami was a beautiful woman, he immediately became excited. Does that mean we are going to the Kokoja village, the former territory of the Fishman Eren? Johnny also reacted when he heard Lingtian's words. Mercurial. When Sanji heard Johnny talking about the Fishman, he immediately ran over. One of his destinations at sea was the legendary Fishman Island. What? Although Johnny said he didn't know what Sanji was so excited about, he still responded to Sanji. Colorful Kappa. Zoro, who was recuperating in the room, also started complaining when he heard Sanji's words. Fishman. There are 3 major forces in the Grand Line that have been maintaining the balance of the ocean. When going to Kokoja village, Joseph and Johnny also explained the situation of the Grand Line to Sanji, Usopp, and the others. As for Luffy, he was sparring with Lingtian. Since Luffy has basically never fought since he met him, Lingtian plans to train Luffy. 3 major forces. When Sanji heard Joseph's words, he suddenly remembered some bad things. One of those forces is the Shichibukai. They are a group of pirates recognized by the Navy. Joseph continued to explain to Sanji. A pirate recognized by the Navy? This is the first time Sanji has heard of this. How is it possible for a pirate to be recognized by the Navy? Joseph ignored Sanji's surprise and continued to tell Sanji what to pay attention to after the Grand Line. The current Shichibukai are Zoro's master, Hawkeye Mihawk, and such a powerful person is actually a Shichibukai. Sanji was a little bit unconvinced when he heard that Hawkeye Mihawk was actually one of the Shichibukai. After all, in Sanji's eyes, how could a strong man like Hawkeye recognize such an identity? There's more besides that. Natural sand fruit user, sand crocodile. Don Quixote da Flamingo, the supreme ruler of the Don Quixote family, and the user of the parahuman string fruit. The user of the shadow fruit, Gecko Mariah. Current captain of the Fishman Pirates, Fishman Jinbe. The user of the superhuman sweet fruit, Empress Boa Hancock. And the one who killed Arlong before, the user of the parahuman splitting fruit, Buggy the Joker. Joseph told everything he knew about the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, these were all told to Joseph by Lingtian when he explained Eren's matter to him before. And he also knows that Buggy is actually Luffy's brother. So what? What does this have to do with that Fishman Eren? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and said in confusion. That Fishman Arlong was once a member of the Fishman Pirates, so this incident might lead to a war between the 2 Shichibukai. Oh, that's it. Sanji and Usopp didn't care. Even if 2 Shichibukai fight each other, what does it have to do with them? Hey, don't you know that Buggy the Clown is Luffy's brother? Joseph also guessed as he looked at the indifferent expressions of the 2. Nanny X2. Usopp and Sanji were shocked to hear what Joseph said. They didn't know that Buggy was Luffy's brother. Sanji, I'm so hungry. Luffy came out from behind a Mary at this time. Just now, he and Lingtian were training in armament hockey, but it was only a few hours and Luffy hadn't even mastered the rudiments of armament hockey. Yes. After hearing what Luffy said, Sanji went into the kitchen and started cooking. Lingtian was thinking about the armament hockey that he had just taught Luffy. Was it because he didn't have the talent to teach, or because Luffy didn't have the talent to fight? Lingtian felt that the probability of him having talent that he had not taught was higher. Otherwise, in the original work, Luffy learned Ryo and Hashan after being taught by Kaido for just a few days. Lingtian planned to wait until they arrive at the Kokoja village to teach Luffy, and the others about armament hockey. If it really doesn't work, he can only ask Kaido to guide them. Oh. Soon the Mary entered the waters of the former Aaron paradise. Boom! A huge sea king suddenly appeared in front of the Mary. Oh, it's so big. Luffy immediately became interested when he saw Mu in front of him. It should take a long time to eat something this big. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and thought about how to deal with Mu. Lingtian was also a little confused when he saw Mu. Didn't Buggy and the others meet Mu? Or did Buggy and the others let Mu go? However, Lingtian gave up after thinking for a while. Mu, it's okay. Then it's okay. As for Luffy and his friends, they beat Mu up and then asked Mu to help them pull the boat. With Mu pulling the boat, Lingtian and his friends soon arrived at Kokoja village. Hey, Nami, we're here to pick you up. Luffy yelled as soon as he arrived at Kokoja village. Now, he can't wait to have Nami join them. After all, they are about to enter the Grand Line and still need a navigator. As for Lingtian, Zoro is a swordsman. Lingtian is also a swordsman. So those who understand will understand. After hearing Luffy shout, a group of villagers came out of Kokoja village, including Nami. Nami looked at Luffy and was a little afraid to look at him because the Kokoja village was safe now. So she didn't want to leave Kokoja village, even though she promised Luffy that she would be their navigator. But Luffy is a pirate after all. After experiencing Arlong's incident, Nami no longer trusts pirates. Lingtian roughly guessed it when he saw Nami's expression. After all, the current Nami has not experienced those things with him before, so the current Nami does not believe in Luffy and the others. Miss Nami. The moment Sanji saw Nami, he immediately spun around and came to Nami's side. TSK, say Kappa. Zoro immediately mocked after seeing Sanji's actions. Nami, can we rest here for a few days? After seeing Nami's expression, Lingtian also planned to rest here and teach Luffy and the others how to be domineering. Pirates, what else do you want to do to Nami? When Aegean heard Lingtian's words, he immediately rushed out and yelled at Lingtian. Lingtian ignored Aegean and looked at Nami. Lingtian knew that Nami's dream was to draw a world map, so Nami would definitely go out to sea sooner or later. The reason why Nami doesn't go with him now is because Nami doesn't understand them now. Okay, you can rest here for a few days. Nami also spoke when she saw the smiles on Lingtian and Luffy's faces. After Nami agreed, Luffy and his friends rested in Kokoja village, but the villagers did not trust them and did not allow them to enter the village except to purchase supplies. Lingtian also felt that it didn't matter. After all, they had been exploited by pirates for so long, so it was natural for them to hate pirates. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Lingtian called the four of them over. What's wrong? Zoro looked at Lingtian's serious expression with some confusion. How much do you know about the Grand Route? Lingtian did not answer Zoro's question, but directly asked them about the Grand Line. 0. Luffy also spoke honestly after hearing Lingtian's words. Lingtian was not shocked when he heard Luffy's words. After all, Luffy only took a small boat when he went out to sea. Not to mention the Grand Line, Luffy probably doesn't even know anything about the East China Sea. The Grand Line has all blue and a bunch of disgusting guys. Sanji also expressed his thoughts. Powerful swordsman. Zoro glanced at the 3 swords on his waist and spoke. Lingtian was speechless when he heard what the 3 of them said. He thought that besides Luffy, Zoro and Sanji knew more or less about the Grand Line. You are right, but what I want to tell you is the ability you must master in the Grand Line. Domineering. Lingtian said as he stretched out his hand and covered it with armament hockey. Domineering. Zoro was a little curious when he heard this word he had never heard of before. You should know that there are 3 kinds of devil fruits in the sea. Lingtian did not explain but asked Sauron and the others. The superhuman type, the animal type, and the natural type. Sanji, who has seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, naturally knows about the classification of devil fruits. Lingtian nodded and continued. The 2 types of devil fruits, parahuman and animal, can attack directly, but the nature type is a special case that no matter what moves you use, you can't attack a nature type ability user. Unless, of course, you exploit the weakness of a devil fruit. Lingtian explained to Luffy and the others while drawing several human-shaped sand paintings on the ground.